They gonna see that anyway.
You're gonna battle them off, pull them off. Well,
Don't you think?
if you're gonna do it that way, do it with the test tube. Show them 10 seconds.
This is what's fixing to happen. Yeah. Are you okay? Y'all good with that?
Okay, so the sequence. Long bird. Right. Yeah. Gotta go for the designated bird. Never happened, folks.
It never happened.
Right? There's a radio laying right there, Kev.
Mark and test.
Mark and test. All right, so let's. The rules we want to get them.
We can't change the rules.
I know. Well, how can we use these?
I'm going to get one. I went and get them stuff, and I tell you,
You can max their mark everything. Well, you can't kill them for you can't kill them for hunting.
Just like you've been doing this, because here's like it's not right because every handle is not okay. You can't.
What I don't want is them to start boxing the fussy. Where they go, where they kick him halfway down that fairway at the gun, and you know he's going right, and they whoop to the left. I want that.
Part of the game.
That is.
We can't change the way. I got it. Testing.
I just think
Make sure you're on number one.
Hey, that flag is, I don't know if we marked this one, but this bird is going flat out, right?
Correct. Just out there in the cover, man.
Shot.
Hey,
Throw,
we're gonna
shot.
shoot, throw, and then shoot at the top of the heart.
Okay, thank you.
Have Kevin walk out.
We wanted it kind of, see if he could make it behind that pine tree, which isn't a big throw. It's not big. Kevin did it.
Hey, Kevin, have one of them walk out, and we want it to almost land behind this pine tree in line with it.
Jamie,
What I want,
shoot
this
those
is my
distances
goal,
for me.
is dog
They walk out there pretty pleased. I appreciate it.
takes it up out of
Just hit the button and point it on them.
That should
work.
Thank
you, sir.
Should score better
That's
than
all right.
the guy
It is
that
shot.
can't
I'm telling you, trust the system. Because there's no way we can't manufacture.
Put these guys where you want them.
Yeah. Well,
And
you
go
also
through your
can't
scenario with these guys in the
kill
fire
them for
station. I'm
hunting.
gonna move on.
They're going to stand right there in front of the tent with their white coats on. The guy that's just shooting is going to be closer to the other series over there.
Top button,
And
right?
the guy that's throwing.
Yeah.
will
Can't
be
get it to go.
closer
I can
the
see
throw.
through, but I can't get anything to come up on the screen.
I did charge it, but you never know.
Don't you think just standing right in front of the tent
Yeah.
there when dog leads the line, they just sneak
They can
under
sit
the
out.
tent and
They
sit
can
down.
sit out.
That'd be easy.
Dead or down. All right, my bad. I'm sorry.
Feel like the whole.
We'll use Michael's app to figure it out.
All right, guys, can y'all hear me on the radio?
Thanks, sir.
Hey, you got to push the button and then talk, okay? Hold the button down.
I usually keep one in my judge's bag, but I think I took it out.
You know, I think I charged this for SRS.
What are you looking for?
Rangefinder, mine's
Rangefinder.
dead.
Mine's in the back.
Well, Michael's app's probably good enough. The trees were on there, are they
Yeah,
not?
the
The trees were on there. We could get pretty close. Okay.
All right. So the guy on the left side, stand over just a little bit. All
If you're in a
right,
bare
yeah,
field, you
y'all
may need
just
it better,
to be
but with all these
separated a little.
landmarks.
All right,
usually
no,
pretty close.
not that far. You were okay, right in there. Y'all just kind of don't stand on top of each other. We want it to definitely look like two guys. All right. Look, y'all need to shoot away from each other too. Don't don't shoot towards your buddy. Yeah. Okay, the one on the right side is the one throwing, right? Wave at me, the one throwing. There you go. All right, so this is how it's gonna work. When I say bird 3, actually y'all are bird 3, okay? When I say bird 2, y'all both start priming your gun, okay? When I say bird 3, my thrower is gonna shoot and then step and throw. My other guy, when that bird is up in the air at the top of the arc, you're gonna shoot your deal, okay? Tell him to shoot
Probably a good idea.
that way. All right, here we go. Let's try that, okay? Say one more thing for me, okay? I don't want them moving that duck around the whole time, so they need to be still until it gets ready to throw.
We are allowing the gas.
All right, so I'm going to say bird 2, you start priming your gun. All right, bird 3. You shoot. All right, go pick that up and come back. And that needs to go a little bit further, okay? You can't throw it too far.
Hard you can. Morning, Mr. Jake. How you, buddy?
Hey, that sucker's sneaking.
I'm just making sure he doesn't do something.
All right, let's try it again.
You're a day late and $1 short.
All right, bird 2 will be your key to start priming. All right, bird 3. Hey, you've got to shoot, thrower. You got to shoot and then throw, okay? All right, run and get it, and we'll try it again. Still not far enough. Hey, once again, throw it a little further, okay? A little further. Again. Yeah. If it doesn't get the arc on it, that's fine. All right, so this is bird 2. All right, bird 3.
There it is.
All right, good job. That's good. Go pick that up and I'll come put it back down. You just can't see it.
Hey, Michael,
Yes, sir.
can you get me a picture of the test from under app?
Yep.
Don't forget to add gunner number 4 on there.
Yep.
And get me the yardages for number mark 2 and 3 when you get a chance.
I have them already.
Thank you.
In front of the tree. They got to come out where you see them.
Mark 2, 199.
All right, bird 1, you're the long one out there. Wave at me.
Great.
You can hear me on the radio,
Awesome.
all right?
Thank you, sir.
I want to see your shot and throw, okay? You're going to be bird 1. All right, here we go. Bird 1. All right, yours has got to be higher, okay? Yours has got to be higher, and I got to get a shot. You're going to have to point that gun at us whenever you shoot it, okay? And then just turn and throw. You got plenty of time. Guys, y'all shooting and throwing, don't get in a hurry. You got plenty of time. Hey,
So if he needs to take it,
go ahead and go pick that up for me. It went across. So, hey, we got to make sure what you, hey, number 1, you throw from wherever you need to get it across the cart path. Like right in there, that's perfect. You scoot a little closer to the cart path if you have to. All right, give me a shot and a throw. That was a good throw, but I didn't hear the shot.
Need the same number one from yesterday?
No, they're all new.
Okay.
All
All
right, go pick that
Yeah.
up. You're
5
gonna
new ones,
shoot
huh?
and then throw, okay?
6?
That was a good throw, though, right?
Yeah.
Hey, wherever you need to stand to make that same throw every time is where you stand. Make you a mark out there in the field when you get ready. Take your foot, and that way you stand in the same place every time. Okay?
Y'all ready?
All right, I want you to
Production's
throw
ready.
for me on this one. Point that gun
This
at
guy
it
isn't ready,
and then throw.
but he's still rolling.
Don't lay the gun. You can't lay the gun.
But he'll be all right. I'm ready. That's all.
That's all, man.
That's all there is.
Unless it's loose. Whenever you're ready. No, you're going to have the throw is perfect. Does that gun have a strap on it? Yep, just like that. And then you shoot, and you don't have to lay it down. You just turn and throw, okay? Go pick that one up for me, and let's do one more time with a shot and a throw without laying the gun down. Man, that was a perfect throw. Hey, that throw is absolutely perfect. That's right where we want it. One more time for me. Shoot and throw. throw. Good job, man. Good job. All right, go pick that up and you go sit down. I don't see anybody up there by the trash can.
He's there. He
Hey,
don't have a
Shannon,
Put
coat
your
on.
white coat
I
on,
just sent you
please.
a text. What?
He can mute the sound, but he's not in the truck anymore.
Okay, because Eddie said they're hearing everything going on and all the whatever.
I usually have him turned on.
Okay.
I have a kennel
Up
somewhere.
there at the trash
Oh, hell
can,
yeah,
man,
I'm
you
sorry. I
gotta
was trying
put
to
your
get
white
this.
coat
It's
on.
fine.
Where's your
What do
white
you want?
coat?
Out here somewhere.
Well, where do you want it?
Um,
Want to put? I thought about putting it on the end of the two signs that area to get the shot that way.
I
No.
want to put it down here because I'm trying to see it.
They're going out that way too.
What? You move my...
Yeah, it looks like a side of a signage. You do you.
Everything else is so much bigger. You like, I can't see you cross there.
Yeah. Can we turn this down?
I'll do this one.
Kevin, you got a copy? Bird 2, come out. I want to see your shot and throw.
What his name?
You do. I was looking, I mean, we were trying to remember your brother's name. I get it. I didn't pick it up.
75, 80.
Oh, yeah.
Have you watched the movie?
Movie.
All right, hey, Bird 2, wave at me. Can you hear me? Bird 2, out in the field, I see you. And you have a radio? Wave at me. All right. Do you know where your throw's going?
Yes.
All right, I want to see a shot and a throw real quick. Shoot and throw.
You tell me they said that. I was like, oh, wow.
Well, I thought it was cool.
Well, a big flat.
Today it came down.
I've got to watch this movie.
Whenever you're ready.
Well, check it out.
It's from when?
77.
You were in a movie in 77.
Yeah, Castle 2.
All right, good job. Hey, you're going to have to either put that over your shoulder or whatever you got to do to make that. Hey, and just step and throw whenever you shoot. You know, the throw was great. Just get in a rhythm and step and throw. Hey, grab your bird, and we're going to go through the whole sequence, okay? Here's what's going to happen. Go ahead and get your bird, Bird 2. Walk over and get your bird. All right, when I say guns up, you're going to walk out and stand where you're throwing from. And the guy up there by the trash can, you're just going to stand up, okay? So, all right, here we go. Guns up, guns up. Everybody stand up. You like where your equal guy is? We need to hustle when we do this, too. Come on. Bird 1, you got to come out. Bird 1, you got to come out and stand where you're going to throw from.
Serious money.
I need your coat zipped up, too. You got a long way to go.
That's not long. That's seriously $20.
All right, so what's going to happen? I'm going to say dog to the line. They're going to come up here, and it's going to take them about 10 seconds. Hey, Bird 1, you need to be watching when the dog gets to where I am right now. You see me, Bird 1? When the dog gets right here, you need to start priming your gun. Bird 2, you start priming your gun when I call for Bird 1. Bird 3, y'all start priming your gun when I call for Bird 2. That way everybody's ready to shoot right when I call. All right, so here's how it's going to work. Y'all want to scoot off to the side until I.
I was like, oh my God.
All right, so the dog's gonna come right through here. I'm gonna say, all right, dog to the line.
They walk up here. You're walking. They get right here. They're gonna stand here for a few seconds, and then they're gonna wave at me or whatever. I'm gonna say, all right, bird one, and then you start. All right, here we go, bird one. What do we? Bird one means you shoot and throw. When I say bird one. Hey, bird one, do you understand what I'm saying? Bird one, do you have a radio?
Bird one.
Hey Kevin, I can't get bird one to answer me. So he didn't hear any of my spiel.
You don't have a radio?
Are you gonna bring some dog food up here? Just one bag, or bring a couple, whatever.
Hey, bird two, give him that radio real quick. Kevin, I need to talk to you.
We need
Hey Siri, call Cody.
Bird one, I can't get him to respond to me. Does he have a radio?
Hey Siri, call Cody Davis.
Here we go.
I need bird one. Wave at me, bird one. He has zero. No, you're bird two. I need bird one to wave at me out there in the middle of the field.
Are you looking at this, baby? Do you see that kennel and the...
It's an attraction.
Hey, Kevin.
That's what we're known for.
Kevin, grab that radio and talk
Is
to
the
me.
kennel faced the right way? But I need to check it out.
Bird one is going in the middle of the field, the middle station. I can't get him to respond to me.
Here's the drum. Oh yeah. I think it's I did Duck Dynasty.
My guy, I know.
Well, you don't have a shorter bill?
I got you. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can now.
This isn't a running order.
All right, bird one. What you're going to do when I say dog to the line, you're going to be watching me. When the dog gets right here, you start priming your gun and get it ready. That way, when I call your number, when I say bird one, you shoot and throw. Okay?
How do we know who's running when?
Bird one.
I assume
Right
last
hand
night
bird.
was
You're
all right.
bird two. Wave at me, bird two. All right, bird three. You're the flyer snake. Y'all wave at me. Good. All right, here we go. We're gonna practice here. All right. So when I say dog, I say guns up. Y'all come and stand right where you're at. And then when I say dog to the line, they're gonna start walking this way. Look out, Mike. You got.
Hey Shannon,
When the dog
is
gets
there a
right here,
sorted
bird
copy
one,
of
you're
this?
gonna start priming your gun.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what she should have gave you last
Here we
night.
go.
She gave me
Let's
the
go
rate,
through
the
those
90.
All right, here we go. Bird one.
Left there?
They're in the truck. I have to go get them.
When I say
Is
bird
Bailey in
one,
there?
you shoot and throw bird one.
But I don't know if she knows.
Bird two. All right, bird three. All right, y'all go pick those up. We're gonna do it one more time. Go pick them up. Bird two, you got to be ready when I say bird two. Bird one, you got to be ready when I say bird one.
Good morning.
Kids ain't never thrown a bird in their life.
Just on the phone with Ray Bodie. Oh, I'm afraid my buddy now.
Oh yeah. All right, y'all get back set, and then we'll go through the scenario one more time. we go. Dog to the line. Dog's walking up here. When he gets up near bird one, you're going to start priming. All right, here we go. Bird one. Bird two. Bird three. Beautiful. Y'all go pick them up. Y'all go.
Okay, Matt, dog goes.
Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, y'all get back in your station. Go ahead. Y'all, you pick them up and get back to your station. We'll do it one more time, and I'll explain it before then. When the dog leaves the line,
They need a
yep.
Well, I told them I said, you're going to have to retire. These two guys have retired fast.
So damn way.
It's not as far as you think, but it is.
How far is it?
You're not 60-year-old.
Man, they're supposed to kill that kid off.
They don't even come back out.
Yeah.
Really.
And then he's got to come back out.
Where to?
Along the tree line.
Hey, let's run test dog and then I'll move.
Well, we need to.
You got to have them there now.
Yeah, the test needs to be where
You put a dog behind us. What about the last tree? Straight down. How far is that?
Hey, Michael Dimmer, we need your thoughts. We're going to move this where we're tired this time. I just want you to be involved.
How about the last tree down? Right behind.
Give him a tight V-shaped home one.
Hey, Kev.
Which one?
The last
one right
The way that
behind.
wind's blowing, even if he runs it, finds it a home run, right, right, towards the I'm fine with the last tree. And this is
The last tree, just be it in behind the last tree.
I don't want it, sticking up both sides.
Yeah, I agree.
They're just going to move on down.
That last line tree, just be behind that last line tree. That way, After you throw your bird, you stand still. Before you throw your bird, you got to be absolutely still because they're up there floating. Bird one, where are you going? Oh, that's good. All right, hey, when I say guns up, y'all stand up and be still. Don't be moving around. All right, when I say we go through the sequence, everybody throws their bird. As soon as the dog, they're going to pick bird three up first. They have to. All right. As soon as the dog leaves the line, y'all be watching up here. As soon as the dog leaves the line, bird three, y'all go sit down. Bird one, bird two, y'all go sit down in your hide. And then my guy out there by the trash can, you just sit down in your chair. You're not going to do anything but stand up and sit down, okay? All right, let's try it one more time from the very get-go. All right, here we go. Guns up, guns up. All right, here we go. Dog to the line. Oh, we got 10 seconds. 10, 10. 4. Alright, here we go. Bird one. Gotta be high. Bird two. Bird three. Alright, the only thing, bird one, you gotta be a little higher. Alright, so at this point, if you're watching this guy at the line, as soon as the dog runs off to go get one, alright, y'all sit down. So the dog's left, y'all go sit down. Right now, right when the dog leaves. Yeah, go pick your bird up, but yeah, as soon as the dog leaves the line, y'all go sit down. Alright, I think we're alright.
Okay, have him pick his bird up. He did not pick his bird
I
up.
got you. Hey, bird two, you gotta pick your bird up for me, please. That hide ain't gonna stand out. I mean,
No,
it's good right there.
can you just squeeze that a little bit? Feel that right side? Be all right?
Honestly, it might, we're doubling down on the suction out there.
Yeah, that's what I think. It may blow them that way too. Okay, I'm good.
I mean, the wind's coming across this.
Yep.
So if they do go to the high,
We ready for handler? Handler!
In the bucket again.
Good morning, all right? Good morning, sir.
There's a couple of dogs out there.
Jimmy Rogers, the man.
Start flying and close your eyes. All right, guns up, guys. Guns up. All right, here, let's go, guys. Let's get rolling. We got 90-some dogs.
Hey, get Kevin a take.
Mr. Jamie's going to explain the test.
All right, good morning, guys. Welcome to Series 2. Start behind you there. Directly in the center of the field, but the long left bird waving. Bird 1. Right, going to get a shot and a throw right to left. So if it's landing across the front pad, it's the center of that tree. More bushes. All right, bird 2. This young man at the end of the line of trees. He's throwing left to right, kind of angled in, landing in the tree line over there, about the point where he is. Starting in flight. Okay? Bird 3 is this simulated flyer station here. He's going to get a shot, a throw right to left, another shot while the bird's in the air. That is your mandatory go bird. When you swing for that dog, bird 1 and bird 2, their guns will retire. Okay? Get this bird up first.
Flyer station gets under. Got to pick up bird 3.
Gentleman in the back, starting to crash in by crashing the tree down.
All he's doing is standing up and sit back. Any questions?
You say you wait till they go back up.
No, you can send whenever you're ready. But when the dog leaves the line, they're going to sit down. Okay, hey, listen up, guys. When I say dog to the line, when you cross the barrier between that sandwich board and that tent, you got a 10 count. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. When I get to 10, if you hadn't signaled, bird 1's going to come. And you'll hear me say bird 1. I may even say, all right, here we go. Loud enough for you to hear me, you know the bird's going to come out.
Are you counting out loud?
No. Hey, when I get to 9, I'll go 9, 10. All right, here we go. Just to give you a little bit of a warning.
All right, with a stopwatch.
Nope.
You don't do this.
I got it. All right, any questions? Hey, I accept hundreds to go slower.
Coming in this way, going out.
Yeah, hey, we're going to come in right through here just like we did yesterday. Just on the other side of that jib over there is that same tub. Let's receive over there so that we can keep this show rolling. Anything else? No major penalties. Denver back.
No.
Check's in the mail.
Nope, that's the wrong one.
Yeah. Flasher on the 2 retired birds and a mallard on the...
Hey, can we practice your UPM count? I know horses.
It's got to be slower now, Mark.
Hey guys, real quick, I want y'all to walk to where your birds are going to land. Walk out and just stand where your birds are going to land. We're going to do this right here while we're waiting on the test dog, and then bird when it is appropriate.
It's like short to that outline when I'm like, Ron, you want to go?
There's no binder.
Any major penalties?
No.
Well, there's so many pumps up there. I mean, this is it. Walk out of this bit and
The dog gets you through there, then it's start happening.
checked out all the birds.
No.
What did he say?
Stewart. No Stewart.
Everybody turn around.
Second shot's in there.
Mr.
Dimmer, you ready?
Let's go.
All right, y'all go back and get set. We're fixing to run a test off. Go back and get set. This is the real deal, okay? The flag is on the right, in the middle, left bird's the mouth. Hey, on the test dog, we're going to do the same thing with the 10 count, okay? So it's going to be exactly the same. If y'all scoot back a little bit, give him some room. You
Will you
see
count
this is
out
good.
loud for the test dog?
I will. All right, here we go. Dog to the line. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, here we go. Third one. Third one, 13, 14. Third two.
Texas.
Well, I can shorten it up.
I mean, he's going to be the same for everybody.
All right, y'all sit down. As soon as the dog leaves the line, 1 and 2, you gotta be watching and you gotta be ready. Y'all ready? Back to your deal too. Thank you. I told him.
Stop.
Go with Carter. I wouldn't go with Carter either. Like that guy in the white van with the candy trying to...
Coming down.
Morning, girl. How are you? Well, that's a wonderful thing. Darling, huh?
You get remarried?
Golly, both of you.
He heard you. I didn't see you back there. Did you hear what he said?
Cato.
He said, "Where's your darling husband?" I was, "You got me married?"
I mean, both of them. Hey, Matt.
I appreciate
She goes,
you.
"Who?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah. Thank you. Everybody else knows it doesn't apply to me, but I appreciate it.
Don't wear them out, fellas.
It's kind of like putting lipstick on a pig. It's just still a pig.
He polished his hair.
You got that right.
God.
Hey, Matt, thanks.
You're the guy today.
Bang.
Kevin?
Yeah.
I ain't run that radio. He played that rule.
He made that rule, yeah.
I ain't paying that much. You might want me to run that radio. It might be about 25.
Yeah, I will. He'll play it out.
He paying himself an hour. He paying himself an hour.
That's why he said, we gotta start doing one.
You'll be ticked off. Make you ticked off. Go.
Hang on, come back.
We're sitting there saying, Matt, come here. We're going to watch Chuck Lewis.
Nothing changed? We all good? Give me that picture for me, please.
Of the guns in the field?
Yes, sir, please.
Did you add the alarm?
You can send it to me too, please.
You get the running order at the table.
I did.
We need to watch it. Somebody still here.
Okay.
A little bit.
Oh, I didn't add it on the map, Mark.
Oh, it starts raining. We're all going to get
Marty, tell me your phone number one more time.
501
It'll pop up as soon as I start.
590
501 590
6018. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, I love this tool. I don't know whose it is. It is his.
What?
This tool. Man, I love this.
Yeah, it's mine.
I can see. Do something.
And
it'll
Matt
go up
used-
if you need to.
Yeah, it goes up a bunch more.
I'm a short guy. I can't. I love the Yeti chair. It's super comfy, but I can't see over those boards.
Oh, last year it got us in trouble. Weenie?
You like being started. Then can who's coming to the line. If it's different.
If it's different than what? Well, didn't they deconflict it?
luck, Mike.
There's no reason not to do that before you give me this list.
What's the first stock number?
5.
It's different than this list.
I know, but is there, last night you should have, before you ever printed this, you should have gone, okay. See, Jared's only got one dog between. That ain't gonna work.
That should.
Yeah, well, it's long enough. Luke's got 2 dogs back to back. Rhodey's got 2 dogs back to back.
They'll fix it in the.
I know, but no, they won't. We will have to fix it.
All right, here we go. Guns up. Guns up.
We gotta fix it for production. I'll do the bundle.
Did you get a new one?
I got one. The big one.
Hey guys, I need y'all to be ready and let's roll, okay? All right, guns up. It's the real deal here. All right, here we go. Dogs in line.
no bird. Okay.
No bird right off the bat.
I'm sure he's not just. Well, tell you what, do you get the option of waiting, or do they tell you you're coming right back?
You get the option usually. Like just about everybody just goes on and runs.
I'm not sure that's
I don't know if that's always the best
significant here or not.
idea or not. But
And there's your perspective.
man, I've got
So I don't have to hide my wires because I'm not even on camera. Okay.
I just do it out of habit more than
Yeah.
anything.
Bird one. Bird two. Bird three. As soon as the dog leaves the line, y'all gotta go. You got to pay attention, guys. Mike.
fellas. I appreciate your time.
Bird 2 and bird 1, pick your birds up, please. And then, hey, just carry your gun with you, pick your bird up, and then go to your station where you're going to throw from. So pick your bird up, please.
Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, it happens. I appreciate y'all.
What's your number?
16.
16, guys, 16.
There's a gap that they think they go through. They think they're coming through.
You're going around the big jib.
Dog number?
16. All right, here we go. Guns up, dogs to the line.
Welcome to the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba. J. Paul Jackson here at the beautiful WK Palmetto Event Center in Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana. And I've got along with me here today our special guest, Mr. Pat Burns. Pat?
Hey, good
great
to see
be
you.
back this morning.
Glad to be here. Well, we got quite another test, don't we?
Yes, we do. So if you're just joining us, we started yesterday. Our first series was a hunt test, AKC style. 2 marks thrown, then know them off of them, run a poison bird blind, and pick them up. Of course, by SRS rules, first 2 series, one has to be a hunt test and the other has to be a field trial. Since we had our hunt test yesterday, we've got our trial today. Now, Pat, I know you were up there with me watching the test dog and had the drone out. Why don't you take us through the test today? Tell us what we've got here.
Okay, what we have is a land triple with 2 retired guns, and the first bird shot is I would call it's the longest bird of the test. It's thrown from right to left, and it's thrown right behind the back of a simulated flyer. They've got a short station on the left, which is your go bird. So it's thrown, and I don't have the yardages, but I'm going to say upper 200 range on the long left bird, thrown to the left first. Then they throw a bird to the right that is thrown left to right, thrown into a line of pine trees. And
watching the dog
retire as well. The dog's
right
running right now for that bird. You can see the holding blind at the end of the line of pine trees, and the thrower throws from left to right and then retires towards the mark in deep. And it's thrown right into that line of trees. Now, here's what you're seeing. And the dog just saw it too. Do you see the gunner up on the hill left and deep? The white jacket? Well, that station doesn't do anything. It just sits there. I'm not sure if it's a person or a mannequin, but it certainly draws attention. And it's deep of the right-hand bird and almost equidistant with the long bird, but to the right of it. So it's going to draw a lot of attention, and it's going to make this very difficult. Well, you saw him pick up that bird, though. It's thrown between the 3rd and 4th pine tree in that little line, and it's thrown over a little hump.
It's a pretty severe angle in also, which I think will make it more difficult.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, you know, and I think the biggest factor in this, probably the 2 biggest factors, 3 biggest factors. We have a similar wind to yesterday. It's a bit left to right, and we've got certainly the factor on the bird that he's going for now is the distance, but the line goes tight behind. Well, you can see the tent. That's our simulated flyer, and the perfect line is right off the right side of that gunner. So you've got the risk of going back into that station, and then you've got the risk of, if you're trying to avoid it, you'd go right up the middle of the fairway and end up quite right. Well, this dog's going right at the bird. Let's see if he's going to drive the distance. He hits that little dip there. See him break stride there? Well, he kept going, but the retired station is over this dog's right shoulder in that clusters of trees. Yeah, I think right there he winded where the gun threw from. Well, once again, you go deep, you get in, you find that gunner there, and then you see that gunner to the right. Well, that caused this guy to handle. He reels him in. He'll probably stop and cast him over to the bird, I would assume.
Boy, he's really letting him come in.
Either that or he's decided to pick him up. I'm not sure. But it looks like maybe he's just calling him in and calling it quits. So the first 2 dogs, we haven't had anybody complete this test yet.
Now, I'm kind of surprised to see that. Of course, we missed Willie, the very first dog we were setting up, but Hannah did not finish, and now the second did not finish. So basically what we've got here is a big field trial triple, 3 birds pretty tight, 2 retired, no blind, and an Ivan, or a standout gun, deep to the right there. You can see at the very far back right in the field. And I believe that is a person, Pat.
It is. They had been talking about whether they were going to have a person or a simulated person. Okay, well, this is a chance to make up some ground. If you had some bad scores in the first test, you come up and you hit this, you're going to get well in a hurry.
You know, I made the comment yesterday several times. I felt like if you could get in the clubhouse with an 85 or better, you had a chance to make it to the weekend. And after seeing this test, I 100% believe that's true. Yeah, we can definitely make up some ground.
There were some special instructions here. The instructions were that they were going to give you a 10 count from the time you left the blind, and then they were going to throw the birds. So you didn't have to wait all 10, but if you were spending an exorbitant amount of time pointing out the guns, they were going to signal. And I think they're doing that for time factor so they can get this test done today.
And I believe we will get the test done. And of course, here at the line, we've got our only female professional handler here at the Super Retriever Series Crown Championship, Kerrigan Odom.
And the other thing they said that that's different for me is they said that you must pick up this left-hand bird first.
Yes, the left-hand bird is a designated go bird. You have to pick it up first.
Now, this isn't a type of test that somebody would consider primary selecting on. In other words, pulling off that bird and picking up a different, but they didn't want you to even consider that. But so I don't think even if they didn't designate that, any dog would attempt to pick up anything other than this bird first.
Well, I think that, you know, the scenario that they were looking at is, what if your dog, for whatever reason, doesn't see that simulated flyer and then primary selects one of the other birds?
Well, you'd have to handle to it, wouldn't you?
You'd have
Under
to
the
handle
instructions,
You'd have
right.
to handle to it because it is a designated go bird.
And I'll tell you, the test dog and the first running dog had trouble finding that go bird.
Yes, they did. Not Remy here, though, with Kerrigan doing a very nice job so far.
And I'll talk about this right-hand bird when you see this dog in the area. One thing that is a little unique about this, the gunner retires in the direction of the throw. And, well, old friend and great colleague, good dog trainer named Jerry Patopia, he calls that retiring across the road, when you retire in the direction of the fall. Okay, remember this bird's between the 3rd and 4th tree. This dog's in a pretty darn good spot. And it's thrown over a little bit of a hump, so you have to get into the pine trees.
Boy, that dog.
Well, this looks like a good place to be. Let's see if she wins the bird, because she should be downwind right in there. Now, remember what I said to you yesterday? The land blind from yesterday was not very far to the right of where this dog is. Now, he's not going to wind anything there from the blind, but if he ends up over there, well, got the bird.
Yeah, very nice job so far.
That's a solid mark there.
Kerrigan looks pretty happy with that as well.
Again, look at her. She's visualizing where she's going to send. That's exactly what a handler needs to do. I tell my handlers, I want you to have sent your dog 5 times before they get back to the mat. I mean, you want to figure out where you're going to stand. You kind of envision that right here, how that first look. Heel, she says. She wants to get a line tighter to this go bird, but you got to be a little careful. You snug them up too much and you push them back into the old fall. This dog wants to look right a little bit.
Really taking her time here.
I can't tell you how difficult it is to tell where a dog's looking here. It's one of the hardest things because the angle difference from the tent where the go bird is, the long bird, is not much difference, but she's got the line, pretty darn good line. It's like pushing off the tent a little bit, but bending and back towards the bird a little bit. It's going right at the hole where the gun station is, but
that's going to be the tough deal.
It's going to be very interesting. Are you? It's going to be very interesting. Are you? Remember what I said to you yesterday? The land blind from yesterday was not very far to the right of where this dog is. Now, This dog has faded, right? She looks like she's going to handle it. She's going to have to handle.
And I think that was a good selection for her.
Yep. But I'll tell you,
She
it's not the
elected to
easiest
handle
handle.
early.
Once again, you got to cast into
Oh.
a big crosswind at a big distance, and that's not an easy thing to do.
I think this is an instance probably where our standout gun out there, you can see it right
look
there
at
at
it.
the
You
right
can
end.
just see him on the right side of the screen. Going to play a huge role.
Definitely came into play a little bit.
So if I was going to make a prediction right now, and I was at a field trial, I would say, how many dogs are going to do this without handling? If this was, based on what I'm seeing now, I would say 20 or under will do this test without handling, out of 90-something.
So about 20% of the field, a little bit less.
Yeah. Now, just because you handle doesn't mean it's the end of the world. It isn't. But timing when you handle is going to be critical, and how you go for this bird. See the dog look a little. You're going to get a lot of information here. Did they wind the bird there? That dog threw its head up for a second, but no, she's still deep of it. I think it's in.
What's that out
the
there in
left.
the field, right there, just to the left of the dog? The dog's in front
The
of.
bird is right there. You can actually see it on the ground, but you got to get over that hump. Well, there's your mark. They throw it across another road. So, well, we've run 3 dogs, and I guess we've run 4 dogs, including the test dog. This is the first dog to pick up all 3 birds.
You know, I just realized that's the golf cart out there that we're seeing.
Out in the distance?
Out in the distance, yeah.
Oh,
That
okay.
bird's
I see
thrown
what you're
just
saying.
across the cart. Well, it almost looks like a holding blind standing up there, but it's actually the
I'll tell
white
you,
cement of the golf cart.
You see artificial things in the background, whether they're porta potties, tractors, you got to deal with that.
Wipe my limbs off between.
At the national, somebody's getting our face wiped here, aren't we? At the National Amateur this year, there was a well house in the distance that really did the same kind of thing that you're going to see here. It wasn't put there on purpose. It was a pump house for irrigation, but it was a square structure that looked like a holding blind.
Yep.
And you know, it
Fooled a lot
was
of
a real
dogs, I bet
factor
you.
to keep the dogs from wanting to target
Sure.
that. And this really kind of creates
So
the
we
same
have a
scenario.
Louisiana boy, Mark Carter, coming to the line right now with Padre.
And when I get a second, I want to talk about the procedure for identifying the guns and the way I do it in this situation.
Again, they're giving
Now,
him
here's
a
what you got going here. This is a this is a
Padre
10
saw
count.
that one. Again, they're
Okay.
giving them a 10 count to
From the
point out
time you
the
leave the
guns.
blind
Yep.
to the time they're going to shoot.
I'm not sure that Mark was quite ready yet.
No.
I think that his 10 seconds expired before he was really ready to call for the birds for Padre.
My rule of thumb is I don't necessarily need to see the bird, but I need to identify the gun stations. If I can get the dog to identify the 2 gun stations, I've got a fighting chance. And the hardest one to identify is going to be the middle bird.
Particularly with Ivan standing out there at a distance.
Right.
I'll tell you, Pat, this go bird is proving to be quite a challenge
I
for these
know.
dogs.
Well, look at the cover height. Okay. I love a cover that sometimes it's harder when it's not super thick. It's thick enough to hide the bird, but doesn't create paths, and you've got a real distinction in cover changes here. I would expect almost all the handlers to pick up the left bird, the right bird, and the middle bird. The test is just set up that way. It'd be hard to do it any other way. So, dog's natural tendency on a
triple like this is to go outside, outside, in. I know handlers that this mark's looking really, really good right now. I know handlers that are always going to let the dog select, and then I know handlers, me for one, I'm always going to pick them up shortest to longest.
Okay.
How about you, Pat?
Yeah, I mean that's the typical procedure. And you're going to pick after you pick I pick up the last bird thrown first,
Sure.
and then typically the next shortest bird. There are some variations, and sometimes the distance is not significant enough to draw attention. There has to be a distinct difference between the distances for me to, draw that conclusion. What I like to look at, and this test isn't necessarily going to bring that out. I like to look at, all right, what bird am I going to pick up that's going to help me get the next bird? And sometimes the push off of the previous retrieve helps you get near the other bird. Now, this doesn't really create that, but it does. The outside middle picking up is going to be probably the order we see with pretty much every handler.
And I think that long bird in the middle being thrown right to left makes this test significantly more difficult than if it were thrown left to right out in the middle of the picture.
So this dog's gotten a good line.
Very good line. Very
Good
good
starting line is, but the wind's starting to kick in. Now the dog's hung up behind and started to hunt behind our simulated flyer. It's
looks like Padre got even with simulated flyer tent. It's checked up.
And again, this is the classic parts of longer retired guns. You've got factors that make it hard to get there. You've got a crosswind. You've got the scent coming off of this left-hand gun. You've got that little swale. And, well, certainly the distances. The first part of a long retired gun is getting the dog to go the distance. The second part is hopefully getting him to go to the distance on the right line. I think it's significant in the nature and attitude that you create prior to the send on this bird. It's not good enough to get the look. You've got to get the right attitude. And the attitude is more of a disciplined state. To take a line and fight the crosswind factors to get between the bird and the gun. That's all you can hope for. The previous dog went the distance but faded. This dog hung up short. Well, there's your bird. You think of so many setups, you look for downwind marks. But if you can get a crosswind that pushes the dog, but is not in a situation that the dog gets rewarded by winding a bird not when he's close, you've really got the hardest scenario. I say the hardest birds are the birds that they almost wind, but don't.
Yep.
Because the wind pushes them, and the angle is such that the wind doesn't save them when they're not in the right spot. And certainly the length of this mark is going to make it hard to get in the right spot to smell that bird.
Amen. Of course, you can see there the raindrops on the lens of the camera. It's sprinkling just a little bit here. Hadn't really begun to rain in earnest. They do tell us that we can expect possibly some heavier rain and maybe even some thunderstorms later today, starting at about 11 a.m. this morning.
I think we've got the cloud cover is great lighting conditions. It's real neutral light. Everything's real visible. In some ways, these birds are actually easier to see than yesterday's.
Sure.
But they're longer.
Don't have the shadows that we had to contend with yesterday.
The main reason it's hard to see is because there's a lot of things to look at with the 4 different stations in the field.
Jared Moffitt from Jonesville, Louisiana, coming in line with Snoopy. I really, really like Snoopy. Jared's been running for a while now. Snoopy's a big-time hunting dog too, Pat. Jared is a main guide at Honey Break Plantation here in Louisiana.
Awesome.
Beautiful, beautiful spot. You ever get the chance to hunt there, you need to go.
Well, don't threaten me with a good time.
Honey Break at one time boasted the largest contiguous WRP tract in the nation. I'm not sure that's still true, but I believe they have about 8,000 acres in the Wetland Reserve Program. Conservation easement. Beautiful, beautiful working farm, but also great hunting.
And what part of Louisiana?
It's over in eastern Louisiana, Jonesville, not real far from Natchez, Mississippi.
Okay. Well, this dog's hunting short on the go-bird. And the go-bird, you know, you kind of took for granted, but it's giving the dog some trouble.
It's definitely giving him some fits. Now, this go-bird, it's not a black and white flasher like the longbird. It is a mallard, so maybe a little bit harder in this cloudy, diffuse light situation to see.
I'll tell you what, and it wouldn't be hard, I guess. You know, you take it for granted, but I think this dog actually hunted off of that first holding blind a little bit, or the first tree, part way to the holding blind on the left being the camera.
Yeah, I think that the camera hide there may have fooled Snoopy a little bit, thought it was possibly another gun, another bird
Well, and
station.
the thing is that these guys are here all day, so it's the same for everybody. Sometimes easy to take that go bird for granted, and you're thinking about the hard bird, and you screw up a bird before you even get there. Once again, telling if the dog's looking at the bird or that long station that doesn't do anything. It feels like that dog's looking at the white jacket in the corner of the field.
Yeah, I don't think Snoopy's... He's fighting Jared just a little bit. Jared's really working hard to get Snoopy looking to the right.
I think he got the best look he could get. And, yeah, that's all you can do. The dog's got to do the rest here.
Very nice line.
Yeah, absolutely.
It took him a while, but I think Jared got Snoopy convinced to go to the right.
Absolutely did.
And I think what Jared did there was very, very smart. He worked and worked and worked to get him to look right. And when he finally did, he didn't waste any time kicking the dog off.
No, he didn't. Well, see, there you square that little path, go underneath and... Well...
Not a good place to be there.
No.
We saw yesterday when the dog would get out and wander, there were some pretty significant penalties for that. So, got to think Snoopy's racking up some points since he's clearly hunting out of the area.
Yeah, there's going to be some real strategy here on if and when to handle. Now, this dog is over on the mountain that a lot of dogs hunted on that during the first series, so there's going to be probably foot scent from yesterday from other dogs.
Well, with 94 dogs running yesterday, you know there's a lot of scent to distract over there for sure.
Well, this dog's come back to the holding blind, but the holding blind is actually deep of the mark, so if you hunt the holding blind, you're not necessarily going to get this bird on the right.
This is very, very difficult bird placement for sure. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. These guys, these judges, they definitely know bird placement, and it's evident here. Even the placement of the go birds caused some problems already.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing boring about watching this. This is going to be, it's going to be exciting to see somebody step up and really crush this test.
How do you feel about a severe angle in throw like this one is?
It doesn't bother me. I don't like when it's thrown at me, but I don't mind as long as there's some sort of arc that the dog can witness. I mean, it's a mark. It's their job to find it.
I mean, this is just something that I never did very frequently in training, so I always hated these severe angle ends.
Yeah, every now and then you'll get one almost thrown at you, and that's the one that the most troublesome to me. But
I agree.
I don't know if I feel that's a significant factor in that right-hand bird. I just think it's in a spot by itself, and if you push too hard to the right, they square into the pine trees and they get back in the area where the dogs were on the previous test. If you don't push hard enough, you end up too far left or up at the decoy gunner. All right, so it's handled on the right bird. And I wouldn't, most dogs are not going to come in and act like they remember where this bird is. And even if they act like they remember where it is, you still got to take your time. I always told my people, if it's too good to be true, it's too good to be true. In other words, if they act like they remember it, take a little extra time and make sure you get the attitude and discipline attitude of driving on this bird. Sometimes these long retired guns are 80% blind and 20% mark. You can see how the stride changes. Dog's looking for some scent and information, but well, has to be handled over there now. Well, if I was a handler with a challenging score yesterday and wanted to make up some ground, I think this gives you an incredible opportunity to do that.
Oh, I guarantee you, some of these guys with some higher scores, particularly guys that maybe aren't as strong in the hunt test, but do a lot of field trials, were smiling to see this test this morning for sure. Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that long bird, it's, I would say 90% blind. I mean,
well, you have to have all the state in mind. I always used a acronym, ASHE. I want the attitude first. I want to create the attitude of discipline to take a line and hold the factors. I want to make sure I got the spine in alignment where I want them to go. Then the head, then the eyes. So attitude, spine, head, eyes. And most people don't appreciate that the attitude is so critical. And the attitude here, unlike yesterday, is one of more structure and discipline. Yesterday we wanted it to be more relaxed to check. So this is a distinct change in routine. But we'll see if, I would expect some of the more field trial savvy handlers to come up, put their hand down, cue that long bird with a real firm mark to heighten that dog's concern level, to make him realize you better pay attention and you better be disciplined in what you're about to witness.
yes, I agree.
That's your best chance at getting him to look at that bird and appreciate it for what it is, a disciplined retrieve.
And I expect some of these guys, I think we're going to see a few dogs sent on a very hard back instead of
their
released
name.
on their name on this bird. On the
Well,
long
that
bird for
certainly
sure.
would create that. That creates it on the send itself. I'm talking about when you first hit the mat and when you first deliver the right-hand bird. I call it the first look. It's when the dog first turns around. I'm going to be more aggressive in my posture and tone to heighten their level of concern a little bit. That's kind of what I would be trying to accomplish, and make them, be a little worried about, I better pay attention, instead of where's the mark itself at. If they can have a reasonable mark but the right attitude, you got a good chance of getting this bird.
Pat, what time did we start? Did you cue that?
We're at 8:48 right now. Just got a text from last year's judge, Jerry Day. Jerry says he's watching on YouTube. I'm really enjoying you and Jay Paul's narrating commentary.
Love Mr. Jerry Day.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Jerry had a cool dog back in the day named Super Suey. He came on a hunt test. I think Super Sue and Michael Jordan were the two that had the most retirement parties that came out of retirement. Jerry'd have a retirement party, then he'd decide to run her again next year, and he'd show up. And then he'd retire, we'd have another party. Great guy. And that was a really cool dog. And Jerry's got quite a young dog right now.
He does.
3-year-old field champion, qualified for the National. That is with my good friends at Fox Hollow Kennels, the Curtises.
Mm-hmm. Wayne Curtis. Yep.
And he'll be running the National Open in Oregon with this dog. And, well, his first dog that I said was Super Sue. This dog's name is a boy named Sue. So I thought it was great. Jerry's a great guy, great dog, man.
Oh, yes.
Glad to have you, Jerry.
Jerry also had another great dog named Nike.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, every year we give the Nike Award to the handler that is deemed to be the most sportsmanlike and great contributor to the sport in Nike's honor.
I'll be darned. It's like the Walter Payton Award for field trials.
Exactly.
For
Just
SRS.
like that.
Well, that's great. Well, Jerry.
Yeah. Nike was a great dog. Unfortunately, her career was cut short. I think she passed at only 7 years old, cancer.
Tears your heart out. Well, we got kind of a misty rain here. There's a threat of thunderstorms, which could pose a problem.
Not sure what the delay is here.
Unless they're working on the scores. And this is, you're right, I appreciate the difficulty of interpreting this and deciding what your priorities are in scoring this. You know, it's like a lot of things. It's easy to score the really good and the really bad. It's the
that in between, that gray area.
It's that gray area, like, all right, how did that handle play? And comes Willie Mays, huh? Say hey, kid.
Yeah, Luke Corf, College Station, Texas.
Did you know Willie Mays threw birds for Rex Carr?
No kidding, I did not know that.
Rex Carr, I went to his retirement party, and 3 seats down from me sat Willie Mays.
Wow.
And it was amazing.
Was he a dog guy?
He used to shoot some flyers for him. He was a pheasant hunter, because that Northern California had really good pheasant hunting, and that San Joaquin Valley, and he got to know Rex. Dave Roram told me when he talked to Willie Mays, said that Rex would have been a great NFL or Major League Baseball general manager. He said he could have done it in a minute. He had that mind for coaching and mentoring and teaching people.
Well, he certainly taught a lot of the great ones. I know that he was a huge mentor and influence on you.
So Willie Mays was there with Herman Frank, who was a manager of the Giants, the San Francisco Giants, also managed the Cubs, I think, for a while. So it was a real treat to get to meet both of them. Okay, well, he's got the Go Bird pretty clean. So this is what I would call kind of a middle distance retired gun. You want some discipline, but you don't want a tremendous amount. I don't think going the distance here is going to be effective. There's really nothing to break them down short, other than if they cut into the trees on the right a little too early.
You know, I would have figured those trees might have been more of a factor to push the dog a little bit to the left, but I've seen most of them going to the right here. Although it doesn't look like Mays had much difficulty.
That dog recovered from that pretty easily.
Yes, nice recovery.
Well, there's 2 down. Now you're...
That throw's been very consistent right there by that 4th tree from the furthest out. Tell you, we had some really consistent throws yesterday. Got to give a lot of credit to these young men out there that are our bird boys here.
All right, so let's see how this goes. I'm going to pay real close attention to the behavior coming up, like right about here. We certainly keep doing a lot of pre-delivery communication, which is a good thing to do.
See those eyes shift to the right?
Every time he steps right, he steps up to push him a little left, but then
he's got the spine, but he's struggling with the head and the eyes.
He's using that outside leg to just bump him over, but then he says, oh, that's a little too much, so he steps back.
Hey.
He was a little wider right, but he's bending, making a reasonable move, at least to where the gun stood. If you can pick up some scent from where the gun stood and put on a hunt, that crosswind might help you.
Yeah, this dog's not in a... All right. Just as I went to say, this dog's not in a bad position. Makes that cut back hard right. Something caught that dog's attention, I believe, to Tell you, that is a big in and over, but he's getting it.
Yeah, that's not an easy cast to get.
No, it is not.
From all the way there from the right and come into the wind. Usually when you blow that come in, they go downwind, which would put them to the right more, not in the direction of the bird. Well, you just saw right there where he winded the bird.
Quite a distance from that bird.
So if you can get the dog to target that gap, you got a pretty good chance that they're going to win the bird going by. You just got to get there.
I think that's going to be the key too, just getting there, getting the dog. I'll tell you, you see the trail developing also right there. That became a factor yesterday in our hunt test.
You're going to see some handlers, I think, be real brave about really fighting to get tight behind the go bird. And if I get that look, I call it sweating them. I'm going to talk to them a little more aggressively. I'm trying to make them a little bit more concerned. And when I put my hand down and send them, you're going to hear it all the way in downtown Shreveport.
You're going to give it back. It's going to make me want to jump out of my chair.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe there's a lot of merit to that too. I mean, dogs, the inflection of your voice is a very, very big deal.
Well, the soft send makes the hard send profound. It's just like verbal and silent casting. When you mix it up, it has more significance. Mukwonago, Wisconsin.
Chris Deacon and Tig. A little bit of creep in there.
Yeah, there is.
Got to call them back. You have to have some part of the dog on the mat for the send.
So there's a couple things I want to draw attention to. On this bird here, I would be probably watching this off the left if I had a two-sided dog. Maybe not. Probably the right, to be honest with you. But I would pull, and I'd want to get a line a little more at the bird. Not so much that it helps this bird, but it may enable me to get the line on the long bird, the long middle bird, easier. The more they run at this gun, instead of at the bird, the more they're going to push off to the right when you send for the long bird. So if I can create a real distinction in the difference of the paths, I've got a little better chance of getting the line I want when I get ready to send for that long bird. This dog initially almost acted like it wanted the long bird, the long middle bird. Did you see it look over?
Yeah, but I'm not sure Tig saw the right bird.
It's a little risky, but I mean, but the dog did look left. No. Certainly a good spot to be.
Man, this is a
Boy, he didn't take. He just
spot.
cut her loose the minute that dog glanced over there.
Dog should win it. Yep.
And that, well, that's why. Oh, come on, guy. Oh, I thought he was coming right in on the bird.
I feel pretty certain that Tig winded that bird. I just don't think she wanted to honor her nose.
But look at it from this angle. You're in the zone of where the landblind was on the previous test, which is going to have some degree of effect with all of the dog and traffic and the people traffic from the previous test. I'm not sure the scent of the bird itself is that significant, but when they get over there, they're looking for bird scent, foot scent from other dogs, foot scent from people setting up the test. That's just all of the things that dogs use to find these retrieves.
You know,
when they get over there, that pampas grass that we looked at that drew attention to dogs yesterday may even actually have an effect today. Oh, darn it. I'm disappointed for this dog because he had a good shot at really having a good mark here, but it's turned into a big hunt. Even though the dog feels like he's close to the bird there, I don't think it's just watching him hunt. I think it's hard to come back and get this bird when you're deep of it there. probably when they get there, they're hunting off of where the retired gun station is, which is deeper and more to the right, which doesn't really help you get to the bird.
Now Tig is deep of yesterday's blind, but repeatedly she came into just right in on where yesterday's blind was. So I'm sure that sits lingering there in these humid conditions.
Okay, there's your bird.
Man.
But there wasn't anything that the handler put him in the perfect spot.
Oh, he did his job for sure. I mean, Tig just didn't work it out.
All right. If I had a nickel for every time I was in this position right now, I'd have a lot of nickels. Because now you're envisioning this. Look at him, he's got his left arm out. And I make a deep, I tell them heel, I do a firm sit. I try to heighten their concern level here.
That was a very quick send.
It was, and if that dog's jumping out ahead of me there a little bit, see, I think his attitude is, oh boy, I get to go get that flyer again. The look isn't good enough. You got to get the attitude here. Do you think this concept of long retired gun, past a shorter gun, is one of the more difficult things for dedicated hunt test dogs to absorb?
Oh, definitely, definitely. Because also, if you're a hunt test guy, just training for this scenario a lot of times is difficult and not something that you're going to do a whole lot.
Well, and if you overdo any of these aspects, it affects the other part of your work.
Yeah, and that's a big deal for a guy that's really a serious hunt tester. Although we're seeing hunt test, bird placement is becoming better and better. The limiting factor of the distance restrictions, particularly in HRC, I mean, even at the grand level, I don't think a mark can exceed 200 yards.
Okay.
So, you've got guys that are reticent to train for a 350-yard retired gun like this because they do not want their dogs overrunning marks in the weekend events. And you see that too. I mean,
he's got his Wisconsin Badger shirt on there. All right, well, there you go.
I always like to put a lot of variety into my training. Yeah, Luke, that 52 is looking really, really good right now. Unfortunately, paired with that 212, it's going to be difficult for him to...
Well, there's some room at the top here.
Definitely. Oh, definitely.
And that's what you want as a handler. You want a chance to step up and do something spectacular.
Jared Moffitt back at the line again with Moon. Jared's really trying to get him to focus before they call for him. See, Moon keeps glancing over at that flyer station. I think for a lot of these dogs, that's going to be a distraction as well.
Dog's nice and steady and responding well. You see him move back. He looks to the right. He steps up. He looks to the left. Very well executed there.
This is a very, very nice animal. I believe that 212 from yesterday, that was very uncharacteristic of Boone, Pat. Jared trains a lot with a large group with Leo Moffitt, and they run long stuff.
I guess this is the scenario that you have to get the go bird.
You've got to. I mean, it's designated. No choice. You see, you wasn't going to let him go long. Get out there to that long bird.
Is it common to dictate what bird you have to pick up first?
Yes, particularly in a hunt test scenario. It's not as prevalent as it used to be, but in HRC, 20 years ago when I first started running, I mean, if you were running a finish test in one of the 2 marking series, there was probably going to be a designated go bird.
Okay. Well, let's think of a hunting situation as why you do poison birds too. If you've got a bird that's crippled, that's gonna get away, and you've got 3 or 4 birds on the ground, and you know There are certain birds that aren't going anywhere, but this bird, if you don't get it, there's an urgency to get it first because it's not going to be there 6 or 7 minutes from now.
And that is exactly the reason for that scenario.
Makes perfect sense.
Yep. You know, the motto of HRC is conceived by hunters for hunters, and there is a great deal of emphasis in the HRC hunt test world on, you know, making a true to life hunting situation.
Wow. I just didn't see this go bird presenting a problem.
And the designated go bird, it's kind of an alien concept because it's not allowed in field trials and it's not allowed in AKC hunt test events, but it is very common in HRC for the exact reason that you just mentioned. You know, that cripple bird, and the judges explaining the scenario, usually that's the way you'd get it to. You know, hey, you know, this bird is a cripple, it's getting away, you've got to pick it up first. All right, look at our scores there.
You know, they took a while to come up with these scores. I appreciate the difficulty of interpreting that early work and how it sets the standard for what they're going to have to decide what the good work is.
What was really
at 3 or
impressive
4 this afternoon.
Yep. Yesterday, the consistency that these guys
showed. Oh yeah,
showed
it was great.
Very, very impressive. See, Tig and Deacon had a 139.
And this is a line more where the gun stood.
Come on, bend back to your right, Moon.
This is where that up gun on the left is going to draw you long, and that's where he decided to put the horn on him.
Yeah, Jared saw Moon going long, opted for a quick handle, probably worked out good for him too.
Yeah, if he can go out there and get this left bird, he's going to be not too bad a shape.
See a little bit of blue sky there, Pat.
Yeah, we sure do, don't we? Yeah, the misty rain has let up a little bit here. A little more humidity this morning, but
it's still pretty pleasant out.
Absolutely.
Moon's locked onto something, but it looks like he's looking a little bit left to me. Yeah.
Well, remember,
not bad.
This dog lined through the go bird, didn't he? So, and had to handle to the go bird.
I'll tell you, that's a great line.
There's
right
a great
there.
line. But let's see that little break in stride.
Yep. And that wind's coming from left to right. Moon got a scent of that.
You got to get that
station.
line, but you got to get the attitude. You got to get, and they got to pin their ears back a little bit and understand the significance and of the scent itself. This is where that high level communication on the mat is so critical. One of the things I like so much about this venue is the balance factor, because you have to be able to do this and the other part. Once again, I want to see if this dog, where he smells this bird. He is not acknowledged the bird itself yet.
For whatever reason.
There he just threw his head up. You see him? As handlers, I really want to study the depth on where they win this bird.
This test, I think that it's going to be won and lost more on the mat than in the field, for sure.
It's all won and lost in the 5-foot circle. That's a handler shaking their heads up there, isn't it? Well,
Yeah, Jared's not very happy with that performance.
but you know what? As a handler, I just want a shot at this. I'd rather have hard tests with generous judging than easy tests with severe judging, and this is certainly a hard test.
You know, I've once had a judge tell me that the best test is the one that you judged.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, when you put your birds in the right place, the judging is easier.
Well, I think we're seeing some excellent bird placement here for sure, as evidenced by the difficulty these dogs are having picking up all three of these marks clean.
So is our first cut after this series?
Yes, first cut is after the series. We'll run 5 series. First 2 series, if you finish, you get to play. One has to be a hunt test, the other a field trial. Had our hunt test yesterday, so mandatory field trial today. After today, we'll cut the field from 94 dogs down to 36, our top 18 amateurs and our top 18 open teams.
Very good.
After the third series, there'll be a second cut down to our top 12 in each division. And then our finals will come down to the remaining top 6 open dogs and top 6 amateurs.
Get that double pop on the go bird to simulate a live shot bird. That.
Yeah, the judges said it would start with a shot and there'll be a second shot for everyone while the bird is in the air.
So I received some texts and questions about clarifying the scoring system. On this test in particular, what are the key things? Boy, there's another dog handling on this go bird.
That's a shocker to me. So, you can see a lot of points taken here. Handle to the area. There you see Moon and Jarrett, 163. The key to me on this, pick up at least 2 of them clean.
Mm-hmm.
Handle to the area is mandatory 20-point penalty, plus the whistle that you're going to have for stopping the dog, and then subsequent whistles and handles to get the dog there. You got a dog that handles on all 3 of these marks, which you're going to see a few of those. Right there, you're looking at 60 points.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I didn't hear in the judge's instruction, and we saw first 2 dogs handled on all 3 and were picked up. The judges can deem that the dog fails the test. We've seen scenarios before where we have a triple where if the dog has to handle all 3, they're disqualified because in the judge's eyes, they've deemed it that the dog has failed the test because it is a marking test,
okay,
and they failed to pick up a single mark without a handle. Don't know if that's the case here.
So what would the dog be picked up and discontinue? Wouldn't even finish the test?
Right. Usually they'll just give you that dreaded tap on the shoulder.
Right.
But I think the keys to this test can be obviously winning at the mat, you know,
Yeah.
getting that attitude right, the spine, the head, the eyes all set. I think another key to this test is going to be picking up 2 of these birds clean if you can.
Well, I thought this dog was kind of uncertain, but he's in an awful good spot here. A little bit downwind of the bird, but at that angle, well, there you go. There he winded it right there, didn't he?
Yeah, worked out then. Earlier, you know,
Yeah,
with
halfway to that
Latig,
bird, I thought he was going to the decoy gun in the distance, but
obviously, you know, you want to try to pick them all up clean if you can, but giving up that 22 points for blowing that first whistle on a mark, if you can avoid that on at least one and preferably, you know, all 3.
I'm going to be curious your impression on, because the big point deduction is handling to the fall area.
Correct.
What do we consider the fall area in this long bird? I mean, if you can get the same distance behind the gun as in front of the gun, would the circle include from the bird to where the gun stood to equal distance behind where the gun stood?
No, I think these judges are looking at the fall area fairly strictly on that mark. I mean, they've placed that mark where it's falling. You can see it, it's going to come in. You see the cart path there in the distance, just to the left of the dog, and the bird comes in between the cart path and kind of in front of that tree. I think to be considered in the fall area, you're going to have to be, you could possibly be a little bit to the right of the cart path. Definitely, dog hasn't made it there yet.
Here's going to bring up that situation. The dog did not stop in the old fall. No. But it's definitely fading right. And again, the gunner itself that threw that bird is directly deep of that dog in that cluster of trees.
Exactly.
Now the dog doesn't know that at this point. So a handle to keep a dog from going back to the left bird versus a handle if the dog is gone the distance but is too far right isn't any different. If both are handles to the fall area.
That dog, let's say that he's a little bit offline. He's going to be running to the left of the retired gun, maybe halfway between the retired gun, which we can see the clump of trees where the gun's retired, and the dog appears to have maybe hung up in there. And now we get a good look at that cart path. So guide dog that's maybe splitting that distance. He's dead even with the bird, but his ears are pinned back and he's still charging. And that handler blows that whistle. That's going to be a handle to the area.
Handle to the area, okay.
The dog has got to to avoid that handle to the area. The dog not only has to be in the area of the fall, but he's got to give an indication to the judges that,
that's a great
he
point.
thinks there's a bird here.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that is so challenging when you're trying to interpret a handle on a mark. You're still trying to judge the mark.
Yeah.
You're not. So if a dog, you want to say he didn't find the bird, but he had an idea the bird was there, is different than a dog having no idea where the bird is.
Exactly. Pat, in this game, to be awarded the fall area on a mark, the dog not only has to be in the area of the fall, but he's also got to have initiated some sort of hunt or given some indication that I know I'm here in the area of the fall. You know, when I first started running this event 20 years ago in 2003, a dog named Achilles, I wound up winning the gold medal with in 04, silver medal in 5, silver medal in the Crown Championship in 2006. In 03, we played a lot different. If that dog made the fall area, I was going to hit the whistle and put him right on the bird.
Okay.
Because there wasn't a penalty for it. And it's because of that scenario that the rules did evolve and change and made marking more important. You know, in the early game here, we really didn't put enough emphasis on the marking ability of the dog because we rewarded the dog that made the area and the savvy handler that took advantage of that and put the dog directly on the bird. But
that has since changed.
That has since changed. And I think it's an excellent change.
I agree with you. Because I think the negative fallout of doing a lot of handling in the fall area, just from a training standpoint and a future standpoint, would be something that I would think could create some popping problems in fall areas if a dog was anticipating being handled when he knew he was near the bird. Okay. Well, I think, maybe this is so obvious I don't need to even say it, but the handles on that long middle bird, the long left-hand retired bird, are going to be almost all handles to the fall area.
To answer your question, right now, if he stops that dog and puts it on the bird, that's going to be a handle in the area. Dog is in the area, it's hunting. But again, I believe it was Leo that we were talking to yesterday. Maybe it was Rhodey. If the dog's in the air, why are you going to blow the whistle?
Well, I get it.
Yeah, put it
No,
on
no,
a
I
hunt.
did. We did have that conversation, and some handlers say, I don't handle in the fall area. You still got to get the bird.
As a competitor, I always had a little different strategy, particularly on a test like this. Like great example of this is Deacon earlier with Tig. Dog got to the right of it, threw its head up, felt like it winded the bird, didn't pick it up, and then wound up leaving the area completely. If I see several dogs in a row do that,
You're going to handle
I'm
quicker.
coming to the line, and my dog indicates that it's winded that bird. If it gives any indication at all that's turning going the other direction, while it's still there, I'm going to stop and handle really, really fast.
Well, J. Paul, we don't want to underestimate, well, here, this is going to work out for him, isn't it?
Yep.
The significance of preserving the dog fatigue level, and we call it brain drain. The longer he hunts that right bird, the foggier he's going to be on this next bird. So the picking that bird up a little quicker keeps your dog a little more fresh, and maybe it's going to help his memory on this next bird.
Sure.
Well,
I
here's
call it mental erosion.
Oh, that's a good way of putting it.
And the longer that bird hunts, that right-hand bird, the more it's going to erode his memory of
Right. Well, he's got two
where
birds.
that
Good.
middle
This
bird
is,
was. Luke's in good shape here in this test.
Well,
Interesting that he's really pointing out while the dog still has his bird in its mouth.
there's two times. When they first look and when you first take the bird out of his mouth, they'll give you an indication where they want to go. Well, but sure looks smooth from his standpoint. Now, there's a little bit of push off. Well, there's that terrain accompanied by wind, accompanied by the tightness to the left bird.
I can tell you another key here too, Pat, in my eyes, doing exactly what Luke is doing here. Yeah. You want to avoid handling if at all possible, but if you do have to handle, you want to do it quick and you want to do it efficiently. A lot of guys start to handle and then they let the dog go back into hunt mode when the dog gets in the fall area, and you're going to be racking up points if you do that. Exactly, that's a great example.
Well,
yes,
this is our best job so far, was it not?
by far. And yes, he took the 20-point penalty for the handle to the area, but not a lot of damage occurred after that.
And the two other birds were solid.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking golf. That would probably be par.
I would say that would definitely be par for this course, for this hole, yes.
The eagle, the birdie. But
You're not going to see a hole in one here, I don't think.
okay. Well, you notice they're receiving the dog on the left, trying to hurry the process up because with some weather concerns and a test that's going to take all day, I know they're working hard to try to get this test completed. I hadn't really looked at our time.
Yeah, they worked very efficiently yesterday. Actually, you know, that might have actually been a birdie. I'm not sure that par wouldn't be one mark, very clean, and even two quick handles that you know, you resolve it very quickly and the dog gets the bird.
There's Stephen Durrance.
Dog got a good, swung that head off at the last, I thought he got a good look at that bird.
Now, my guess is he either looked back or one of the other guns as they started to move to retire, but Stephen saw that. But who?
A lot of times there'll be a little bit of an echo also that'll catch a
Yeah,
dog's attention.
that is true. You get the echo and the dog thinks there's a gunshot coming from a different direction because of the echo. And Stephen did a good job of recognizing that, not hurrying the send, kind of influencing them back, because the last thing you want to do is screw up the, well, there's your 46.
Yeah, and I think that 46, I think that's a birdie. I think par can be about 72.
Okay. So there's your first birdie, huh? Okay. Well, we can get a eagle or a hole-in-one. Somebody's gonna stab this.
Oh, we're going to have a few dogs. I think it'll be less than 15% that will actually pick up
Remember,
all three birds
I said,
without a handle. But it's definitely going to happen.
Well, he's running them off the right, trying to influence them harder at the bird. I bet you he uses, now, did you see his hand position? In my world, I call that a casual hand. You put a hand in to emphasize, but you're not, it's good. I want a significant difference between the send on this bird and the send on the next bird. And I'll see if Stephen uses that same routine. Okay, well.
Nope, a little bit short.
A little short.
To the left. Check it in.
Well, when they start coming in that hard, really. Boy, this dog, not only is he coming in, his tail's a little low, he looks a little anxious, nose is on the ground. Well.
I would be very concerned that might see
I certainly
a pop
didn't see
here.
this coming. I think the nose goes on the ground. Hey, they're trying to use their ability to trail, and they're looking for information, not necessarily the bird itself, but other stuff, and he just didn't interpret it. Sometimes as he came in, sometimes they're following the return trail of previous dogs. Some dogs pick that up. They just need to follow it to the bird, not away from the bird.
Well, and Stephen is a super savvy, super experienced handler. I can tell you I don't agree with the way that he handled that, because he just incurred a lot of faults having that dog hunting short. Dog put its nose down early, worked its way in. I would have opted for a really quick handle there to minimize the damage.
Well, let me tell you one thing. You know, part of my strategy would be, you handle on that bird, you put the dog in a more sober state. That might help you on the next bird. So if you handle on
Getting
that bird,
attitude correct for the next bird.
Right.
Yes.
You're creating, hey, is this a blind? Is it a mark? Is this more? So, not that I would try to handle on that bird, but if I do, I'd be real aggressive putting him on the bird to try to heighten that, put that dog in a more disciplined state that might help me get this line. Because right now, like I said before, this bird is almost 80% blind, 20% mark. Well, put his hand in, held it, sent him really firmly.
I think that was a very good strategy here. Stephen's dog is very good at running long and straight.
Okay, he hasn't cracked a tail yet. He's interesting. This dog hunted short on the right bird. Oh, this is going to be...
Drive.
Yeah, he's going to get this bird. He's going to wind it here in a minute. Bang. Well.
Turned out really, really good for him.
So the moment of truth is going to be, and I'll show you where big decisions are made from where that dog is right there to right in there. You're going to be able to watch the dog's body language and tell if you've got the right attitude right in there.
So what are you looking for when you're watching
I'm
that
looking
dog?
for what I just saw, a dog that's leaving at a measured pace that is not cracking his tail looking to hunt, I guess is what it amounts to. I want him, and you saw that dog, he started to flick his head right where the other dogs broke down, but you saw him realize, wait a minute, I need to, he gave me a firm line.
He picked it right back up.
He went in, again, very much like you'd like to see a dog on a disciplined blind retrieve. And he went for that casual hand on that right-hand bird. I bet you wishes he would have sent a little bit firmer. But the information for me, if I'm a handler, watching Stephen send on that middle bird is really going to give me some valuable insight into how I want to manage my dog when I send for that bird.
For me, how casual I would handle, most of the time, it's dictated by the dog. You know, if I've got a dog that I know is a hard charger, might have a tendency to really run through a mark, particularly an angle in mark like that, I'm going to be a lot more casual with it because I don't
Right.
want him. I don't want him. You know,
I think there's a difference between being hard charging, just running fast, and a dog really focused on going a long way. It isn't always the speed.
right.
Now, the fact that they run hard gets them there quicker.
Sure.
But
Well,
sometimes they run
and
hard.
that's what I
Yeah.
meant by hard charging.
No,
dog
no,
that
I know what you're
really
saying.
Has the attitude to go long
Right.
and a tendency to do that. I'm going to be a little bit more casual, you know.
Right. Yeah, because you've seen as many dogs screw up this right-hand bird by going too long.
Sure.
That's the first dog that's broken down short on that right-hand bird.
And I was very shocked to see that. It's a good place to be right here.
Well,
That's as good as we've
yeah,
seen
that
the
was as
go
good a
bird
mark
done.
as you'd like.
Sure, Mark's liking that.
You know, you just, from that perspective, you're just looking into their eyes. You're just trying to get a feel. Do they know where this bird is or not? You know? He's right at the bird.
Running dead at it.
Literally right at the bird.
Now just a little bit right coming in.
But this dog hasn't
wind it
deviated
right
the
there.
lick and is going to just, well, there's two
Great
perfect
job.
marks.
Really nice, Mark.
All right. There's a chance for our first hole-in-one.
Well, if he picks up this memory bird the way he picked up the other two, definitely will be. So, exactly what I'm talking about right there with Cooper Endurance. All of those points just about came on that right-hand
Right-hand
bird. Picked up maybe 30 points in the handle to the area
Right.
and the subsequent whistles.
He's doing a lot of talking up there.
If when that dog
Well,
broke down short and he just punched
Once
it,
again, he's right at the bird. Remember what I said, this is, our moment of truth is going to be in the next few, there's a change in stride right there. Now is it just a bit of a fade? Okay. Well, he didn't break down though, did he? He's got,
actually picking up the pace a little bit.
now this is going to be interesting. He's a little bit wider right, but boom. I think he'd acknowledge where the gun
Now,
stood there.
right-
Boom, and he's got a little bit more information.
Right there, a quick handle would be in the area, and I would not have been opposed to that at all.
Oh,
Because see
you
what's
got to make the
happening here?
decision right there.
Yeah,
And I think he waited too long, don't
yeah,
you?
exactly. That is a point.
But that would have, right. I don't know if I would have handled what you said, but the minute he started to turn right,
But then a lot of judges don't know how these guys are going to score it. But a lot of judges, the minute he starts to break, he's leaving the area and you're handing back to it.
okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I can see where that strategy would be.
So when he had his head down, he was in the area. He didn't look like he was leaving it. He wasn't charging in hard to come in for it. Stop, put him on the bird.
Well, let me ask you,
Let the judges figure it out.
when that dog came back, at that point, my instinct is he was still going to get that bird without handling until he turned right. How big a difference would it have been if he'd have put on a hunt and gotten the bird without handling versus handling sooner when you said?
So he puts on a hunt, gets 2, 4, 6 more points for hunting, or he hits the whistle then and takes one cast and goes and picks it up, boom, it's 2 points. You're
Well,
better off to put him.
When we're talking about triple-digit points, 2 points isn't going to, so the handle wouldn't be significantly worse than a dog that
Than the
figured
dog.
that out.
Right.
Yeah, well, that would be darn it. Well, that was a heck of an effort, though. I mean, well, I always say you can't put the bird in their mouth. The dog's got to do something, and that handler did everything they could do to put him in the right spot. It just didn't.
No, Mark
Totally
did a
worked
good
out
job. And yeah, it would have been hard for me to blow the whistle right there. But in answer to your earlier question regarding the handle in the area, very difficult to get one. dog starts to turn and leave, you're not going to get it. You're putting the dog back in. He's leaving the area, and you're putting him back in it. The way to give yourself the best chance to get that bird and get the animal to the area is while that nose is down, he's close enough, I'm going to let the judge decide if I'm in there and put him to it. All right, folks, well, it looks like we're taking our first rebird here. I'm J. Paul Jackson. We're here in Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana. I have the pleasure of having Mr. Pat Burns with me. We're here at the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba. Going to take a little break here during this rebird and throw it out to our sponsors. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. And by the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, teaming up with our community to bring sporting events to Shreveport, Bossier City, Caddo, and Bossier parishes. Margaritaville Resort Casino. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. Thor's Boats, drop the hammer.
Splash Super Pools.
And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
Well, welcome back, everybody. J. Paul's taking a little short break, so you've got me here, Pat Burns. We're back to the second series land triple. We've yet to see a dog do this test without handling on a bird. Most dogs have handled on the first bird shot. We're going to call that the long retired gun in the middle of the test. All right, there's our 55-46. Well, their scores are under 100. Be interesting to see. I'm sure we're going to have a dog come up and do this test without handling at some point. It appears that because of the 10-second count, most handlers aren't actually signaling for the bird. The birds are being signaled at that 10 count. You've got to decide as a handler, what's your priority? If you're not going to see one bird, what's the bird that you most need to see? And I got to believe that long middle bird would be my priority, to make sure the dog's identified at least the gun station. All right, we've had a couple good marks on this go bird in a row, which mysteriously posed a lot of problems for a couple dogs early. Previous dog had really solid outside marks, and I thought was going to get the middle bird without a handle, but ended up having a handle. Handler's doing a nice job of taking her time. Hand comes in. Reasonably firm send it appeared to be. Get your first cover change right there. That's where the paths start to develop a little bit. A little bit to the right of the bird, but I'm kind of following the tree line down in the direction of the bird. This may turn out real well. It's right there. Bang. Well, that's as good as you can get. She's trying to figure out, all right, what side of the mat do I want to send on here? What happens just as this dog spins to deliver is really significant. This is really where you want to manage their first look, their first impression of the field. All right, he's got a pre-delivery look a little bit, takes the bird out of his mouth. See the dog kind of glance right? Yeah, see it. Probably looks back at the go bird there a second. There's the click over maybe you're looking for. Clicked off of the left-hand bird back to the right a little bit, but looking for it again. You hope they settle in there for a minute, and then you can give them that big, loud, firm send. I actually like my dogs on that kind of bird to go at a little more measured pace, a little bit more sober. But it'd be awful nice if this dog was further left and she puts a quick handle on him. You got that decision to make as a handler there. Do you risk going back into the old bird, or do you pull away from the old bird and risk having what happened there? Dog responded well to being handled, but definitely forgot that mark. But she was pretty efficient about getting him to the bird, wasn't she? Okay, well, they're obviously working on scores.
Pat, sorry I had to step out for just a moment.
Well, we had a similar scenario to the previous dog that had two really perfect outside birds. This dog pushed off the go bird, handled probably 25% of the way to the mark. Had a quick handle pretty early. The dog was going to go up the middle of the field and go way too far right, but she had a couple casts, 2 whistles, and got over to the bird. 2 good marks, and then the middle bird was not so good. But she was pretty efficient about getting to the bird.
Well, efficiency, I believe, is the key to this test. The longer that dog's out there hunting, more points you're racking up. Offline, potentially wandering. It's going to be hard for any team to come out of here completely unscathed. You're probably going to have a cut or two. The key here, minimize the bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Jimmy Rogers, Campbellsville, Kentucky, coming in line with Daisy. Longtime hunt test competitor. It's Jimmy's first foray into the Super Retriever Series. Got to talk to him at Big Hats and Bow Ties the other night. Jimmy was really excited to be here. And
okay, cool.
I think he's having a really good time.
Well, I know how he feels. This is my first time watching this too. The only thing that'd be better is being up there trying to do this test.
Tell you.
There you go.
There you go. Quick handle to that, and then 2 birds.
2 perfect birds. And the handle, like I said, was very efficient.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. Minimize the bleeding.
Yeah, 32.
Definitely
we didn't have many 32s yesterday.
No, we didn't. Well, as a matter of fact, we only had 3 scores under 32 yesterday, and only 1 under 20. Lee Howard came in here with snow, threw up a 14 very, very early, and that held. I believe John Lamar and Smokey had a score in the 20s, and Carter Turner, Lee's teammate from Mossy Pond, put up a score in the 20s. And there may have been one other.
Yesterday, here's what I'm thinking. Here's where my head's going with this. It didn't feel like reading the judges' scores were going to be as significant in changing your strategy, but here it's going to be very significant. Well, here's another dog that broke down on this right-hand bird and came in.
You're racking up point after point. When that dog starts coming in, I mean, obviously these guys know their dogs, and I don't know Daisy at all, but I can tell you, Pat, for me, one of my dogs breaks down and starts to hunt in like that, I'm going to put the dog on the bird because I'm not going to have any faith that the dog's going to turn around and recover.
I'll tell you, when I watch this dog, when the birds are being shot, I don't think that dog ever looked at this right-hand bird.
I don't think so either.
And it showed up in the way, in his uncertainty when he sent him.
Now this is the way to handle, though. Jimmy started handling. He's not letting Daisy hunt.
Once you start, you got to put their head on the bird.
You know, I tell my handlers, my clients, when you do handle on a mark, you've got to, from that point on, attack it just like you would a blind.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
No difference in the handling whatsoever. Once the whistle is blown on a mark, you're going into running, blind mentality.
And I'm even going to take it a step further. You heard me talk about red zone handling. Mm-hmm. And typically red zone you think of in the last 20% of the blind, right on the goal line. That's right. Red zone handling is the whistles are closer together, more aggressive. You don't give them much room. You're real assertive, and I think when you handle on a mark, it's almost red zone handling from the first time you blow the whistle.
I would agree with that totally.
At that point, I'm not letting the dog make many decisions. I'm going to blow whatever I have to do. Hey, look at this line.
Really, really nice line.
See, this bird I think he did see. Oh.
Check.
Again. And he got through what I thought was the critical zone, but I think hunting off that cluster of trees, you see him how he kind of got to a certain point, he's looking for some information and probably looking for that gun station or trying to find it. Darn it. I thought he had gotten through there, but you can tell. When you see that change in gait and change in tail behavior, that's telling you that something just changed inside their head.
Well, the confidence level of the dog, to me, it's indicating that the dog's confidence has started to erode.
This is when we start our training, you know, when we're dedicated field trial trainers, when we put our hand out and we cue a mark and we do these long distance blurs, our style of sending and cadence is the same all the time. And why is that? It's because when we're in a situation where I know the dog doesn't remember the bird, I've got a chance to communicate, go where you're pointed and keep going until you smell something. But if you get them, if you emphasize these kind of birds too much, then you have a hard time doing the other birds.
Took a little work. Jimmy got it done. I just believe on this test, if that dog breaks down short and you know, starts to come in at all, you need to hit the whistle.
So I want to talk about what I want to do the first time I get to the mat on this test. This is what if I was coaching a group of amateur handlers or colleagues to how I think you can do this test, I'm going to come up to the mat pretty quickly. I'm not going to spend much time letting him scan the field because I know I've got 10 seconds. I'm going to find that right hand gun, cue it, immediately go to that middle bird, put my hand down, mark, say it really firmly, and then
call for the bird.
I would like to do the signal because I want to go on my cadence. But I'm not going to try to let them spend much time. So once, I don't know when they start counting. I'm assuming right now.
I believe it's right there.
I'm going to move pretty quickly. Here, see, he's pulling. I'm going to find the right-hand bird. I'm going to maybe step up a little bit. If I can just see that middle gun station, create the attitude of a long-retired gun.
Well, it looks like
Best
Brody's
I can
doing
do.
just that. 10 seconds is up. Bird's about to go.
He steps back to get him to look to the right. Dog handles that perfectly. And he'll probably step forward here. Boom, see?
Yep.
Tells the dog to look to the left.
Dog picked it up.
Probably initially looked a little too far left, but I think he saw the bird in the air. I've yet to see a handler cue that long middle bird with a hand prior to the signaling.
I don't know why.
Well, probably because it's not their normal routine. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to be the be-all and end-all, but if it's the routine you use to communicate a long driving disciplined bird, I'm going to use it prior to. It's going to set the tone for what they're about to witness happening.
Yeah, don't deviate.
Look at him, he's counting the trees. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you see him point? He pointed 1, 2, 3. Okay, and that's where the bird is.
Settle down on the mat.
Steps back a little bit. Again, I would call that a casual hand. It wasn't, used a hand, took a little extra time.
Man, this is
Medium
looking
firm
good,
scent.
Pat.
I mean, you're
a little bit to the
pulled inside.
left of it.
Ooh. I think he saw the bird. I mean, and when you're that close, and that's what you want a dog to do when he gets into the fall area, is use his eyes.
The way that wind is angling in on us, little left to right, I don't think there's any way that dog smelled that bird. I think
No,
he
didn't.
right.
He didn't. I mean, and he had to have an idea the bird was there. But
yeah.
What he probably did is he got a little information for when the gun stood, and started to realize he's somewhere near, and he looked over, saw the bird.
I agree.
That's all you can hope for. All right, come on, Rhodey, dig in, baby.
Money bird here.
Boom. You can't be afraid of this left-hand bird. You've got to, and I say attack it. Now, I don't mind if they look at it. I pull them a little bit. I want to get tight to it, but I want to, you know, and when you do blinds behind guns and long, this is the same kind of scenario. Well,
I've got.
Let's see what we got here. He's got started a little right, but definitely breaking towards the bird.
I think this dog can do it.
Right in there. There's a crack of the tail. This is.
Oh, it broke down.
Do you handle quick here?
Bam.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. That is, in my opinion, that is exactly the way
Well, I started to talk
test.
about the strategy. You looked at some of the scores on the quicker handles there, and they've been pretty low numbers. So that's got to be your.
Stop him.
Come on. Boy, Rody, I think you might have made a mistake there a little bit by
I
not
agree.
handling
I do
about
not
10
think
steps earlier.
Rody attacked his handling as hard as he should have.
Because that's not an easy spot. Look at the dog flicked his head over in that direction there. I don't know if that was anything. No, thought for a minute he might have gotten some information, but it feels like he's deep. If he's.
I'm really shocked that Rody didn't blow that second whistle a lot faster.
Yeah.
Dog is deep.
Because that
up
dog's
for sure.
significantly deep of this bird.
Yes.
And so he's past where he can smell it. And every time you blow that come in, sometimes they kind of head downwind. Yeah, but let's see where it's right in there where they get.
Well, this wind has changed a little bit. It's a little bit more in our face.
You're right. I would have
Not quite as
expected
left
this
or
dog to
right.
win this bird, but sometimes once they're handling, you've kind of scrambled their brain a little bit. Sometimes they quit using their nose.
That cart path, I believe, also is for some
Well,
of these
anytime you
dogs, a
throw
barrier.
over it, you know, it doesn't have to be a big obstacle, but just something different. And I love to throw a bird like that across the stream, a channel.
Sure.
For example, I was just in Millbrook, New York, in that part of the country, and they have a lot of stone walls. Throwing a bird over the top of a stone wall is really interesting to watch the dogs deal with.
All right, well, he got it cleaned up, but definitely gave up a substantial amount of ground right there.
Yeah.
Thank y'all. Thank you. Guns up, guns up. 62. Okay, good deal. We'll be back after some rebird after this. Rebird after you. No, I mean that was
Some of
Alright, here we go. Dog to the line.
Dog 66 coming to line, gentlemen. Dog
Good luck,
66.
Lyle.
Sit. Watch. Here. Watch. Here. Watch. Sit. Watch.
Here we go. Third one.
Okay, we've got next dog up AJ. Lyle Steinman with AJ. Super Retriever Series champion, master hunter, qualified all age dog. Tell you, I expect this is a test that Lyle can definitely shine on. A lot of his dogs are field trial dogs. See AJ QA2. I'm sure Lyle was probably smiling when he saw this setup this morning and started to come out here, because this is an area where he can make up some ground.
All right,
AJ
well, we're rolling
came
again
in
here.
and hauled it.
Dog's hunting that go bird. A little bit
gotta
like
dig
they
this
did in the
go bird out,
beginning.
but-
Well, there's
see
Rhodey
Deuce and-
at 78. Probably would cut that in half. He'd had a little cleaner handle, wouldn't he?
Oh, 100%. I mean, you stop that dog the first time, he gets to where we thought, you know, we were saying, blow the whistle, and you get a clean cast in from that point on, you've picked up 24, 26 points on that mark.
Well, it's the difference between making it through the cut and not, maybe, huh?
Oh, he doubled his score for sure by having, you know, a fairly ugly handle to that bird. I mean, not, you know, to be tough on him or anything. It's just is what it is.
Let's talk about this here. Is this the first handler that's going to try to get the middle bird second?
Yeah, yes, and this doesn't shock me at all because it's Lyle.
Try to get him as a pair. Now, I don't know. We'll see.
Lyle has two things to note here. Lyle's got a lot of bullets in his gun. You know, he brought several dogs. This is the first one he's run. We have seen over the years many times Lyle take these first few dogs and he'll do a little bit of experimentation, try to figure out, you know, what works.
Tell you what.
And this, looking
right
pretty
now,
doggone good right now.
I'm saying, like, what a great move. You can actually see the bird.
See that bird laying out there, yes.
Now, we can see it. Dog can't see it.
Now, here's the negative on that.
Yeah. I agree with you.
If I'd already picked up the other two birds clean, I would have blown that whistle about 10 yards earlier.
Yep.
But because he doesn't know what's going to happen on the right-hand bird.
Well, exactly. This is where you risk now.
Right.
Him just totally forgetting the right-hand bird.
Exactly. You know, he's holding back a little bit because of that. So that is a gamble. But again, you know, Lyle is a strategist. He doesn't mind experimenting. Takes a lot of nerve to do that. He's definitely got that.
If we talk about picking them up as a pair, in other words, those two birds on the left are really related to each other. The bird on the right is not related to anything. So I can see why that might be something one might consider.
And, you know, as you said earlier, picking up shortest to longest, it's a lot more critical when there's more differentiation in the distance.
Right.
You know, this right-hand bird, I mean, it's not a chip shot.
No.
It's no short little mark. So, you know, it's still a pretty long bird. One of the things I do really respect about Lyle's Diamond is the fact that he is willing to gamble and experiment a little bit. And he's very, very smart handler. I mean,
well, I promise you, you know, you've got all these professionals. Everybody's studying what everybody else is doing to see if they can't gather a little information.
And Lyle is one of the best at that. And so is the guy standing in the holding blind behind him there. We see Bobby Wills. Bobby is another one that really
put the whistle in his mouth. See, this is the risk of going for that bird third. I always told my handler, when you do, I think the second bird retrieved on some big quads is the most important bird.
But I'll tell you what, I don't think you're going to see a huge score here. I mean, obviously it's going to be, you know, over 50 because he had to handle two birds on two birds. But neither were ugly handles. They were both, that was a great handle there.
So the second bird retrieved, I think the dogs remember better. The third bird retrieved, they're relying more on the rules. Not go back to where you've been, go where you're pointed. So, you know, if you can, I mean, it's great to get 2 marks, but if you clean up 2 marks and you clearly identify where you've been, you've narrowed down the options for the dog if he's trying to do the right thing. I'd say sometimes they don't need to know where they're going, they just need to know where they've already been. And this might be an example of that.
All right, well, it looks like we're going to rebird here again. I think we just did a partial before, so folks, stick with us. We're going to be back. We're going to take a short commercial break here, and we'll come right back to the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
This is no ordinary puppy. And this is no ordinary story. This is the tale of a hero in the making. He is born, raised, and fed to rise to any challenge. Because he is no ordinary dog. He's a Eukanuba dog.
That's it. Come on, boy.
Eukanuba provides animal proteins and high levels of DHA for a strong body and mind. Feed the extraordinary in your puppy and make your dog a Eukanuba dog.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m. In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration. My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for the opportunity to showcase our Retriever teams. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
All right, folks, welcome back to the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba. Right now, we've got Bobby Wills coming to the line with Ace, 3-year-old Black Lab male, after the rebird. And if you're just joining us, have our special guest expert analyst, Mr. Pat Burns, back with us today and hopefully for the rest of the week. Pat, you're having a pretty good time at this, aren't you?
Hey, this is great stuff. You're a little more in my wheelhouse here on this test. This is kind of the world I grew up in, so. But I tell you, I've loved both these first two series. I thought the first test was extremely well designed, and this is kind of a classic, challenging. Could be a first series and an opener and amateur on a given weekend.
Bobby looking pretty relaxed and happy there as Ace went out there and picked up that go bird. And you see AJ and Steinman had a 71, so yeah.
Be interesting to see. Lyle went for that middle, retired second. We'll see if anybody else tries.
Did you talk to him during the break?
Pardon me?
Did you go talk to Lyle during the break? So did he give you any insight on his strategy there?
Well, he's certainly, what he's trying to do is pick, and this handler's doing the same thing, isn't he? Trying to pick up those two birds as a pair. Now,
well, like I said, just like Lyle, Bobby is not afraid to experiment a little bit, and he watches everyone and learns.
I just don't know if the push off that, you need, the advantage of going to right bird second, it should help you get further left. You just got to go in the right direction further left. Now,
we've seen both these dogs want to push off and not run that tight.
And the fact that they remember something on the right, I think it makes it a little harder to get to where you want to be on this bird going for its second. But
Bobby,
listen,
see, he's attacking it.
Yes.
And it paid off for him. I think if Rhodey had to do it again with Deuce, he would do the exact same thing.
Absolutely.
Get a look at our scoreboard there. You see AJ and Lyle are now the leader in the clubhouse with a 206. Of course, seriously doubt that that's going to hold up, but still that 71 wasn't a bad score. Best run of the day so far, Luke and Kona. Luke also had a great run with Mays. Say a kid with the 52 there. Looking at our amateur division, Kelsey and Wendy, the run of the day so far with that 32, and that really was a beautiful, beautiful run. See Mr. Burns getting the old drone out. I think we're going to pick up a little drone footage
Well,
here
I
in a
flew
second.
the drone on the first two series to get a little different perspective, but we've been up here talking about these tests so much I haven't had a chance to grab any of the video, so let's
Can I take a quick look?
take a quick look at it.
See, you brought your
And I
MacBook back. All right, let's see what he does here.
get that to our production team
Now-
and see if they can help get a perspective on this.
I think that was a good whistle again, and it's really easy to armchair quarterback.
Yeah.
Bobby does a great job, but was a little bit late in my opinion. Ace really had his ears pinned back. Looked to me like he was headed downtown Shreveport. I would have blown that whistle just a hair quicker, but still it was a great recovery, and I think you're going to see another score under 100 here, even though he handled on two birds, because he did it quick and clean. So far, we've seen two of our handlers here, Lyle and Bobby, go for that middle bird second, and the result with each has been a very similar double handle. I'm sure that there are a lot of handlers taking note of that right now in the gallery. as well.
Yeah, I think the risk of, the risk of going for that middle bird second is it just puts you in maybe not the perfect state of mind for the right-hand bird. Because overrunning the right-hand bird at that point is a real likelihood, or just putting your blinders on and just going straight. I think that's going to take you long, or maybe up to that decoy gun.
That's interesting. I believe that is the first dog that we have seen break to the left of that pine tree.
Okay. Yeah, we had a couple really excellent marks on that bird in a row, and then, well, see what he does here.
83. I tell you, these judges are consistent. You know, I think that Lyle just came away with scoring on that double handle in the low 70s, but his handle on that middle bird was just a little bit cleaner, and it's reflected in the score. All right, right there, you can still get the area. Now you might not.
Oh, jeez. Not much you can do as a handler there. They got to find that bird on their own.
Well, it's a designated go bird, so you can handle on it. That was a smart whistle. Very, very smart.
So tell me again, what the comment you just mentioned, it's a designated go bird, so it's okay to handle.
Well, you've got to pick it up first,
right?
But you can't handle. I mean, you know, your comment was not a lot you can do as a handler there. They've got to find it. My opinion, they're in the area and indicating they might leave. I just go in and handle them, not even give them the opportunity. And he did that.
So so how many points is that one stop and handle in the fall area?
2 points.
2 points.
Yeah. I mean, he stopped. Again, I'd have to see the score
and you preserve
sheets.
Not only are you reducing the amount of points you're achieving, but you are preserving the dog fatigue level. And well, there's an excellent right-hand mark.
Good mark. Would really, really like to see this dog nail this middle bird. Not just for the dog, but it would give us a really good indication of how they scored that.
And I promise you, all the savvy handlers are studying every step every handler makes, where they stand on the mat, how they send.
Oh, you better believe they are.
Now it feels like he's glanced back at the go bird. Yeah, he went with a nice firm
Tell you, he
send.
didn't hesitate for long there.
Well, I'm just reading there's a no tail crack yet, no change in stride now.
I'll tell you, after watching so many dogs break right there.
Wow. He's got a real chance to, now you're right, here's your, I think he's going to get, look at that, he told you, see him changing stride there, but he went out by it.
But now he's deep, Is he going to recover? If he does, it'll be the first.
A pretty darn good idea that there's a bird over there, but he's not going to get any help from the wind where he is now.
No, he's on the wrong side. Good handle. Little whistle refusal there.
Man, I was
5
sure rooting
points for that
him there.
whistle refusal. Good cast.
Boy, I thought he was going to get that bird without handling. And he's just about the time, he told you where he thought it was. He broke stride, he looked around, but he just didn't get any wind of the bird.
All right. Armchair quarterbacking, not knowing. I'm looking at a 2 on the right bird. I'm looking at a 40 to 45, I think, on the middle bird, score-wise. 35 maybe. I mean, 29 for sure. First whistle's 20 points for the handle area, 2 for the whistle. It got a refusal, 27. Second whistle brings you up to 29. The dog got behind the bird, did some hunting, had a couple more casts to get him there, so maybe 35 or 40 on that one.
How do you score the go bird? Give me your points on the go bird.
Well, I would give him the area. I would say the go bird's around a 10-point bird because he did have a little bit of hunt.
Right.
And he did come out of the area and go back to it, in my opinion, when he got out of the short grass and came back to the golf cart. But if he's got a handle of the area, it's going to be significantly higher. So, you know, I'm looking at it just on the hunt and the one whistle. Handle to the area, it's in the 30s, and now you're looking at a score up closer to triple digits, you know, 80 to 100.
Okay.
And again, that's all speculation, Pat, on my part.
Sure,
For you guys watching.
I'm just asking your opinion.
Yeah. All right, we've got Dustin Rhodes and Ranger coming up. Riverbend's only John Wayne. Not quite sure how you get Ranger out of that, but
we did have some fun talking about dog names, didn't we? So you asked me what was the funnest dog name? The first really, really big money, high price litter was a Lottie litter. We just won multiple nationals. So there were, and it was $3,500, or you know, a lot of money, way more than what anybody had ever spent on a puppy at that point. So there were, I had 2 dogs that I was around. One was called Ms. Cost-A-Lot.
Candlewood's Miss Cost-A-Lot. I remember that dog.
And then there was another one named Not a Penny More. So there were plays on the cost of the puppy on their name. So we all got kind of a kick out of that. Yep, Ms.
Yep, Candlewood's Miss Cost-A-Lot.
She made an AFC. I had her in training, and that was actually Judy Aycock's dog. Yep.
I did know that.
Yep. A big deal. Ms. was one of those dogs that had trouble learning to swim. We spent a lot of time out on a big lake in a John boat just throwing white bumpers just to try to get her to level out in her swim.
Yeah, wanted to puppy slap.
Yeah.
So excited.
All right, he's going to go for a different look here. Did he?
Not a lot of guys do that anymore, but man, that...
Pull them back off the line a little bit?
No, take one out in the John boat, throw marks. Okay. They gave him the area, in my opinion.
Okay.
Again, I figured he was somewhere around 40-ish after on the middle bird and the right bird.
Interesting.
And about 10 if you got the handle to the area, and he did, so it was a very smart handle. This is another one, but now to me, this is a lot more borderline, and it doesn't matter anyway, because the dog just left the area for sure. So you definitely got a handle to the area now. Look at this.
Well, again, that crosswind factor on that bird is not much different than a crosswind on a blind. It's probably the hardest factor for us as humans to appreciate is the effect of the wind.
Oh, I agree with that. Totally.
Just something
and
you
to
can't
understand
see.
what it's even doing down there.
Exactly.
Yeah. You know, it's amazing.
You know, as a trainer, you try to spend your life trying to think like a dog. And that's one of the things that's hard to kind of visualize. What I'll do sometimes is I'll put a smoke bomb out there at the bird and let people see, so they can see what the wind's doing. They can visualize where the scent cone is, where the dog's going to wind it. If you can actually see the smoke drifting across, you have a vision of how that is going to affect the dog.
That's an interesting technique. That's something I would have never considered. Pat, I ought to be paying you for some tuition money right now for everything that I'm learning.
Well, you know, and then you try to visualize the scent cone. Where are they going to smell it? And you know, I try to get the kind of fluorescent colored smoke bombs, and you could see the smoke, and you thought, well, okay, if I get him in the smoke, he's going to smell the bird. So
that's cool.
That's helpful, and oftentimes I visualize what that would look like, so I can appreciate what the effects of the wind are going to be.
I mean, when you're talking 350, 400, 500 yard mark, the wind can do a lot of different things between here and there too.
Oh, absolutely.
I do a lot of long range shooting, and it's amazing when you start looking at the kestrel and studying the wind patterns along the way.
Well, whether you're trying to locate a bullet to a target or a dog,
the
effects are the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's going to push a bullet just like it's going to push a dog.
Really taking his time here. Wants to get that right-hand bird clean if at all possible. Let the dog regroup.
And I cruised, on our break I went up and I talked to Lyle, who was the first guy that went for that left-hand retired bird second, and I get the feeling he's going to do that again.
You don't think this is the last time we'll see that strategy?
No, I don't. Now, whether it works or not will yet to be seen, correct?
Tell you, that dog took a great initial line, but he's fading with the wind to the right. Trying to talk him into it, Willie. Ready to blow that whistle. All right, now the dog's in the blind yesterday, beyond it, and back out toward that pampas grass. We've seen that has not been a good place to be.
Tell you what,
It's been difficult.
I think the effects on that right-hand bird of going for that middle bird second are significant. I'm going to make a statement here. I think you have to mark the right-hand bird. I think you can get the middle bird through good handling and a disciplined dog. But you need to know what you need to have an idea with this right-hand bird. You can't just line to this right-hand bird, I don't think.
No, and the placement of that bird, first the severe angle in, and then putting it right in front of that tree.
Mm-hmm.
I can remember the first event that I went to where we had a bird that was thrown dead in front of a tree.
Right.
Yeah, it was a concept that was foreign to most of us, and boy, the dogs really, really, really struggled. Now we throw birds everywhere, but it's still...
And I'm thinking now like a professional who's run, in his career ran a lot of all-age dogs on a big setup. So I'd be studying the success rates of the dogs getting the right-hand bird third. At this point, nobody's gotten the right-hand bird third without handling.
That's right.
There's been multiple good right-hand birds going for it second.
Yeah.
So,
a couple dogs have absolutely nailed that bird, but they picked it up second every time.
And their behavior on the middle bird wasn't much different than the other dogs that went for the middle bird second. So, how many dogs have we run?
Oh, we're a pretty good piece in. We're maybe 18 dogs in, 20.
So there's a lot. It'll change again.
Or maybe
now,
further than that.
Our lighting, I don't think, is going to change a ton unless we get real storms.
No, I think we're probably closer to 25 dogs in. Well, this test is moving on a lot faster than I thought it would. We will finish today.
Well, that would
and with
be,
the weather coming in,
huge.
I think that's the judge's goal as well. Carter Turner coming up with red. First time we've seen Carter today, but definitely will not be the last. Carter came in here with a truckload of dogs. This young man's had quite the year. First, second, and third place in the team
Very
of the
impressed
year.
with him. Very
Nike
impressed.
Award winner. We were talking about Jerry Day and Nike earlier. And had second best score in the first series behind his teammate at Mossy Pond Retrievers, Lee Howard. So he's off to a really good start. And I believe he also had the third best score possibly.
Red.
In the open division. In the open division. Another dog that went left of the pine tree. Ranger Lawrence at 98.
So, can you predict now what the score is going to be? You're going to need to get through this cut.
Watching these dogs come in here, I believe that you're going to need to be under 125, 130.
Combined.
Combined.
Okay. This is where the strategy is going to be so interesting for me, because you're right. You're looking at how they're scoring these handles, and looking at what you did in the first. This has got to be your strategy. How can I get it under 130?
Yeah.
It's really cool. I mean, it is significantly different, but very intriguing for me.
And I'm talking about the open dogs with that 130. I think it'll be significantly higher than that for the
The amateur dogs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although we saw some great amateur runs yesterday, so yeah.
So if you're 35 dogs down, are you looking at the scores of the combined up to the point that you run to realize, all right, here's what I got to beat?
Yep, you better believe it. And these guys, they know where the bubble is. They're watching the bubble continuously. And remember, it's the top 18 open teams and top 18 amateur teams. So, you know, you're a pro over there, you're looking to see where you stand. I guarantee you, every one of these guys that gets to the bubble, they will know it. And they'll have a pretty good idea when they go out. Dog breathing pretty deep and heavy, but looks settled in. Tongue's not curling. All right.
There's a really firm send.
Just had a handle on that right mark, but he did choose to take the right mark second, something 3 of the previous dogs before him didn't do.
I don't see him breaking down, but is he far enough left to get this?
Man, recovering from that far right is tough. You know.
What was that little head?
Man, look, he's looked over there twice. If this dog recovers,
he's gonna. Oh man,
it'll be
you
the
can tell
first
he's
to do
really
it.
looking for information, and he got it.
This is the first dog that I can recall that we've seen make that kind of recovery.
Did you see though when he got 70-80% of the way there, he flicked his head left. He said that told me he knows there's a bird over there somewhere.
At that point, I'd have probably spit my whistle out of my mouth. I'd have had it on my lips until then.
That was
actually, truth be told, I'd have probably, because of everything that I've seen before this, I would have probably blown my whistle when he first started. He was right all the way, but when he started to get even more right, you know, somewhere about that second, he's coming back and he's got that little dip and then you've got that little rise. He started to drift right on that rise. I probably would have hit the whistle. But now as a handler, having seen what just happened, running after him, I would let the dog roll because we've seen some success there.
But it's
and
not
these guys, they're watching it that way.
Oh yeah, and it's not so much where they is you're looking for that, what indications of the dog giving you in his body language when he's in that area. Does he have an idea there's a bird there, or is he just taking a line and keep going? And that dog, there was a little flick of his head, little change in his gait that gave me some information that he had an idea there was a bird there.
Very clear indication. Very clear indication.
So there's the first handler kind of cueing with their hand on that.
Yeah, Leah Spivey, part of that Dublin, Georgia crew with Kane. Five grand passes, Grand Hunting Retriever champion, qualified all-age dog. Not sure what transpired there, Leah. Just stepped back off of the mat.
Oh,
Got a
okay.
no bird. Got a no bird.
Okay. this is the one kind of test where oftentimes I liked having a no bird. And here's why.
Tell me why. Yeah.
Because, once again, my whole focus is to create a sober state on the viewing and the understanding of that middle bird. Pulling them offline, being a little more firm with them, I think can make the dog a little more serious. We'll do that at times.
Heightens
when
the intensity of the dog.
Right. Well, I use the word serious because one of the big things here is the head swinging factor. Watching that bird and having the discipline to watch it to the ground. So, I get the no bird, I go no, heel, and I bear down a little bit on the dog and make it. And when I come back up and I really cue it, I'll do that in a long single first, where I make him pick that bird up first. So I want him to almost think that's what we're doing. I treat that bird as if I'm not even picking up the other two birds when I'm cueing it.
Gotcha.
As if I'm going to pick it up as a single. It's my. I like the way she managed that. Do you see how she realized the dog wasn't looking quite at the right-hand bird, and she gave him a little communication to make sure he saw it? You need to be watching your dog when those birds are being thrown so you can make that great decision. That was really well done.
That's a nice mark too. See how she handles this.
Mm-hmm. She's going for the right bird. I just had that feeling. Sometimes you don't even realize the dog's standing up. Maybe she typically sends for that bird standing up. You let you influence a little too hard right, and they square in there, and you end up a long way away from that bird.
I think that was a very smart handle. Another one here. Keep on attacking it, Leah. Now I would.
Yeah, you gotta.
So, if you've started handling on this side of the tree, would you ever let your dog penetrate the tree? No.
I think it makes it much more difficult.
And I think
in other words, I'd get them over before they entered the trees, and I'd.
Tell you, Carter had a really nice score with Blue there. I think we're going to go back and check that last score that popped up there. I'm not sure, Pat, that was correct.
Yeah, well, if it's not right, I'm sure we'll hear about it here in a minute.
I guarantee you.
The volume of the scent is only part of the communication, but it's a big part. So this is a nice move. Well, she's gotten through the breakdown zone. Definitely breaking in the. You're looking for a little bit of indication. There's a little. Yep, there's it is right there.
Nice. 2 dogs in a row. And the world has turned because they were not doing that. There we go. Red and Carter Turner, 58.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that makes a little bit more sense too. I was scratching my head when I saw that 34 pop up there. Dog did a really, really good job on the long middle bird, but did definitely have a handle to the area.
So what was the difference between that job and the job we just watched here? The right-hand bird.
Right-hand bird.
She had more handles?
More handles for sure.
Right.
But now we haven't seen her score yet.
Right, but I'm just saying, okay, but they were similar.
They were similar, but I expect her
both handled on the right-hand bird.
I expect her to be a little bit higher. Red had a little bit more of a hunt on the go bird.
Okay, yep, right.
A little bit more of a hunt on the go bird. So, but definitely a better handle on the right bird in my opinion. Got Rhodey Best about to come up here.
It's the second dog that he's run, isn't it?
Rhodey has Cookie.
7-year-old.
High Waters Cookie Lights. Best retrievers at one time. It's had another cookie. I believe it's Cookie Monster.
Hey, you gotta like. I wonder if his kids name that dog.
And Rhodey's sinned with that dog would always be a deep cookie like Cookie Monster. Like the character, the Muppet from Sesame Street. Cookie looks like knows what's going on here. Just as I say that, turns a little right. Dog had a really good initial line. Not sure what happened there. Wasn't a full-blown pop.
Oh man, that just takes the wind out of your sails there.
Well, I mean, Cookie left with so much purpose and on a great initial line. I don't know. I think at some point, dog became confused.
Yes.
Rhodey's not done yet here either.
No, he isn't.
Come on, let's clean it up here. All right. Now, how do you handle this next bird, Pat? Whether you're going right or middle, what's going through your mind there?
I guess I'm saying I need to have a good bird here. I'm gonna go with the bird a little bit harder, maybe.
Yep.
And the last two dogs have gone too far right.
See, Caden Spivey in the 50s
Yes.
also, just like Red. And I think that's very good scoring because Red had a little better handle, but they're going to be, a hunt on the go bird's going to be scored a little more severely than on the others. And Caden definitely had a better go bird. So
well,
these guys are still being really, really consistent here.
And I'll tell you, it's a broken record for me when I would coach my handlers. I said, here's what I want you to do. I want you to identify where the gun stood and then influence over to the bird. Not necessarily the bird initially. I went up. And, well, he said he had to have a good bird. He can't, as a handler right there, you've done all you can. It's a little downwind. The dog broke stride a little bit. There you go.
Turned out really nice, though.
Perfect.
Bird was thrown a little bit further, too, by the little pine instead of the bigger one. Looks like that dog's recovered well. I just think some confusion came in. Not sure why, but something obviously distracted Cookie a little bit because the dog left so intent on that go bird. A really good line, good gait.
Well, sometimes as a handler, you're emphasizing those other birds so strongly.
Dog gets a little distracted, you think?
And the dog was, I don't know. I don't know exactly what happens, but you just, well, once again, as a handler, the dog's got to do that part on his own. Now Rhodey's kind of walking him in there.
Wind's starting to pick up.
Yeah, it is.
Quite a bit here. Haven't looked at the radar, but I expect we're going to get a little bit of rain here in the next hour. Just from judging from looking at it earlier this morning.
Okay. There, Rhodey was bold there. The first 3 strides were right back at the Go Bird station, but the dog pushed off the right side.
Actually, it looks like there's been a little break earlier. They were predicting rain around 11 a.m. this morning, but right now, first real chance is about 1:30, and then it drops back down until about 3:30. So if we get lucky, we'll miss it completely.
Pace, I think. Right. Oh, there. Just got by the bird.
I think that was still a smart handle there.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he had a choice. The difference in that dog wasn't so much where he was in relation to the other two, but once again, his body language didn't change. He was in that pace that he was just going to carry that line to eternity. Didn't really acknowledge the scent from where the gun was or the mark itself. At that point, you don't really have a choice, because I think he'd have just kept going and would have had to handle anyways, but from much further away.
Now, yesterday when we were looking at that test, you were saying that if it were in a field trial, that would have been considered 2 series, one for the blind and one for the mark. So, question for you. How often will you see a full set of marks thrown in a trial and the dog know off of them and then run the blind?
More common now than it used to be. And what you'll see sometimes is you'll pick up, they'll have 3 marks and a blind. You'll pick up one of the 3 marks.
Right.
Then run the blind, then finish the setup. That's become a more common scenario. We call them interrupted marks.
And you know, 20 years ago, you didn't see that at all.
You didn't.
I mean, the marks were the marks, the blind was the blind. If you had a poison bird blind, you didn't even pick up that bird.
Right.
You were just running a blind. That's definitely evolved.
I think it's a better thing to because you're looking for that balance. You want enough discipline to do the blind, but you still want to mark.
All right, here comes Bobby Wilson, Goose, owned by Dr. Bill Harrison from Milan, Tennessee, friend of mine. Really nice fella, too. Good-looking 5-year-old dog. Which Bobby's like you. He really likes them to be 6, 7, 8 years old. Got a no bird there, unfortunately. So for Bobby, there's running a 5-year-old that would consider this a young dog. And I agree with that. Got a really good look at the field out there. See that first holding blind there on your left by the pine tree, that's a camera hide. You can see the tint from the simulated flyer, and boy, it looks like it's a mile out there to that long middle bird.
It does, doesn't it? All right, they're doing it.
All right, looks like we've got some technical difficulties.
Maybe a malfunction on the gun on the long station, possibly?
Yeah, I believe the cannon may be malfunctioning. We'll take a minute too and thank her. Wow. So I was just informed that Bobby got a little confused on his running order, came to the line with Legend, not Goose, and apparently realized.
Was that the reason for the no bird, or what, did he?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't no. I think that someone caught the mistake. I'm not sure who.
Got it. So what will they do now then?
Well, he'll come back and run again, but you see him there in the holding blind. It actually was a no bird. I got to get some clarity. I'm not following this completely.
Right, so will he run the dog that witnessed the no bird, or will we go get the dog that was scheduled to run?
Apparently he's coming back to the line with Legend. It may have been that the graphic was wrong. I can't see Bobby Wills grabbing the wrong dog.
Okay, well, we'll find out here in a minute.
Yeah. He's not very happy regardless of what the case is.
We're good, brother. No, we're good. We're good. That's 7, brother.
Clearly, someone is confused.
Well,
I don't know if it's our there is a score up there at the table with the judges. See Bobby laughing.
Right.
Got to find some levity in it.
Yes, you do. Because you're right. That's the one thing. It's just serious, and it's not. This is a game.
Yep, it's a game.
And we
High
gotta have fun
game
doing it
for these guys, but definitely a game.
Maybe a serious game, but it is a game.
I was at the armband.
Hear the gun go off out there. I think they're testing the cannon. I'll tell you what, we'll wait for Bobby to come to the line. I'm going to have to take a step over and see if I can get a little clarity in the situation.
Okay, great.
Be right back with you, Pat.
The sun has just popped out here a second. I don't think it's going to be out long, but got kind of bright here.
Yeah, if this was your first time, sir, we feel a little entertaining. And it's only the second day. We're hoping.
And there goes Jay Paul to get a little explanation of what dog Bobby's running. There's a little confusion here.
Hey, let's not throw the birds back out in the field.
Apparently the gun broke.
Yeah, apparently we were right about the gun malfunction. Sometimes you have issues, so sometimes, if you're using popper guns, sometimes the firing pin doesn't work and you got to change it. And we've got a repair team working on the gun. So they're practicing the shot and throw combination here with the long middle retired gun. So these guns, they're either a MAP gas or a propane powered device that you have to load the canister. You partially push down the button, fills it with gas, and then when you hit it again, that's when the report happens, the bang. So it can be a little tricky to coordinate the right amount of gas prior to the shot. If you don't get it right, you don't get the shot. Looks like they're satisfied with what's going on. Sure, we'll be going here again in just a minute.
Be confident. Fire of an idea.
Right in front of me or whatever.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Pat. Folks, I got some clarity for us. I knew there was no way Bobby Wills grabbed the wrong dog, and indeed he did it. The dog that he came to the line with and the dog that was scheduled to run is Goose. So that was Goose that Bobby came to the line with. He did get a no bird. The confusion came in because Bobby did grab the wrong armband.
Oh.
So he showed up at the line with the correct dog, but he was wearing the armband for Legend. So Goose is 7. He was joking. Told me if I could find a Sharpie, I could just write 7 right there on his arm where the armband goes.
Well, that's a good explanation.
Yeah. Well, I knew. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a lot to think about up there.
You did. And I can see Bobby grabbing the wrong armband easily. I can't see him grabbing the wrong dog. I'm sorry. It ain't happening. And actually, one of the judges, I think, caught it and realized, hey, wait a minute. You know, you're wearing, this is supposed to be dog number 7. Yeah.
Okay, well.
Oh, we got another no bird.
The pressure's not only on the handler, sometimes it's on the thrower.
Oh, definitely.
And I've been out there in the field at some of these big events, and you
Well,
feel
I
a lot of
think-
responsibility to get it just right for them.
I think they're having trouble with one of the cannons. The shot that you're hearing out there, folks, that is not a gun, although it's very, very common in hunt test and field trials to have a gun in the field shooting poppers for that. But a lot of these clubs, because poppers are still very dangerous, have gone to these propane cannons, a couple of different manufacturers of them, and they do malfunction from time to time. All right, 1 bird, 2nd bird. Oh yeah, I think you got a good look at that. Bobby's stepping over, turning, 3rd bird. Boy, Goose, just a statue there on the line. Really great line manners. Dog charging hard, not on a bad line. Made a nice recovery. 2nd dog in a row.
Yeah, for a
we've
minute
seen.
I thought he was a little bit uncertain, but still, he's got that little odd gait that tells me this dog's a little worried about this bird.
Now, if I'm in Bobby's shoes and the dog gets back in that cover,
you'd like to see him.
yeah,
breaking towards the bird. I think what you'll see is when he gets a little. Does he get a little sense here? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, that throw was a little bit
because I thought for a minute he was going to get himself in trouble.
Folks, we got a treat. Jared Moffitt's ran all of his dogs for the day, so he's coming to step in and sit in with Mr. Pat and I, as Lee Howard was calling you yesterday all day, Pat Burns.
Big gust of wind here.
Coming
straight in our face now.
Man, we doing good. I wish I wasn't here. Done run all my dogs. that really wasn't my dog's fault. That was mostly my fault. You know what I just come out of doing for 16 days, teal season. I didn't get to do much training. It hit me at a bad time this year.
Did Snoopy and Moon do any hunting?
No, they didn't hunt. I don't hunt them. Well, Snoopy guides all during the season, but Moon don't. She mostly just competes, you know.
So you don't hunt Moon at all?
No, Leo hunts her every once in a while just for good attitude and a fun time, but I don't hunt her. I got enough there that I can hunt that I don't need to bring her out and just take a chance of something happening, you know.
I hear you. Boy, that was a nice right-hand bird, wasn't it, Pat?
Absolutely.
Bobby's got 2 of them clean. A little bit of hunt on the go bird, but I'm sure Bobby's pretty doggone happy right now with that. I have a feeling you're going to see Bobby really take his time here lining old Goose up, too. Yeah, 16 days of teal season, and I'm betting you hunted every dang one of them, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't miss a one.
You lucky dog.
Well, he's off.
Pat, I've had the privilege of teal hunting at Honey Break with Jared, and let me tell you something. There is not a finer place to shoot blue-winged teal in North America. It's something else. All right.
What is it?
I'm shocked Bobby's letting Goose run this song.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
I think if you're to the right of where the holding blind is, there's really no chance of you getting that bird without handling.
I like what Bobby did there. Brought him back in. You get the dog in front of it, your chances of getting that handle are a whole lot better. And Bobby knows, you know, these field trial dogs, Goose Runs trials, getting a back is a lot easier than getting a big over, and he got it.
Yeah, by reeling him in there, you're more likely to get a directional change on that cast, and that's what he needed with that.
So that goes back to what I was talking about with you earlier, and I'll be interested in hearing Jared's take on this too, but that's one of those deals where, you know, you took the cut, but he put the tourniquet on it and he stopped the bleeding really, really fast.
Exactly right. You said it. I mean, it's not many dogs out there at this level that's going to give you that over. It's not many people got that over in their regimen, so you better off to bring them in and get that cast and get the bird picked up.
You're dang right.
I've not trained many that would give that over in this wind.
I expect you'll see pretty doggone good score there. You know, fortunately, Goose came in bleeding pretty good, so he needed a great run to carry him forward. Not sure if that'll be enough. Got Kevin McInnes and Cassie coming to the line. Not sure I've ever been to Navasota, Texas. Have you, Pat?
I'm sorry?
You ever been to Navasota, Texas?
No, I haven't.
How about you, Jared?
No, I hadn't been there.
Tell you, that was pretty.
Are you surprised by the amount of big hunts on this Gobert? This should get you. The other dogs kind of swung inside.
Handle right here would not be a bad idea.
Or she didn't miss it by much on the first pass, just on the left side of it.
Why you think you're getting these big hunts on this Gobert?
I don't know. It just, I mean, there's a fair amount of cover over there. They're not winding the bird really where I would expect them to wind it. And maybe because there's so much emphasis put on the other birds by the handlers that, but I would not have predicted that.
Do you think it could be due to we're coming up here and I'm used to you communicating with me a little bit, and we're coming up here and have 10 seconds, not no communication, and
yeah, it does change. It changes your rhythm and routine, doesn't it? Anytime you change that routine.
I tell you, gentlemen, this is a pretty doggone nice line right here.
Bird.
Dog's got to drive through there. Oh, and that's it. Dog has to drive through that point.
You love that pretty line, but sometimes it's a dangerous line. The dogs that have done this bird without handling have started out more at where the gun stood and then made a little bend towards the bird.
See Bobby and Goose with a 43. It's a good score.
Okay, there you go.
And Pat, that's one of those cases where the difference between a 43 could have very easily been a 73 if he'd have let that dog roll on very long.
Right.
And bringing that dog back in, I tell you, that was one of the smartest handler moves I've seen here in the last 2 days. Pulling Goose back in that 40 or 50 yards and then giving that angle back was a game changer.
When you reel him in like that, you change the whole intent and motivation of the dog. And prior to bringing him in, all of his intent is away from you. When you bring him towards you, you neutralize that rearward momentum, and you're more apt to get a directional change cast. So
no doubt. And the way Goose was running with his ears pinned back, big long strides, hauling it, he might have went on to the next parish if Bobby hadn't stopped him.
And if he'd have tried to handle from where he was, you would have expected 4 or 5 scallops, and then probably the come in.
Yeah,
exactly. So he didn't wait for the scallops. He just dealt with it right away. That was pretty effective.
So you've been looking at these scores, I know, and analyzing this a little bit, Jared. Where do you think the cut line is going to be in this to make it to the 18? What number do you think you need to be under?
Well, there's some strong dogs coming up, no doubt about it. I mean, in the amateur, it's looking like I imagine about where Kelsey or Mark's at right now, 159, something like that.
I said 170 in the amateur.
Yeah.
What about in the open?
Nah, I'm not for sure on that, because I mean, by me watching this, I mean some of the people that's got the lower scores, I mean there's still some low scores here with 2 handles, so they feeling all right now with the 20s and 30s.
Oh yeah. Oh, I think if you were under 50 yesterday, your chances of making it to tomorrow are great. I said earlier 125, 130.
I agree. I was going to say in the low hundreds. I think you'll make it.
Well, we've seen some guys playing this very smartly too. I mean, Bobby just and you're going to see Lyle do that. I guarantee you. When he comes up,
I've not a single dog that is sent for the middle bird second has gotten the right hand bird.
No, sir.
I don't think a single dog that's been sent for the middle bird second has got either of them clean. I think they've all had a double handle.
Correct. There's even a. Well, I can assure you all those dogs with the low scores and those handlers are studying every step these dogs are doing. I would be.
Every step they make, every one of them, they right there. Well, either they watching this or they right under the tent watching every move.
That's what I would be doing. Yeah, absolutely.
They here for a reason. They gonna watch every dog, every step. And you're exactly right. I mean, there's been nobody go for the middle bird that hadn't handled on both of them.
Well, when you're, there's a lot of ways to skin a cat here, and so when you see some of these bigger tests, you start experimenting with different orders of pickup. But that's the kind of statistics I want to know when I'm trying to make a decision how I'm going to attack this.
And we just like them, we got dogs a certain way to say, oh, he's going to do it. He's going to go out there and get that. Well, now, 23 other ones at.
Yeah. Don't think your dog's going to do anything different. But you got to go up there believing you can do this.
That's right.
You can't be afraid of this.
That's exactly right.
Because you go up there apprehensive, and you're going to send that energy to your dog, and you're going to make them.
That's right. In this game, you better be just like the living I'd make, because I'm a waterfowl guy, and I got to be optimistic every morning.
Every day you're
we're gonna get them every morning,
absolutely.
No matter what. Just like when you walk to that line, you better be thinking he's fixing to step on every one of these.
Does it feel like the 10 count rushes you?
It really don't.
Okay, I'm curious because
didn't.
I mean, 10 seconds is quite a bit of time.
Yes, it really did. I think the 10 seconds is making you make more mistakes than you should be making because you're in a hurry.
All right. Now, did you signal the judges, or did it just happen?
I waited on the judge to say.
I got you. Okay. All you can do as a handler is hope to get them to see the birds. Now you got it. That's the first part of your job. I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
I said, this dog here real, he could do it. No trouble on the go bird though.
So when I first saw the test, I said to myself, looking at the test the way it is, with 90 some dogs, in the world I come from, I'd say the over-under on dogs that are going to do all that handling would be 20. 20-25% of the field. Now, it's always a guess.
Yes, sir.
But at this point,
yes, sir.
It's going to be. Are you going to? If you had to guess right now and put money on it, are there going to be more or less than 15 dogs at the end of this to do this? All these birds without handling.
Less.
What about 10?
I would say it's going to be about 10%.
Yeah.
By watching the dogs that's run so far.
What would you do different if you were running it again now? Anything?
One thing difference I would do is when that dog broke down at the middle bird, like the first 4 or 5 dogs was doing, when you got your vocal back, once you got out there and it went to go to the standout where the standout gun was, I'd have brought all the way back in and got the angle.
Gotcha.
You're not going to get that over in this wing.
I'll tell you what, you want to push towards the bird here, but if you push too hard and you jump in those pines early, those trees early, you're a long way away from that bird. You know what I found interesting?
And probably another thing I'd have did different, I would have, most of them dogs were going right, and as you just said, getting in them pine trees. I would have pointed straight at the gun.
You know, and the gun that's out, the decoy gun or whatever we want to call that, hasn't posed a big problem on this right-hand bird as you thought. And are people afraid of it? Are they pushing away from it?
Yes, sir.
You know, I think my target right now would, my first look, I'd be at where the holding blind is on the right-hand bird.
Yes, sir.
And then bump over to the bird and hope they fade just enough to get in the right spot.
Yep.
That feels like, and I haven't run a dog, but if I was getting ready to run, I'd say, all right, let's get a look at where the holding blind is, which is under the arc of the bird.
Yeah, that's right.
Influence slightly to the bird and hope for the best. And hope they marked it. You're getting those big loud sends on that long bird, which is exactly what most people are going to do, including me. Boy, from here through this next dip is so critical. A few dogs have bent left here, but it sure feels like all the factors are taking you to the right. Yeah, that's
where he's going.
Yep. Once they commit to the right of where, and again, that holding blind is in that cluster of trees, that would be my marker right now. If they're going to go to the right of that, and the minute they commit to it, you're almost forced to handle. The further out they get, the harder this handle is.
Harder you get that distance, it's going to erode that control, isn't it?
And you better get on it again. Yeah, that's a good whistle. And once again, I want to see, if I'm another handler, I want to see where this dog acknowledges or wins either the bird or where the gun stood. He's being a little ornery now, and it. First thing to deteriorate, he doesn't sit down on the whistle, he stands up. Second thing, he's starting to trail and hunt a little bit instead of stopping. Not a lot you can do at this point as a handler. Okay, there's...
And this dog right here has had so much success this year, he's probably saying, what's going on? I don't have to do this.
When he hasn't been had. Okay, yeah. I got it. I see what you're saying. Once you put some handles on them, sometimes they almost turn their nose off.
That's right. I'll tell you what, that wind's starting to pick up.
Oh, it is. So you think the work's going to get worse or better? I mean, the dogs, the lower scores are coming up. So the dogs that are on their game a little bit. But it's hard to tell from one test.
Right. Got it picked up, but it was some points racked up right there.
Yeah, there sure was. Sure was. But as a handler, I'm licking my chops. I just want a shot at this. You know, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's gonna have a shot at it. We got here now.
Let's see.
I like that view watching from behind when the handler first hits the mat. I'd like to see more of that, just because I think it gives you a real insight into what the dog's seeing.
This is a young dog here, 2-year-old.
2-year-old dog. Well, a lot of tests. But you know what? Sometimes naiveness is a great thing.
That's right.
They don't know it's hard yet. I have to assume this bird is, the dogs are going to start to do better and better on that mark.
You would think. That's a little 2-year-old may just say, hey, I'm just going out there to get
well,
them,
exactly. They
I'm not thinking, I'm just going to get the bird.
There's 143 on the double handle, okay. Pushing a little more towards the, more at the gun station on that right-hand bird. I mean, what, you can't do any more than that right there.
No, sir.
You've done your job as a handler.
But here's where they fade, right there.
I think you, but if you don't, I think you can get the bird from there, though.
Yes, sir.
See, there's not only a fade, the dog, remember, oh, he cut just inside of it. You're hoping you can see it, but it, oh my goodness. I thought that dog was going to get, he made that break towards the bird, but there was another dog early that made that break and he looked over and he saw it.
The other dog used its eyes, that one did.
Yeah, exactly. Well, all you can do is do your job as a handler.
That's right. Now he can just poke and hope, right?
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Well, he's trying to get her to talk to her and help her remember that middle bird. Seems pretty satisfied with the look.
Fuji!
It's an awful lot for this young dog.
Yeah, she's already looking left. She looked left twice running.
Well, she's pushed off the bird. Is she gonna? She feels like she's got a little left lean, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
No.
Yeah, it's not. Good cast. Is the dog win the bird? Yeah, I think just when he stopped her, she winded it.
That was some good casting.
It was. It was,
and she
sure
pretty much took the line he gave her and said, "I'm gonna hold it."
You could have just got that right-hand bird without a mess. That would not have been a bad job. Once again, this breeze is keeping things. It's a little more humid today, but the sun isn't out. But it's got to be a good 15-mile-an-hour wind at this point.
Yes, it is.
Well, everybody's wanting to be the first one to do this test without handling.
That's right. And there is going to be somebody here before long.
Yeah, when you're kind of studying things, you're looking at how, when the dog did the right-hand bird, what went on the map. When the dog did the middle bird, what did they do? And then you try to put both those two together for your dog.
Yeah.
Tremendous amount of yellow Labradors in this deal.
It is.
I think there was a stretch where I saw like 4 or 5 in a row. And
on this go bird, it's a lot of time you think they fishing to go right in there and just put their face on it and they just drift to the right.
Here's what's puzzled me about it. I'm not surprised there's been hunts, but there's been a handful of dogs that have gotten in there and had a real awkward kind of hunt, like they were really nervous, almost like they were going to pop.
That's right.
And I just don't, I don't get why they were feeling the tension on that bird, but they were from something.
And I mean, I had a dog, Mr. Go Bird, that don't do it, had a big hunt on it, and I think it was that we went up there and there's white coats out, and we did no communication.
Ah, okay.
You know, we did no communication like we usually do. If you communicating with me, and then you just sending me on a Go Bird right here.
So your routine was different than what it ever. Well, that makes perfect sense. Looks like he's got a good lineman. Boy, you just look down their eyes and you're asking yourself, does he know where this bird is or doesn't he? And how do I? Here's the first dog that I think is keying, is headed towards that the decoy gun. When he fades, I'll be damned. But that's still, you know, I don't think you get the bird from there without a handle. Well, he's got.
This is when Luke knows I got to pick his.
Yeah, he does.
Up
Yeah, that's right. You got to say, right?
To have a shot at.
If I got a shot at moving on here, absolutely need to go out and stab this bird. I think handling on this right-hand bird doesn't hurt you on the middle bird.
I agree with you.
I think handling on the middle bird hurts you handling on the.
That's exactly you've proved that because nobody's picked it up the other way.
Right.
They've had it on both of them.
Because if they're just in a, I better go where I'm pointed frame of mind on this bird, it can help you.
Yes,
on the right bird, they got to mark it. That's just what I've been watching at least. The stage is blowing around a little bit here. I find it so interesting to watch the dog's body language. He had a good start, pushed off a little bit. Doesn't look like he's going to break down at this point. But it's just a question, does he fade right or does he make a bend towards the bird? Okay.
He just go right there.
Yeah. Looked like he was making a bend towards the bird, but when he made that right hand move, pretty much your fate is pretty well set. Yeah, that double handle, that's the dreaded double handle that everybody fears. I've certainly done it plenty myself. So one of the big strategies now is to find out, you're saying, all right, if I have to handle, where do I want to handle from?
That's exactly right.
That's got to be what's going on in your head. How can I make it look at the best I can?
Where's the spots I need to handle at?
They're keeping this thing moving. Does it look like they're going to finish this today?
Hey, I believe they're going to give it to all they got.
Yeah, you bet. And a lot's going to depend on whether we get thunderstorms or not. He's tuckered out. He told him that.
I'm bringing it back the easy way.
Yeah. Well, fatigue plays a factor.
Yes, sir.
Without a doubt.
Fishing the rebird.
Yep, we're going to have a little bit of break. I don't know how many dogs they've run. It's a little harder to tell when they're not running in the same order that they did yesterday. Well, we'll see. So the over-under is 10 dogs without handling, huh?
That's right.
It'd be hard to get that, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be hard, but I believe it's going to be done.
Sure, everybody that's run a dog is, all right, what am I going to do different this time?
Right. And there's a few few pros coming up now that they just starting to run some dogs.
Yeah,
like I see Clark over there. I think this may be his first dog.
Again, there was the break. I read some sponsors.
Okay, we're doing a rebird here, and I think we're going to take a break and identify a few of our supporters, sponsors.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. And by the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, teaming up with our community to bring sporting events to Shreveport-Bossier City, Caddo, and Bossier parishes. Margaritaville Resort Casino. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. Thor's Boats, drop the hammer.
Splash Super Pools.
And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
All right, here we go again. Rebird happened. Oh, they're just wrapping it up. Four-wheelers coming in off the right-hand station. Tell you what, you gotta love being a handler right now because you want to be that first one to go out there and stick this test. And you gotta believe you can do it. Lots of strategy going on. A, how you're gonna send for these birds, maybe what order you're gonna send for them, and if you have to handle, where are you going to handle? Good stuff.
Fair, right?
27.
All right, we just got the report. We've run 27 dogs. It's 11:34. What time did we start?
It was probably about 8:15, I believe.
So let's just say it was 8:30 or 11:30. We've run 3 hours, 27 dogs. That's 9 dogs an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Better than yesterday.
That's right.
So that's a better rate than yesterday. So if the weather doesn't haunt us or shut us down, it looks like we're going to finish this today, which would be fantastic. This dog was very animated.
Yeah.
He made me think he saw the birds.
Yeah. Well, this one right here, I can promise you, Clark, if he gets in the area, he's going to stop him and put him on.
Okay. He's not going to be hoping. He's going to stick him in there and handle him with the bird.
Looks good right here.
I mean, that's got to be right where I'd want to be. Now we broke inside. Okay, so we're going to see if you're right. got the depth right, but there's been some strange moves where these dogs have come in off that hunt, and I just don't. Because that dog looked, as he was headed out there, like he had a pretty good idea. Yeah, he didn't have a choice, that dog. He was either going to have a huge hunt and a handle, but man, he was right. I don't know how close he was, but he couldn't have been more than 15, 20 yards.
I mean, I thought it was over with.
Oh. But he's not the first one that's made that pass and wanted to come way in. I thought a couple early dogs were actually quitting and coming totally in, but they came back in and hunted real short. You lose points if you don't make it in the bucket when you throw the...
No, I think they'll probably add that to it, man.
So if you miss the layup, you lose points too, huh? He's pretty good. He didn't even look at the bucket. Well, good God, that's the perfect line. Let's see.
This is it.
It's the first. Let's see if he... Oh, you're looking for any change in behavior. He hadn't got it. Looked a little right there, but he's still in a spot where he could get this bird. He better... Yeah. All right, that should put, I think. Yep.
Yep. Man.
So what'd you learn from that?
From that right there?
Yeah.
You need to be further left.
I guess that's Captain Obvious, right?
Yeah.
But there is a spot, you know, and is it that single tree to the left of the holding blind? You got to be left of that.
That's right.
And once you hit the... No dog has gotten that left-hand bird without handling when they've crossed the line to where the gun's retired to, which is that cluster of trees.
Yeah.
And I think the first piece of information the dog gets is smelling where the gunner stood.
Yeah, that's right.
He saw where that dog acknowledged that. I'm not sure he knew where that bird was any better, but he used his sense.
That's right.
Handler he was responsive enough to handler to go where he's pointed, and then he got some information of where the gun stood, and then finished the deal. And darn it, if he'd have gone another 20 yards on that right-hand bird, he might have been our first one to get this without any handles. So there was a little trend where people were trying to pick up the middle bird second for a little while, but I haven't seen somebody do that in a while. See that dog when the go bird hit the ground, he made a real look to the right. But I don't know if the guns were starting to retire and move, but he got him back over there, so no big deal. You know, there's a little rise where I think there's some depth perception stuff there, and I didn't really realize it till I saw how little we could see of the dog's body when he's a little deep. Like right, see right in there?
Mm-hmm.
You just couldn't have predicted that kind of a hunt there. Well, there you go. There's 42. Not a bad score.
No, it wasn't.
So how about, that's a handle in the area?
Yes, sir.
On a go bird. 2 points for the first whistle? Is that what it is, automatically?
Automatically 20 points if you have to handle to the...
But he was in the fall area when he handled on that go bird.
Yeah, 2 points if you would say he was in the area, and that's up to the judge there.
Yeah, it felt like he was in the area.
His area out.
Well, and it being as short as it is in the last
Yeah.
bird down. Now here's another.
There it's going to be a lot
further
smaller.
left. Yeah, I don't.
And I hadn't watched every dog, but how many dogs have you seen when they handled on the go bird? Most of the time they're handling on all three birds.
Yeah. Once you start that pattern.
Yeah. And I'm sure their area of the fall on that go bird's real
Pretty small. You're right. It's short, and it's the last bird.
That's right.
First bird retrieved. You bet. So it's certainly a tighter perceived fall area than the middle bird is.
And it's just hard when you on that go bird, you're just sitting there in your mind saying, well, they're going to work this out
Yeah,
and get it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I never would have predicted that go bird would have caused that much hunt.
Has anybody picked up all three up cleaned yet?
No, so we still waiting on the first one to pick them all up. J. Paul's back. He's ready. I believe one's fishing to do it now. He's back. He's ready to see it.
So what was the dog? What was the handler and dog that just had the good long bird?
Clark just ran a dog and picked a long bird up. I had a good run, 42, which was a great run, but
Nothing wrong with the
right
42.
on line. We thought it was just going to step on the right bird. It did the same thing. A lot of dogs just got right there. Wasn't 15 foot yards from it probably. Checked down.
Here you go. Does he wind it here? Does he wind it here? That's our spot. Is that the? There was a difference. That dog did not. That dog did not acknowledge where the gun stood.
It's been a pretty common theme here all day long too.
Yeah.
So what are we at? 28, 29 dogs, about 30?
Yeah,
we just said they ran 27 here. This is the
27
29th.
dogs.
So they're running about 9 dogs an hour.
That's a little brisker pace than we had yesterday.
Yes, it is. Would you have predicted it with the length of marks?
Yeah.
You would have predicted this would go quicker?
At all. And I think that time's actually going to come down.
Yeah, it usually does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you know, here in the second
the better the
series,
work,
the running order's not by the luck of the draw now. It was established yesterday, so the higher your score yesterday, the earlier you run today. As a result of that, we're going to see, you know, I won't necessarily say better dogs because they're all great dogs here, but you know, the dogs that are running hot and doing well, we're going to see later in the day.
Yeah, that's a really interesting deal where you run based on your previous on your cumulative score up to that point. So is it on your previous test or is it on your overall score?
It'll be on your overall score.
Okay.
So yes, it is on your previous test, but yes, it is on your cumulative score. Previous test after the first series, cumulative score moving forward.
Got it. Okay. All right.
But your first test is going to be your cumulative
so
score.
So if you got a
after the first,
0 on this and you just drilled it, and
but
you had a 200 on the other one,
you're going to be still back in the back.
Got it.
If you make the cut at all.
Okay. You can only get so well. Yeah. Well, that's certainly the same in the other games.
And Pat, that's another thing that's changed over the years. When I first started running these events, your score, you started over at every series.
Oh.
But you know, it was decided, and I agree with this. Although my dogs, I always tended to benefit from that, getting to start over again. I mean. I won an event in 2006. I think it was the largest SRS event at the time with 112 entries in Stuttgart, Arkansas, with a dog you may have known. Max's Murphy Brown is Black. It was owned by Fred Brown initially and then co-owned by Fred and myself for the last few years of Murphy's life. And we came into the top 12 in 12th place, barely squeaked in. I was sitting there on the bubble and got in, finished 6th out of the 12, squeaked in and came into the finals in 6th place. And then we went out, it was a water quad with a keyhole blind that was about 120 yards long, and I blew one whistle. Picked up the quad clean, Murphy actually lined the blind. I blew the whistle just as he was turning to pick it up. He winded it, but I wasn't taking any chances. I think we threw down 6 points, and because it was not cumulative, we won the event.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but, and actually in that event, I think if we did so well in the finals, we would have been first or second anyway, but still, you know, the decision was made a couple of years after that, hey, we are not necessarily rewarding the best and most consistent dog. So we switched at that point, and today all scores are cumulative at all events.
You know, I've run my best nationals when I had a mistake and I had nothing to lose. And you see that in a lot of different deals. Like, all right, why didn't I handle like this the whole trial? Why did I wait till I was on the brink of getting thrown out to do that? And sometimes you're playing not to make a mistake, and sometimes you're playing to win.
Amen. Tell you what, this is a hard running dog, covering a lot of ground
Now
fast.
there's been more dogs that have, you know, we just said that long gun. The minute I said that long decoy gun didn't play a role, 3 dogs in a row headed towards it.
It's the last few is putting a lot of influence on it.
Well, let me tell you though, this wind has picked up from
significantly.
Yeah, 5 to 10 with occasional gusts to
I want to see
15 to 20, pretty constant. Want some jambalaya, Jerry?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm just go eat. They bringing me some lunch. They calling right now. I'll be back. They got.
Well, come back and see us.
Oh yeah,
good to have
we
you.
really enjoy having you up here.
Yes, sir. I'll be back.
Boy, they're saying 13-mile-per-hour gusts, but it sure feels more than that.
Yeah, 13.
That's more
Maybe.
like 20 plus right
yeah,
there.
13 times 2 or 3.
Some double handles here. That's So we started taking mid-round bets. So it's the over/under 10 dogs on handling. Do you think we'll get that many to do this on handling at this point?
Ooh, I think right now I'd take the over. Yeah, I think we will. I think you're going to see a couple dogs that just absolutely smack this test, and you're going to see a few that maybe have some hunts, but pick them up without a handle. I do still believe that we'll see 10. Now, as far as the over/under goes, golly, if I had to bet, I would bet on the over. I mean, on the under, though.
On the under.
I don't think we'll have 10 do it. I misstated that earlier. I would definitely bet on the under.
Well, here's Steven's second dog, isn't it?
And Steven's got 2 or 3 that could absolutely do this. I could see both of Ron Anderson's dogs. I'm not sure if we've ran one yet or not. Tell you, they brought us some jambalaya for lunch, and one of the things I love about being here in Louisiana is the food.
Yeah, absolutely. I get all the Cajun Creole food I can get when I'm here.
Amen. Yeah, I went to
When I travel here to do workshops and I take a big Yeti cooler, I was the most popular guy in South Georgia when I brought back a bunch of boudin and jambalaya and stuff, boneless chickens, and yeah.
I got my cooler in the back of the truck just for that reason. We got Onyx coming in here with Stephen Durance. Another Taylor Farms dog.
honesty, the bird that puzzles me the most is the go-bird.
But sure didn't try.
But not with that dog.
No, Onyx had no problem. Steven's had tremendous success here. 4-time Crown Champion winner. I think that's second only to Lyle Steinman, who I believe has 7. Sure, Stephanie will correct me at some point if I'm wrong in that, or someone will, but I think that's right. And I'll tell you, the thing that's really impressive to me, and there are people that are going to have differing opinions on this, and that's fine. I mean, that's why we all have opinions, but very, very different handlers in the fact that, you see this is a Taylor Farms dog, which is his kennel. Stephen has trained most of the dogs that he has had a great deal of success with, and he is primarily a hunt test guy. I don't know. I know some of his dogs ran field trials. I don't know for sure that Stephen, and I'm going to find this out, get some clarity later, has ever even ran an open. May have. But one thing that's really impressive to me about Stephen, and I respect, is the fact that he made these dogs.
Yeah.
Lyle's had tremendous success. And I had success similarly with dogs that we found, like we were talking about Red and Mully yesterday, that we purchased. Field trial dogs that were purchased to play this game for this event. Lyle's been more successful than anybody at that. But Stephen's rapidly catching up with Lyle in the success department, although Onyx is struggling a little bit here. And he's primarily
darn it, he's just been everywhere but on the downwind side of this bird. He chucked up a little short, broke back like I was hoping he'd do, but then continued upwind of the bird, across the road, and got in that difficult place to recover.
And I'll say this for Stephen too, he has a lot of faith in his dogs. He will let one hunt longer than most out here. If he believes that dog's got a chance of finding it, he's gonna generally not opt for the quick handle. A little different strategy than I would use, but it definitely works for him.
Stephen's just willing him out there. Help. I mean, dead at the bird. Let's
Well, if
see
dogs
if he
really do have ESP or clairvoyant, he's definitely trying that communication.
Well,
I think
I'll
that's
tell you what, that was a smart move. He made a little checkup, but realized, wait a minute, this is a punch bird.
I think Onyx got it.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, here we go. First dog that we've seen drop down in that dip, check up, and then recover.
And then go on. But he did that same thing on the right bird.
Yeah,
and I thought it was going to help him, and ended up hurting him.
Well, that right bird, when you get deep and you get back over there by where all that sin is from the blind yesterday, and all that dog traffic and everything, it's definitely influencing those dogs, and I believe it's holding them in the area.
So nobody has sent for the middle bird second in quite a while.
Nobody had any success at it.
No,
I think they all
right.
learned.
You're right, because the dogs that have, there's no dog that's sent for the middle bird second that got it without handling. And there's been multiple dogs sent for the right hand bird second, even if they've handled, have gotten the middle bird. You know, how many no handles on the middle bird have there been? Half a dozen?
10 maybe. I think we've had more than half a dozen, but they've handled it somewhere else.
Right, exactly. But if I'm
yeah.
simply isolating that bird,
I would say it's definitely the most difficult. Yeah.
And I'm just isolating from a strategy standpoint.
And while I was stepped away to take a quick phone call, got to speak with my buddy Trey Culver, give a shout out to the Boat Warehouse of the Mid-South, one of our proud Thor Boats dealers. They love to drop the hammer there, so guys, showing you some love. But I was talking to Trey, and he knew that I was here doing this, and so he took the time to go over and check out the live stream on YouTube. And when I got on the phone, he's like, man, this is a fascinating event. And he said, I'll tell you what, I bet you ain't gonna see anybody else go for that middle bird second. And I'm like, wow. Yeah. He's a duck hunter though and loves dogs, so he picked up on it pretty quick.
Well, most of us started this game because we're duck hunters.
Yeah. Yeah, and I tell you what, for a lot of us, I mean, I know I'm this way. My passion for duck hunting was always great, but it grew tremendously when I started hunting with the dog.
Yeah.
To the point now that I really don't care to go if I'm not taking a dog.
Yeah. You hear that a lot. Yeah, there we go. There we're getting some updated wind gusts up to 22 to 25.
Sounds more like it. Just a little bit of lag time in that real world stuff. I tell you, I bet you I'm gonna gain 10 pounds while I'm here this week, the way they're feeding us too, man. Today we've got the food truck from Candy Galore and more here. Thank those guys, show them a little bit of love. Also Shreveport, Bossier City. People here have been wonderful to us. This is our 3rd year here in a row, and really, really enjoyed the hospitality. The people are so gracious, and they hope to have us back for several years to come. I hope we keep on coming back because I really like it here. And of course, this WK Palmetto Event Center is just former golf course.
Well, I don't think you'd have a much better spot than you have right here with the accessibility. And
WK stands for Willis Knight, a large medical concern here in Louisiana. They have a couple of facilities right down the road, beautiful state-of-the-art healthcare center. And folks at Willis Knight have taken this old golf course and turned it into an event center. Since we were here last, Pat, you see all the new concrete on what formerly were golf trails. Now they're walking trails. Got the fountain going over there in the lake. Giving back to the community here. Folks from Willis Knight, we love being here at WK Palmetto Event Center. All right.
This guy looks a little bit, he's kind of worried here. He's along.
Why do you think that the handlers are letting them do that? We haven't seen a dog check up and hunt short there and recover yet.
I know,
But we're also not seeing many fast handles on that bird in particular.
But this dog he showed a real kind of nervousness on that go bird, and it's continued on to this mark here.
Wow, podium started to move. There, you got it?
2 birds. I know he's not satisfied with that. Trying to make sense out of why some of these dogs, there's been maybe 6 of them that have had really nervous hunts on the go bird. I understand the other birds when you don't remember them and you're worried about doing the wrong thing, but I just don't.
And we watched these same dogs run yesterday.
They didn't show that behavior.
No, they didn't
exactly.
Show that.
That's why because in yesterday's test, you pulled them off, ran a blind. I would have thought maybe that would have created some of this, but the only thing I can sense is that when the dog comes up and looks at the magnitude of the test, these long guns, they know this is hard. And if it's really kind of, so there's a concern level up, but just about the difficulty of what they're watching. And that's the only thing that would make sense here. Well, he's got the right line on this one. This one, if you just keep going, if you don't get too far right, you can get some information. He's breaking in a good direction, it looks like.
Come on, baby.
The dogs that get it, somewhere in that may show a little bit of
right there.
Recognition. Boy, it just, he made a right-hand break, but that wasn't the recognition he was looking for.
I just feel like you've got to be quick on that whistle there if that dog breaks right.
First, you didn't know if it was a right to establish a hunt, but it wasn't.
I mean, we've seen one dog, I think Carter Turner had one dog that broke right and then came back in.
Yeah.
But that dog looked a couple of times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just where they are. It's, well, and the pattern of his hunts on the previous two birds are indicative of where his mind is, and he's not marking well here. So is this test indicative of the difficulty level that you're apt to see when they do the field trial testing?
100%.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So they don't just do a field trial test, they do
a field trial test.
Field trial.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's certainly what we're seeing.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, this might be tame for the crown for a field trial season. We've seen some biggies. We had one year before last over at the plantation. I'll tell you, they didn't hurt Onyx as bad as I thought on that hunt on the right-hand side. I think there was some real reward, though, for picking up that long bird.
Well, yeah, they definitely are given credit for getting that middle bird without handle, even if they have trouble on the right.
Yeah, we've had some doozies. I mean, we had a big triple with a punch bird in a big cattle pasture, and I cannot remember the distance, but I believe it was 420 was the long retired.
Wow.
And it was a difficult test.
So this year's National Amateur, Montana, big country. They didn't have a mark over 250 yards in the whole national.
Really?
He didn't have a retrieve over 262 was the longest retrieve out of the, which is tame, but it was very effective. They had great bird placement.
Where was it at in Montana?
It was in the Ronan-Polson area, right, Mission Valley, kind of a classic retriever area.
Oh yeah.
I think the Master National's gone there. You know, there's probably 5 or 6 sets of ground or areas in the country that are just top. I mean, big time good, and that's certainly one of them.
That Mission Valley area, and then Twin Bridges, that area. I forget, the gentleman had a NAFC from California, was a heck of a producer, or maybe an NFC that actually owned the property. And then of course you got Treasure State at Butte, and then up by Great Falls in the high desert. I forget the name of the club there, but they have a heck of a grounds. Ran there a few times. I watched the rattlesnakes there.
All right, he's off for the right-hand bird. He's going with purpose. He's right at the bird right now.
Man, look at this. You
right
can,
at the bird.
Oh, go.
Starting to.
Come on, baby. Dang it.
Now, wait a minute. Bingo.
That was a heck of a mark. Boy, Clark's loving that too.
Deep breath there, baby.
I mean.
All right, this
wasn't quite a pop chalk line, but it was close. Ever had a dog bitten by a snake during a field trial?
No.
That happened twice in a hunt test.
I've had a dog chased by an alligator at a field trial.
Hadn't had that one.
That was in North Carolina, actually.
I have had one.
Which you don't think of as
no, that's big time gator country.
Gator
It
country.
is, can be that low country.
Well, here we go.
I've actually had a dog bitten by a snake twice in a hunt test, and my wife has had one bitten once. We've had 3 between us.
Well, what do we?
A little bit left. Come on, push right. Let's break. Hopefully those trees. I'll tell you, if the dog.
Okay, there was the
That's
first
not a bad
break point.
place
You
to
see it
be.
make a little move there, like he started to hunt. Boy, oh boy.
We're fixing
Tell
to
you
see
what,
our
I'm not
first
going
clean
to
one.
jinx
I'm gonna
him,
be a
but I
predictor
gotta
here.
believe this
Yeah.
could be our first. There it is. Booyah!
We'll
All
clap
right,
up here too.
That got a round of applause from me and everybody. Wow.
That was a
Well,
heck
he
of
has
a
set
run.
the bar.
Man,
All right.
I wish I had my note. We'll know here in a second what he came in here with, but
Whatever he came in here with, he improved his position dramatically.
major. Big time.
Well,
I mean,
that
right
just-
now,
if that doesn't make you smile, I don't know what does.
gotta love that. Gotta love that.
And that handler, I mean, you could just
Thor had a really good
see
run.
his emotion. And I'll tell you what, you got to give him credit. He was really aggressive in where he pointed that dog on that long bird. In other words, he was not afraid to go right behind that go bird.
Not at all.
And dog made some great decisions. He hit that first clump of trees about, I don't know, what's that, 40 yards past the go bird. And the dog started to think about checking up, thought twice, went on. Just fantastic.
I know Clark's
there's
really
somebody
happy
cueing
with
that long bird with a big firm hand.
Got another member of the Dublin Mafia I've started calling because there's so many of them.
this
Kevin
is-
Baggett and Pete coming to the line. That's going to be a hard act to follow, too. I'm impressed with Clark's handling at this event. Clark has always been a very good handler. Of course, he obviously has won this event a couple of times. But man, he has made the move to Castile Creek Kennels, Team Castile Creek, a while back. Had a few of us shaking our heads in that, but his dogs look good, and I've watched him do some really, really nice handling here.
We're going to see maybe a success trend. I don't know. But that, to tell you what, that dog was just, you could tell he was just really on his game.
Mm-hmm.
And so was a handler. It takes two to tango here.
Can't do it by yourself. I tell you, Pete had a really good go bird.
Yeah.
Dog's a little bit right, but he looks like he has an idea where he's going.
Maybe.
Throwing that.
Well,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a good.
I like seeing
Good
though
move.
that shoulder
Now,
into
there's
the
another
wind.
little
Oh.
bit of it. Well, this will be interesting. Dogs have done it from here, but they've got to make some good moves here. And
Clark and Daisy.
You're just hoping you don't see him on the far hill, but I'm afraid. Oh, here he comes.
That's a dang
wait a
good
minute, though.
recovery if
He
makes
is
it.
deep,
Oh,
isn't he? He made a move left, but I didn't. But he's coming, checking back in.
I think this dog has an idea.
Yeah, he
you know,
does.
that he's in the area. I don't think
No, he
Pete's just
at
out
this
there
point-
chasing squirrels.
You're worried that he just doesn't decide to leave the area, but he's not gonna.
Come in a little bit right there.
I think. Boy, I really loved watching that hunt.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice. That was a controlled hunt. You know, some people call it big. I think that's all kind of in the eye of the beholder. To me, yeah, it was. He covered some ground, but it was controlled.
Well, and
And I've just been corrected. This is not Pete. This is JJ with Rhodey. Dogs went out of order a little bit, or our graphic was.
But from a dog trainer standpoint, I mean, if I'm taking notes on this dog in training, I put a smiley face. Great hunt, really smart.
if I'm judging it, I'm going to judge him well on that mark, even though he covered some ground.
Yeah, he didn't go straight to it. But
watching the dog, it looked to me like he knew, you know, hey, there he is right in here. Let me work this problem out.
All right. Brody's trying to follow the previous dog.
That's exactly
what I was thinking. Good spot, as long as he's got the discipline to keep going. First key point is right about in here somewhere. Peeling a little right, but he seems to still keep going. Boy, this next ridge is going to be crucial. There's a great move right there.
Yeah. The dogs that have
get
done
this bird. Look at there. He's broke stride. He's got an idea of the depth of this bird.
All right, there's the guns. I'm on the right side of them. Let me go over here a little bit further. Maybe I'll run into something.
There's two in a row without a handle. I got a fist pump.
The over's looking better and better. My money's still on the under. I'll be shocked if we have more
Two in a row.
do it.
Two in a row now.
So here's my question. Over and under said 10. Is it 9.5 or 10.5? It can't be 10.
You're right. You're right.
Let's call it 9.5, and then I'll go them over.
I don't remember what I said originally. I said under 20. I was guessing like 15, 16, 17.
Look at Rody. He's awful happy with JJ, too.
Well, yeah, he's going
to give that girl some love. Well deserved, too.
Yeah, that was good to see. Well,
one of the things I love about Rody best, he is a dog man. I mean, Rody loves his dog.
Well, that was obvious there, isn't it?
He once whelped a litter of pups at a Super Retriever Series event in Virginia in the back floorboard of his crew cab truck. Yeah, wasn't gonna leave her back at home.
Well, if you're gonna spend your life doing this, you better love the dogs.
All right, now we got Pete and Kevin Baggett. It's Rody and JJ. Yeah, he brought the dog. She had a nice little whelping area set up, took the back seat out of that crew cab F250 or F350 and had it all set up. And I can't remember how many pups she had, 8 or 10 puppies, all healthy.
So you probably heard Leonard Ferrucci from Alaska.
Right, Dr. Lynn Ferrucci, Chena River Ripple. A couple other really nice
let's talk about Chena River Surprise.
Yep.
You know why her name was Chena River Surprise?
No.
Because he walked back to the truck after he'd run another dog. And the mother of Chena River Surprise dropped puppies in the truck. He didn't even know she was in well.
Wow.
And it was a surprise.
He did know she was pregnant, though.
Well, he knew she was pregnant, but he did not expect that she, had no indication that this dog was going to
go into labor.
Was going to go into labor, and he was probably wrapped up with everything. There's your 14.
14, and so let's talk about this for just a second before you continue. I want to. A lot of people go, well, both dogs picked it up clean. Y6 and Y14. It's about the hunt. You've always got to be able to reward that dog. That front foot, you will so rarely, I mean, you talk about that 6 that he just had. It wouldn't shock me if I looked at the judges' sheets if that was 3 2s.
Yeah.
Because even though, we made the comment, you'd have to pop a chalk line to get much straighter.
Yep.
It wasn't a chalk line.
Right, yep.
There was some deviation. They're leaving room, and they might have got a 0 on that. That was maybe a 4 on one of the other ones instead of a 2. But my point being, the judges are being really consistent here, and they've got to leave room for that dog that just goes out there and kills it. And I totally agree with the 8-point differential there between those two dogs, because Clark's dog really didn't hunt a bird.
No, he didn't. Well, that's the lowest score we've gotten of any set these 2 days. Then the next lowest was 12.
14, that 14. Lee Howard yesterday with snow had a 14, and we just saw Rody put up a 14. So we've got 2 14s and a 6 over 2 days so far, with about 125 runs completed with our 94 dogs. And I will also tell you this, Pat, single-digit scores on a series here at the Crown are very uncommon. You just don't see many of them.
Yeah, well, I can certainly see why that's the case, especially with tests of this difficulty. For a minute there, I thought he was going to get that middle bird without handling.
I did too. You know, I mean, you see streaks. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. We saw a streak of really, really tough conditions for the dogs, and then you see streaks where, you know, it's uncommon. One guy, nobody's really smacked it all day long, and then one guy comes up and does it, and another guy comes up and follows him, just like we saw Rhodey do, and then the next guy comes in.
I remember Mike Lardy and I having a discussion about the evolution of a long-retired gun during a field test.
So what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so almost always, right off the bat, unlike yesterday, the early dogs are at a disadvantage for a couple reasons. You know, there's not as much scent in the fall areas. Maybe you haven't studied the dog behavior and made adjustments at that point. But there's the classic, it's hard in the beginning. But Mike always felt, we thought, that it gets easier in the middle and then harder again at the end when the drag back builds up. Yeah. Now, how much is drag back a factor not using real birds?
Definitely not as much factor. That is one thing that really stands out here. Yeah, I made the comment yesterday, and I stand by this very, very strongly, and I think we see it today. You have a real shot fly over here, and you throw 2 mallards in this test instead of the dummies. Totally different test. You're going to see several dogs. You know, for me, the over/under for our 94 dog field here probably jumps up to 30.
Got it.
You know, so that's one thing. And then the other big area of influence is definitely drag back. You know, when a dog is bringing that duck back, you have feathers that come off. You have, you know, dander. The scent is just so much more pronounced. So yeah, I think that drag back is a much bigger factor when you're using birds than when you're using dummy, when you're using plastic.
Well, here's another thing that would be going on here.
It's like we got no bird here.
Yeah, that was a real low throw on that long bird. I was watching it from here. If that left bird was a flyer, all of the feathers from the shot flyer would be drifting back behind him en route to that long bird. So that's not drag back, but that is another form of scent that really makes it challenging. So
it's challenging enough using plastic birds. I mean, you see how these dogs are checking up on the right side of that, going for that middle bird. Yeah.
But you know, sometimes and again, these older, more experienced dogs learn to read drag back, different from real scent or the bird itself, and learn to interpret these trails.
You know, a theory that I have, it is just a theory, I've not done any research on it, but one of the theories that I have is that dogs in field trials, and particularly like on the shot flyer, they know fresh scent from older scent. I think that, you know, a living thing like a bird, its scent, I guess decays is the best word I can use, I feel like fairly quickly. I think that with these birds, with the plastic, I don't think that's the case. I think that the scent stays the same longer.
Right.
And point in case, or the evidence that I would give today for that is this right-hand bird over here, where the blind was planted. You see these dogs getting in there and really staying in there and hunting after they smell that, and it's a day old. I guarantee you, in a trial, if there'd been a shot flyer there yesterday and then we turn and run another series here today, dogs that go in there, they're going to recognize and age that scent and come right out of there. Would you?
Yeah, and I do feel that, and certainly the more experienced dogs that have been able to, over time, make that differentiation. I'll tell you what, I've helped and I've got friends with the world of some Springer Spaniel field trailers, and they talk about the difference between interpreting a nest and a live bird. And a nest being where a bird sat for a period of time and then left.
Yeah.
Which would be similar to what we're describing, is it not? It's an area where there's bird scent that isn't, and even if the bird left the nest 90 seconds early, there's a difference than the bird itself.
Yep.
And so I would think that's somewhat similar.
Definitely agree with that.
And so some of the really savvy dogs, I talked about the Tyrone dog that was such a beast online and challenged to run. He was the most brilliant dog at learning to use the comeback trails of the other dogs to the bird. You would see him, when he got uncertain, he'd hit a certain point and he'd turn 90 degrees, throw his head up, and look for the return trail and hit that trail and take it right to the bird. And
jump on it like it was the express train.
Oh, just like it was. He learned that, well, that comeback trail takes me to the bird, and he would look for the trail more than he did for the bird when he got close and take it in. And was it always the best mark? No, but I tell you what, rarely did he not find a bird.
That's very interesting.
It's just indicative of really an intelligence factor. Because so many of these things, there's an artificial factor to all these games. They're not hunting, but the skills that they have to use to be able to do this translate to great skills in other areas.
Amen.
Look at this line.
Not breaking down
Look
a bit,
at this
running.
line.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness, that's about as textbook as you can get.
Come on.
Bam.
Yeah. Another good
Now
one.
that.
Did he pick up this?
Was a chalk line. I know, we were talking.
I know, we were just discussing.
But I'll tell you what, you're not going to get better than that. There's been two pretty incredible ones, but that was, and that decision the dog made right in this zone.
Yeah, that was a
he
2
was
at
determined.
worst on that bird.
Well.
No, going back to your original question there, I definitely think that drag back, it doesn't play a factor nearly as much with the plastic as it does with feathers. You know, but then there are other areas, like I think that the fall area doesn't age as quickly with plastic as it does with feathers. So, you know, you've got your trade-offs all around in there.
Now we got a little sun poked out here and made it kind of glary.
Yeah, and you could feel the humidity rise just slightly today when it's cloud cover when the sun popped out too. Just a tinge. Tell you, that jambalaya was good. I just have a hard time standing here and eating and watching the dogs.
Watching dogs and battling the wind, but
if you heard us smacking, folks, please forgive us. We did try to cut our mics off most of the time.
See how the bright sunlight kind of changed the lighting on that camera view.
Now, John hails from Santa Fe, New Mexico, but he spends a lot of time, I understand, in
this is our first FC to try this test, so obviously he's got an extensive field trial background with a field champion in front of his name. But that means he's probably seen more of this, but it certainly doesn't necessarily guarantee he's going to do it.
Well, I mean, there are trade-offs to the field trial dogs.
Yes.
You know, mentioned Murphy, that dog that Fred and I had. Fred honored me with sending me the dog and letting me go on and run in this event. Murphy had 36 Derby points, I believe. I mean, of course, you know, Fred and Dan, they ran a lot of Derbies.
Right.
You know. He was just wild with the line. I mean, that dog was such a handful. Oh my gosh. And it was from, you know, all that running as a puppy. You said yesterday you didn't like to run a lot of Derbies for that reason. And you mentioned, you know, Sprees out of the Wood Tiger. Felt like you pushed him too hard, ran him too much early?
Absolutely.
Yes, that can be a curse. Yeah, Murphy was...
Well, they learned some good things and they learned some bad things. You know what? This right-hand bird is oftentimes one of my favorite birds. It's a middle distance bird. In other words, you can hunt it short or you can overrun it. It's all by itself, and the dog's got to mark the bird.
Dog's got to mark.
He's got to mark the bird.
And that was the thing about JJ a while ago too. In that.
Oof. See now, I think that up gun on the left is playing a role with this guy.
The dog was running similar to Bobby's dog Goose, which came out with a good score earlier. I feel like that dog was headed to the next parish as well. Yeah, Bazooka and Clark, 37. I bet you he wishes he could have that right bird back. Still a great score.
It's a little hard to tell the depth, but he's deep of the holding one, so he's definitely deep of the bird.
Well, the sun's trying to peak. We're getting a little bit of a shadow out there. It's not completely overcast. It may change things up a little bit too here.
Anxious to see what he does here.
You expected FC to have some stamina and be willing to go long. Obviously, he was certainly willing then. Here, I believe it's going to be all about the line. That ain't terrible.
No, it's not a bad place to be.
Looks to me like the dog's kind of leaning a little left, looking that way.
But he made a little move.
Yeah.
Ooh, he wanted to break down right there, didn't he? But he thought better of it.
But he recovered. He's continuing to drive.
Look at it. The handler's trying to will him over a little bit. I think he'll get this bird unless the wind doesn't. God, it feels almost straight in our face now. I'm a little worried that he may not win that bird.
He knows his dog, too. You called it. You said you thought he'd get it.
Yeah, but I'm not. I think, yeah. Boy, the wind for just that minute kind of came straight in my face, and I thought, from here on stage, I didn't know if it was that way out there, but where I thought that dog would win that bird, he did not. Well, so maybe his field trial training kept him from breaking down, but it didn't help him find the birds without handling, did it? He had a duck. Not so much the case here, but Mike Lardy and I have had some discussions, and he made the statement that 80% of dogs go out of nationals by overrunning birds. Much more so than not getting the distance in a national in national competition. Now,
80%.
80%. Your 80% of the dogs fail marking tests in nationals by overrunning.
Wow.
And I thought about that, partly because you don't see as big a long test in nationals as you do on weekend trials. Partly because of the time factor. But those great middle distance birds are the great national birds. They're sometimes isolated, but they're the birds that you can hunt short. They're the birds you can overrun.
I think I once heard Lardy say that it's not the long bird, it's not the short bird, it's that middle distance bird that does it. Okay, I got to show some love here. We're Lone Oak Retrievers. Scoop is out of our kennel. Lone Oak's Big Dipper, master hunter.
8 years old.
Handled Rhodey Best and owned by Kevin McDonald, and Kevin is really super proud of this dog, and Scoop is a heck of a nice animal. Good looking thing too.
Rhodey's dogs are well behaved on the line. You know, when you step up and step back, you're trying to communicate to the dog to look left or right. And one of the things you have to do is, when you make those moves, you got to keep your dog from jumping ahead of you. And his dog, those last two, they pivoted on their rear end exactly like you'd like to see them, and then you're able to help see the birds. Okay. Got one in the books.
Do you have a program? Took off on a nice line here. See, Henry had a 73. Come on back to the left, boy. Come on. Look at this. Right there it is. Bam. That was a nice one too.
We'll see if Rhodey's got the mojo. He came off his last one. Hit this test hard. Sometimes you get the feel going, and it bleeds over, and you get some momentum going.
Amen.
And it carries over to the other dogs in your string.
He's definitely got momentum coming into this.
Going for that good first look. Rhodey's kind of get a read on. Does he act like he remembers it?
I think he does.
Oof, oof.
Oh, that's pretty far left. No, I don't get back in there. Now this is a place where I would definitely look toward a quick handle if I needed it. Yeah.
Oh, Rhodey's got to be upset with that. He pushed at that bird hard, but maybe he pushed, obviously in this instance, a little too hard. Hindsight is 20/20 though.
Amen for that.
I'm not sure I'd like to have a camera on behind me on all the tests and nationals. Maybe I didn't do quite what I wished I'd have done, but or maybe I would have loved to have seen it. I don't know.
I like what Rhodey's doing here. Now, he is attacking this in his handles. That wind is really picking up hard now.
See some of the.
But it's starting to turn more in our face. That may work in Rhodey's favor.
See the camera shaking a little bit here.
So Scoop Sire was a dog named Lone Oaks Red Rider. Rider went back to my dog Ella, who we spoke of yesterday. Would cock her head, and that's why I thought Scoop had an idea. It looked like he had that same look about him. Still not gonna be a terrible score if he can dig it out. That's odd.
It is odd.
And I tell you,
maybe that bounced a little bit closer and a little more hidden, because a lot of the dogs were actually, we could actually even see the bird on the camera, but this one I can't.
The way Scoop was starting to hunt in there, I'm surprised that he bounced out, because this dog can mark. He's a marking dog.
You got to reel him in. Boy, I gotta believe this is going to get your bird, isn't it? Where is this bird?
I don't know how he has not found that bird yet.
I bet you when he picks it up, it's going to be right up at the tree or something, I would guess. I don't know, though. Well, we know it didn't run off.
You can see Rhodey's shirt, the way it's blowing that wind. Oh!
Well, that's why he didn't find it.
Man,
quite a bit longer bird. Bounced a little further.
Boy, that's a tough break. And you know, that may have been why Rhodey sent the dog a little left.
Yeah, I wondered. I thought the same thing when I saw where that bird was, that he pushed a little harder at the bird. But and sometimes they go right at that tent, that go bird, and they decide they got to go one side or the other. And they break under the arc. Reminds me, one of my first really good dogs, it was a dog named Esprit's Hocus Pocus. It was out of Super Tanker. I think it was Tank's first field champion. And
Esprit's Hocus Pocus. What's the call name on that
Hokey.
dog? Hokey.
He used to get the Virginia Tech "What's a Hokey" stuff, and he was good at these long birds. But when you threw that long retired bird behind the back of a flyer and you tried to stick, he'd go underneath the arc of the flyer 6 out of 10 times and get the bird. He was just, it was unnerving. And you try to get him in tight behind the back like he was doing there, but he'd go under the arc of that bird and bend out and get it. And he just, he made a living doing that.
Flower station every single time.
He just, that's the way he, you know, and he was, but most dogs, when they get under there, there's so much temptation to break down.
Well, I can tell you that scoop dog, dogs that would really run long. I mean, Ryder was out of Colt 45, AFC Colt 45, winner here. His mother was my dog Ella, who was a Grand Hunting Retriever champion, master hunter, ran super straight. Really nice dog. Never did really well in the SRS. I think that's because I hunted her too much.
Okay.
Yeah. She picked up, there were multiple seasons she picked up 1,000 birds, not in training, but in hunting.
All right, here comes Lyle.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see.
What bird's he going to send for a second?
He's going to go long, I think, again. I think he's going to go one more time. Who's he got here? Let's see. Ducky. It won't surprise me if he goes long one more time. It won't surprise me if he does it, but if he's going to do it again, I think it'll be now. And if it doesn't work out this time, I think it'll be the last time. My prediction. Now, interesting fact about Ella. Ella had close to 1,500, maybe over 1,500 HRC points. A couple of grand passes, only ran her a couple of times. But she finished a master test with 27 different handlers.
Oh, that's really cool.
She would run for anybody. And
Don't you love that? Oh,
okay. She had a streak of 67 passes in a row.
Yeah, I can think of some of the dogs that just, they adapted to anybody's style. Jamie Woodson's got a really nice dog named Maddox now, who's finished the back-to-back nationals. And he's won opens with 4 different handlers. And he's only barely 5 years old. So he's, you know,
that's impressive.
And he's just one of those dogs, you're right, that just, no, and he's a good, you know, it doesn't hurt to be a good dog, but some dogs don't adapt to other handlers very well.
She did well. Part of that was because when she was running, I think, gosh, I'm trying to remember her birthday. I think she was born in 2001. Yeah, back then, you could only run 8 dogs at a HRC hunt test event as a handler. Yeah.
Look what Bert,
he went. He
abandoned going for the.
I was trying to distract you. I really thought he might try middle again.
They haven't done very well from over there.
No.
It's a fine line between being far enough right and too far right. Yeah.
Got our ticker up there. I love the ticker. That's been a great addition. I think Bailey over in the truck got that going for us. And I feel like I'm watching ESPN, you know, the scores coming across the bottom. Now I'm looking at these scores. You got Bobby and Goose at a 161, 166 there. I think we're about to see a Thor and Clark in the 140s. You have 148.
And these are the cumulative scores.
This is cumulative, yep. Yeah, folks, what you're looking at is their combined score from the first and second. Onyx had a nice run there with a 141.
Did you say you thought 150 was going to be kind of the sweet spot?
No, I was in the open dogs. I thought 130 would be.
Gotcha.
Yeah, above 150 for the amateurs. I figure about they'll take a 130 or better, and it could go as high as 150. I'd feel pretty good if I were Clark sitting with a 106 and 122.
Yeah, that's you're going to be here tomorrow.
I would be shocked if the line drops below 100. Lyle's still struggling right here. Ducky.
Yeah.
But, you know, all of us have watched Lyle run. I mean, I give him credit. Like I said, he's a very intelligent handler.
Yep.
And when Lyle shows up, I mean, there are a lot of bullets in his magazine. Mm-hmm. You know, he knows with a dog like Ducky here. You know, some guys will go, well, man, he just sacrificed his dogs. No, I don't believe Lyle's that way at all. I think that he knows that Ducky needed to really smack it to have any chance of moving on to the next series. So, hey, if I'm going to have to handle much, I'm probably out anyway. Let's see what the dog's reaction is. You know, he comes to a point, I believe, in where he's like, look, I know that, you know, it's done. Why not learn something from it? And I think that's very wise. I mean, there's a lot of wisdom in that. You know, hey, we're not going to be able to move on, so let's learn all that we can. Let's don't make this last bird, or, you know, these last two birds, whatever, be in vain. Now, back when I was running Ella, you could only take 8 dogs to a hunt test on the weekend event. And so my wife, Melanie, wasn't going with me handling. A lot of times I would show up with 8 paying dogs. And, you know, had to have somebody run her. And Ella was the dog that I hunted with for those years on the TV show Drake's Migration Nation. So a lot of guys knew Ella from TV. Got to where I would show up at a hunt test and guys would be waiting, walking over to my truck. Hey, you got anybody that can handle that Ella today? And anybody could.
Oh, that isn't what he was looking for there.
That was a good cast. Tell you, that was a pretty doggone nice cast. If you're just joining us, we're here. We're not quite to the halfway point. We're in the second series of Super Retriever Series Crown Championship. Of course, you know that if you're here on our Super Retriever Series YouTube Live, I'm sure. But today we have field trial. Yesterday we had the hunt test. SRS rules state that in the Crown, one of the first 2 series has to be a hunt test and the other has to be a trial. So got the hunt test knocked out yesterday. AKC style test. Double, poison bird, knowed the dog off the double marks, ran the poison bird blind, came back and picked him up, come back with a field trial today. This test has been pretty doggone difficult too. Almost halfway through, we've only had 2 dogs pick up all 3 birds clean. Clark had one of those earlier. Sure, he's looking for a repeat of that now. Coming along with High Waters Dr. Dre. I think Dre got a really good look. Definitely at the second, third, maybe all 3 of those. It's also been my pleasure. Boy, this dog's taking a nice line. Bam. It's also been my pleasure to be joined up here on stage, here in the broadcast stage with Mr. Pat Burns, a true living legend in the field trial world. And Pat stepped out to take a little break. I took one earlier and he needed to step down for a second, get him something to drink, but he'll be back in a minute. I tell you, I've learned a whole lot just sitting here listening to Pat and talking to him and picking his brain. Hopefully he's going to stick around with us. He says he is for the rest of the week. Clark really taking his time there. It looked to me like Dre was looking left hard. Got to give Clark credit for two things here. Number one, he recognized that. He worked pretty hard to try to get him to look back right, just couldn't quite achieve that. But number two, I think that was a really, really smart, quick handle here. Seen a lot of dogs struggle, and this bird's laying right out there. It's the first time this bird has been in a position where you can actually visibly see it from up here. Now I'm in an elevated position here on the stage, but that bird was standing out there pretty good. I think Clark did a good job, handled smart, fast, and once he started handling, attacked it like it was a blind. If you weren't here earlier, our scenario today, this again is a field trial. It's a triple with 2 retired. Dog comes out. First bird is thrown out. Right to left. Long bird. Don't know what's going on here. He's picked up 2. Judge is talking with Clark. Do we have something going on out in the field? Looks like Clark just came offline and retired. Curious to see if Clark possibly had a send that wasn't from the mat. Looks like they're conversing about it. Gotta try to get a little bit of information for you guys. I'll wait for this next dog lineup. Give me a second. We're gonna step offline here and see if I can get a word with Clark and find out what happened. Okay, don't have to go talk to Clark. Just found out that got a rerun to come up here. Apparently something happened in the field that caused some interference. Up here from where we're at, I couldn't see exactly what went on, but they deemed that the dog was somehow interfered with in the field, and so they're going to give Clark a rerun. Try to get some more details on that here in just a moment for you guys coming up. All right, so coming up here, we've got Ray Cato and Traeger. Traeger, 6-year-old black male. Dude puppy, my daddy's the big black dude. So apparently Clark is going to be granted a rerun because there was field interference. Bird Boy didn't realize the dog was still running and came out into the field. During the run, they felt like that was an unfair disadvantage for the dog, and so they're going to give him a rerun. Traeger went directly to the area of the fall here, but put on a really tight little hunt. Super, super nice hunt. Ray's got to be happy with that. Tell you, I like this dog too. Traeger is just a super duper nice dog. Really like Ray also. True gentleman, and came here last year with a couple of dogs, Traeger and Traeger's litter mate Frank, and this year we have what I believe is a first. Boy, that bird's starting to really stand out. This year Frank actually qualified for the crown. with Ray's wife, Carol. And so Carol and Frank, we'll see them later today because Carol and Frank actually beat Traeger and Ray yesterday in the scores. So Carol gets to run a little bit later. Had a great run. I threw up a score in the 30s, and she's definitely in the hunt in the amateur. Of course, Ray's not out of it either. He had a nice run yesterday with Traeger, just not quite as good as Carol's. And putting together a really nice run here too. I've had only a couple of dogs pick these birds, all three up clean. Haven't had an amateur do it yet, but I tell you, that is a great place to be. The line is just a little bit to the right, but every dog that's gone through there, as long as he doesn't stop, check up at that flower station, put on a hunt, he's got a good chance. There you see that nose go down just a little bit. Come on, push, Traeger. Right there, make the turn. Nice job. Pretty sure I heard Carol give a shout from the gallery over there. Awful proud of her husband and her boy Traeger. I guarantee you Carol's rooting for him now, but she's playing to beat him later. 6 years old. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Traeger. I don't believe this will be his last Crown Championship for sure. And after that run, I have a really good feeling that we'll also see him playing tomorrow as well. All right, coming up next to the line is Lyle Steinman with one of my personal favorites, Bayou Star Air Stepper, call named Jordan. Jordan is an SRS winner. Never won here at the Crown, but has, I think it's won multiple SRS events, qualified all age and Master National Hunter. Ted, this test favors this dog too. She runs long, she runs hard, and she runs straight most of the time. Jordan was looking very intently at all those birds. I think she saw them all down. When she sees the mark, she's hard to beat. Don't know if Lyle's looking at his cliff notes from earlier or his running order, but we've seen two dogs in a row do a great job on that go bird, but that's deceptive. If you hadn't been watching all day, I can tell you, Pat and I have been very, very surprised at the level of difficulty that go bird has presented these dogs today. But Jordan just did a really, really nice job. And she comes back, Lyle doesn't waste any time. Gives what Pat would call a casual handle there, just takes the bird from her, kicks her off. I think she saw all three of these birds. And she's certainly running like she did. Now bending a little bit left.
Come on. Left.
Got to move back to the right here.
Boy, that's she's really targeting that gun up on the hill. Again, he did all he can do.
Well, and look at this though. She comes right back to the bird, and where she's at, that's been a difficult recovery point.
Yeah.
I think Jordan had an idea. I don't know why she didn't go in there, because he had. I mean, it was effortless to pull her back in there on that bird.
Well, why she didn't go in there? She made a break left and picked out that white coat up on the hill, and then just drove to it. We just had an 11, did I hear?
I haven't seen the score, but it wouldn't shock me at all. Traeger just came up and wonderful, wonderful job. I mean, cumulatively, when you take the 3 marks together, I think was the best run of the day. So an 11 wouldn't surprise me.
Well, I ran into the happy handler when I walked offline.
Gotcha. Again, that's unofficial. We haven't seen the graphic yet on Ray and Traeger. Lyle's probably going to have another handle right here. That's interesting. Dog went on the back side of the gun, but then broke left. I think that's the first time that we've seen that today. Oh, look at this. And that's where you got to trust your dog. Yep, there it is. It is official. Traeger and Ray Cato, an 11. So that is our low score of the day and our low score of the event. Ray's coming right back. Carol putting the pressure on him yesterday. He's putting it right back to her today. And with that 11, Trey takes the overall, I'm sure. Oh, hello, Miss Robin. Yeah. Pat Burns come back up here to the stage, but stepped off to call his lovely wife, Robin. Pleasure of having dinner with them night before last, getting to spend some time with her. Tennessee girl, super nice lady, and I think she's off on a girls trip. Left Pat here with us boys. Like me, I think Pat probably outkicked his coverage in the marriage department with Robin. I know I certainly did with Melanie.
Yeah, I just got a call from my wife. Flew to Charleston today to meet some friends, and I sitting there thinking they're having a mimosa watching
us.
Oh yeah.
Watching the dogs, not us. Yeah.
Yeah, she's watching our coverage. So I got a little FaceTime call from the gang, and they were enjoying it. And these aren't dog people. So that's really awesome that they're enjoying watching this.
I've had several people tell me that they've really enjoyed it. That knew we were here doing it and what we were up to, and took a gander and like, man, I couldn't stop watching.
Wow.
Just heard from my buddy Chip Bell. Oh, yeah, it's official. They threw it up there a minute ago.
Well, I'll tell you, and well, this is how you get new people involved in this sport. And this is a doable deal, and this is how I got involved. And the future of these retriever sports and these field sports rely on regenerating and bringing new people in. So
definitely do. And I tell you, the SRS has been great about that. I mean, there are a lot of people that have gotten excited about the retriever game. Me being one of them. I mean, I've always loved this because of the variety and because it takes such a versatile dog. This is a great combination of everything that we like about all of the retriever events, hunt tests, and field trials. So,
well, one of the most limiting factors for amateurs would be access to live birds and the ability to have somebody to shoot live birds. And, well, this certainly levels the playing field a little bit in that regard now.
No doubt. One of the toughest things for me always in running field trials and even master tests to some degree was we've never really had the ability or the staff to shoot a lot of flyers. We made the decision early on in our training careers that we were going to limit the number of dogs that we took at Lone Oak Retrievers. Bobby does the same thing. And when you do that, you also limit your resources to some degree. And if you're an amateur, same thing is true. I never had a lot of trouble with the flyer station at hunt tests, but boy, I did at field trials a lot of times. It's a totally different game, and it's because don't have the ability to do that. But you don't have to do that for this game.
I'll tell you, the flyers that you have to get exposure to are hen pheasants. Hen pheasant flyers, especially as memory birds. One of the hardest marks, and one of the most natural. I mean, they can land. It's not uncommon to land 70 to 90 yards from the gun station.
I always couldn't understand why you cannot shoot hen pheasants in any state that I know of.
Why?
Yeah, because they have the least amount of smell. Why they use them in field trials?
But we shoot other, chuckers and grouse. I think they simulate to some degree. But you're right. A hen pheasant is without a doubt the hardest bird
to spell. I agree with that totally. And nothing illegal about shooting them as pin ray shot flyers either. I want to make that very, very clear.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I know why they did, because hey, less expensive, easier to come by. Here we got some scores coming up there. Tell you, JJ looking really, really good with that 103. And Clark and Daisy made up some ground, sitting in first with 1-0 tied. By the way, we're going to see the scores not in running order, but in actual order, so from lowest to highest here. So right now, the leaders in the clubhouse tied with 103. But you know, you take a look at this graphic right here. We've got 9 dogs under 185 out of all that have ran. And how many have we ran so far?
I'm not sure. We were at 27 a while ago.
Yeah.
We're at 1 o'clock, so we've gone.
Here we've got, those were the open scores. Here we've got AM scores.
Water.
Wow, Ray and Traeger are actually low team right now with that 96.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big jump to get to rip there with 159. I'm good. Pretty big jump to get to that 159.
96.
So when I said we have 9 under, that was in the open division. But we don't have too many in under 185 total.
Does that change your thoughts on the cut?
No, actually, it kind of reaffirms it. I still think if you can get under 130, you got in the open, you've got a really good shot. If you can get under 100, you're just about guaranteed. And I tell you, they're going to take a few more minutes here rebirding. I think the judges are going to take a little break. So Pat, why don't you and I take a break too? So with that, we're going to send it out to our sponsors, but keep on watching. We'll be right back here at the 2023 Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
This is no ordinary puppy. And this is no ordinary story. This is the tale of a hero in the making. He is born, raised, and fed to rise to any challenge. Because he is no ordinary dog. He's a Eukanuba dog. Eukanuba provides animal proteins and high levels of DHA for a strong body and mind. Feed the extraordinary in your puppy and make your dog a Eukanuba dog.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m. In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration. My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
To the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba. If you're just joining us, I'm J. Paul Jackson here in beautiful Shreveport, Booster City, Louisiana. We're at the WK Palmetto Event Center, former golf course. It's been converted into an event center that hosts all kinds of different indoor and outdoor events here. Oh man, looks like we just got a no bird as well. Bad break coming back from the rebird. And also, I have with me here today Mr. Pat Burns. Been a pleasure having Pat in here today, and man, what a wealth of knowledge you bring. Of course, Pat, you know, if you know much about the retriever game, Pat's been long associated with Mike Lardy, veteran presenter, multiple seminars. Some of the top field trial dogs in the country come out of Spree Kennels, which is Pat's kennels, and really gleaning a lot of information today and yesterday from him. So I tell you, if you just started joining us and you're serious about running dogs, Pat, he talks, you need to be listening.
Well, thank you. That's very flattering.
That's not patronizing, that's true. I personally picked up several things over the course of these 2 days. And I've been doing this for a long time myself. I think we both started about the same time we figured out at dinner night before last.
So Windy Cities, that is Charlie Hines' kennel name. I wonder if this dog's out of Mickey.
I've had a couple Windy City dogs.
Yeah.
Got a couple dogs from Charlie's over the years.
Well, Mickey, Windy City's Mighty Mouse or Mighty Mouse?
Yep.
Mad Mouse was a different one, but won a national a few years back. Okay.
Didn't he have a High Point amateur dog a couple of years? Windy City's.
Well, Charlie's had a bunch of them. There was a dog named Cody who got 200 all-age points. Windy City's Secret Signal was her name.
Yep.
And I think she was a litter mate to a dog named Ranger that Charlie had too. Were both really two top-notch dogs.
See there, Jordan Lyle had a 78. Tell you, that long bird handle really hurt Jordan. I think that score pretty accurately depicts the run as well. Clark really taking his time here with Till, talking her into that right bird. Looked to me like she wanted to look a little bit left, which is not uncommon. Boy, come on, drop that right shoulder. Now,
boy, this is the moment of truth right here. That's a good
wow.
move. They break left of the blind. They focus and they punch up the hill. If they just make that right move to the right, well, you just saw it there.
Got to make that move to the right, and you just saw. And earlier today, dogs weren't doing that too. I don't know what's changed, but it may just be that we're seeing the better dogs run. I mean, these are the dogs.
That's right. As you move through the order, these are the dogs that were at least on their game yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. probably not polite to say better dogs, because there were some great dogs that got high scores.
Well, they wouldn't be here if they weren't.
Yep. These are the dogs that had the better runs yesterday and perhaps are more on their game coming into this.
Yep. What's he got here now? He's got that brave line tight to the gun.
Yeah. You want to be,
boy,
my
I mean, that's the
opinion,
perfect place
him.
as long as he keeps going. It's gonna if he's gonna break down, it's gonna happen right in here. It's a little bit of a move right, but he doesn't look like he wants to break down. Ooh, there's a crack of the tail right there.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. Not many have recovered from there, but Till.
To me, it feels like he's looking for information. Does he throw his head up in here, or does he fade with the wind? Boy, oh boy, he's trying to figure this bird out, but I don't think you get it from there. But I don't know. I guess we'll see, because he's trying to make a move. When I say you want to get it from there, it's just hard for dogs to come in.
It really is. And when they get back of that bushy tree, very, very few have made the recovery.
The dog made a bunch of productive decisions. He just never got in the scent cone of the bird. And I say productive decisions because he wanted to check down early. He realized, no, I need to keep going. Wind pushed him, and he didn't just bail out, and he swung back left because he knew something happened left, but he was just never in that sweet spot. Never got close enough to where the bird or the gun was when he threw it.
Yeah, I don't think that Till was lost by any means. I think Till was just a little bit unsure.
Now, to me, of the handles on that bird, that dog, to me, had a better idea that there was a bird over there than some of the others.
They did. Unfortunately, I was watching the monitor, not the dog. Went off camera just about the time he handled. So I don't know if Clark was trying to get a handle in the area, because Till had clearly been hunting out of the area and had come into it, or if he was stopping the dog from leaving the area.
But if I'm just in my head and I'm on a training day and I'm trying to, identify, did that dog have any idea there was a bird over there? I think he did.
I agree.
Compared to some of the other ones. Fundamentally, he made some good decisions. And a lot of times in those scenarios in training, one reason I'd keep my holding blind closer to where I threw, because that's a dog I'd be more prone to helping to that bird, to reward a bunch of those good decisions, because it's the dog that makes 2 or 3 right moves but still isn't going to get the bird that I want to. Handling is usually, in a training scenario, telling them they've just done something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think, and erroneously, that field trial trainers don't like to handle on marks. I found the opposite to be the truth. They handle often as a training tool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. If there's a factor or something that I need to draw attention to, that I want to have them do something different, or return to the old fall or something like that. If it's a lesson I want to not necessarily correct them for it, but it is a form of correction. It tells them, stop what you're doing something wrong, and then the hand signal or the communication tells them what it is you want them to do. But in the instance of what happened there, knowing when it's better to help them versus when to handle them, that's the kind of discussion. And
so let me ask you, do you ever do this? Got a dog that has been making the area but not always sticking there, starting to leave. Do you ever have your bird boy throw another bird to reward them while they're in there?
Sure, absolutely. It's dog training is really rewarding effort. And if I sense the dog is trying to do the right thing but's not sure what the right thing is, I'm going to do everything I can
to reward that
turn it into a positive experience.
I agree with that totally. Reward effort.
And I've got a membership program going now and the whole topic of these 2 months is managing market, and these kinds of discussions are exactly what we're trying to draw attention to. Not just the technical factor, but how to teach dogs to make good decisions. Teaching dogs what to do when they're not sure what to do. Now here's another scenario where a dog, he's trying to make sense out of this, and I think he's going to come up with
trying to work it out. We see Till and Clark had a 51.
Okay.
Not a bad score. I picked up all of them on that middle bird practically. And I think Clark handled smart. That could have easily been a 81 if he'd let the hunt continue. I think he blew a smart whistle in there. But I also think when Till started to break to the right before she ever made the bird, could have been a 31.
Exactly.
If he just quickly put the dog on the
I'm
bird.
with you. I tell you, the dogs that I've watched be the most amazing at recovering. I've watched Danny Farmer's dogs come from situations where you thought, this dog's lost.
Yeah.
And he learns to figure it out. And I guess sometimes in training, the only way that you teach a dog to recover is let him recover.
Well, I mean, I totally believe that you've got to make mistakes to learn. Dogs learn from failures, but I also believe that you've got to create successes. I think one's just as important as the other.
All right, well, the line between here and that cluster of trees where the guns are, when they commit to the right of that, it's pretty much an automatic handle. But
here's something we haven't seen often: dogs starting way right. Now this dog bending back to the left. It's usually the other way around.
Okay, she started to crack her tail. She's looking for information. Let's see how she processes this. Is she gonna, oh, come on, girlfriend. She made some great decisions on that right-hand bird. What's she doing here? They got that decision to make. They look back into the old fall. Yep, she made the right decision. Look at it. She must have spun, broke away. Look at there.
Yeah.
Well, that dog, did she have 2 perfect marks? No, but she made some incredible, savvy decisions.
I think we're going to see another really good score here because of it too.
Yeah. And some dogs, when they know where that bird is, but they want to respect the backside of that gun. In other words, they feel a little necessity to bow away from it. And then when they break back towards it, you realize, well, they had a pretty good idea there was a bird there the whole time.
Yeah, I think she had a good idea.
Yeah,
you see a very relieved and happy handler there too.
Well, this is a dog that certainly made some savvy decisions. That's the okay, so we're supposed to go do the draw at 120 in front of the judges.
Cell phones going off all over the United States right now, the National Emergency Alert Test.
Well, there it is. I was a little bit behind.
Yeah. All right, folks, so we're going to take a little break now, but we're not going away. This time we are not going to take a commercial break while they rebird, because Pat and I get to do something really exciting right now. You know, as co-founder and co-owner of Thor Boats, we are very proud to be one of the presenting sponsors of the Super Retriever Series, Crown Championship, and the SRS in general. And this is our 3rd year in partnership with the SRS and our sponsorship. And this is also the 3rd year here at the Crown Championship that we will draw a name out of all of the handlers here. We're not going to present the boat today, so you don't have to be present to win, but we're about to have some lucky person win a Thor Boats 1754 Lake Hammer or Swamp Hammer. Now, this is a boat and trailer package. Thor Boats putting the boat in this, giving it away. Our friends at Easy Track Trailers, Mr. Mark Barline, they're also giving away an Easy Track Deluxe aluminum trailer, and we expect we will also have, for the first time this year, a motor sponsor coming on board as well. So it'll be a full boat package, but somebody's about to win Thor, Lake Hammer, or Swamp Hammer. I got Mr. Pat Burns here beside me. Pat? All right.
Okay, where are we at?
Looks right up there, buddy. Right up there.
There we go.
All right, so before we give this away,
here.
Yes, sir. You getting on cue? Yeah, you like. Before we give this away, let me tell everybody. So today we're drawing for a 1754 Lake Hammer or Swamp Hammer. We've got a Thor 1754 Lake Hammer over here in the gallery. You guys check it out. The winner will be receiving a boat and trailer package, aluminum deluxe trailer from Easy Track Trailers out of Mountain View, Arkansas. Thank you, Mark Barline and folks at Easy Track. And we will be building this boat over the winter and presenting it to the lucky winner again this year at the Peppers Pond event at Peppers Pond in Arkansas next summer. So without further ado, everybody wants to get back to running. Pat? Reach in there and
You
grab
don't have to hold it up very high that I can't. All right.
Grab one.
I know. I'm just trying to find the right one. I think I got it right
all
here.
right.
Hold on. Make sure
If you'll hand it to me, let's take a look. All right. Love this one. I know this young man's going to enjoy that boat. Dakota Best.
Oh,
yes, sir. Dakota Best. All right. I tell you what. Congratulations, buddy. Oh my God. I am so happy for you. Heck yeah. Hey, what's great is
I'm the guy you got to thank.
Yeah, he's the one that pulled the name.
Yeah. Hey, good job.
And I know you're going to be a Pepper Spawn, so now you got to come and run dogs. How about that, man?
Thank you so much.
Good deal.
I'm honored.
Have fun.
Well, congratulations. Thanks again to our friends at the Super Retriever Series. Hope you guys are enjoying it. We're going to take a very, very quick break right now. Let Dakota catch his breath, but Pat and I will be right back here in a few minutes at the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. And by the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, teaming up with our community to bring sporting events to Shreveport-Bossier City, Caddo, and Bossier parishes. Margaritaville Resort Casino. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. Thor's Boats, drop the hammer.
Splash Super Pools.
And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
Hi folks, and welcome back to the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba. We're back here at the WK Palmetto Event Center in Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana, our third year in a row to be here. And I tell you, this grounds is absolutely beautiful and a perfect place to run a trial setup. Seen a great hunt test yesterday in Series 1. We're back here today for Series 2, field trial setup. And speaking of field trials, joining me is Mr. Pat Burns, who's been commentating for the last 2 days with us. And Pat, what do you think of the dog work that you've seen so far today? Did you expect more dogs to pick up this triple clean?
Well, my original prediction was it was going to be under 20. I mean, there's a number of reasons.
I think it's safe.
And, you know, is certainly that the longbird behind the back of that go bird on the left, and the tendency for dogs, and the crosswind. What you can't predict when you first look at it is where are they going to smell? How far are they going to be able to make game on that left-hand bird? And if they can't smell it when they're 30 yards to the right, and they keep going right, then it makes for a much harder test. There's a real sweet spot here. You almost have to get over the top of where the gun threw from to get this bird. So the dog's got to be willing to go and hold the line tight behind that other bird, or at least make a break and know where it is. Now, we had a dog just ran before the break that made a couple really savvy hunts. Didn't have perfect marks, but wow, I sure was really impressed with how that dog sorted out everything.
Did you catch that dog's score?
I did not catch it. I think we went up to do the drawing then. And I went up on the mat up there, took another look, because now that I've watched it, seen dog, and think, all right, what would I do? You know, and trying to decide what side of the mat to send from. It certainly looks different. The spot I saw was you can see the walking path. There's a little, which is right under the arc. It would be probably my target where I want the dog to look. It's halfway between the gun and the bird. If I could get a fix at that spot and then push to the bird a little bit and get the right amount of discipline to take the line and hold it on that middle bird, I think that's certainly that's what's paid off. This right-hand bird is just a pure mark, and it really is my favorite kind of mark. It's isolated, it's by itself, and you can miss the bird short, you can miss it long, you can miss it right, and you can miss it left. There's no sweet spot.
Yep. It's thrown a hard angle in. Right. It's thrown right in front of a pretty big pine tree. It's done a great job, these kids, in hitting the same spot.
You bet. They're
right in front of a pretty big pine
job.
tree, which kind of forms a wall or a barrier, if you will, there. Yeah.
And it's pretty obvious, the dogs that have a reasonably good mark on that right-hand bird, because they make good decisions, and nobody's lucked into that bird.
No.
And to me, that's a great bird.
Yeah, you're not going to stumble on that bird.
Right.
And I tell you, that's a testament to how good these judges are at bird placement too, because we saw it yesterday, we're seeing it here again today. All three of these birds, they're throwing in a place that most dogs aren't going to want to just go naturally. Right. You know, and that's
bird placement.
Well, that's
right
bird
there.
placement right there. I mean, that.
Yeah.
If you want to find out who can mark and who can't, put it where they don't want to go.
Right. And as a professional that competed quite a few dogs, you're always looking for the soft spot to test. In other words, where can I point that's going to give me my highest likelihood? Because usually there's some place, if the dog doesn't know where he's going, if you can get there, you can get the bird. I'm not sure there's a spot on that right-hand bird that's the case. That's why
I would agree with
it's
that
such
100%.
a good bird.
I think there is on both left-hand birds. I think, obviously, the go bird's a go bird, but if you're wanting to point the dog to it, the tree that the dog has to run by, we haven't seen a dog that went to the left side of it that didn't come back in and do it well. Aim at that tree or a little bit left. We're seeing on this middle bird, the dogs that have had the greatest success were all kicked off to run really tight to the backside of that flower station. I haven't seen a spot, a target that's lit up back there where you can say, hey, if you point your dog, you know, at that pine cone hanging down there, you're going to have the best chance of getting it. Also, we got updated score here. The last team, Georgia and Blanchett. Was that our fourth or fifth team to have a clean run? At least our fourth,
if
maybe.
If we got money on it, we better know.
Yeah.
But they rewarded what I just drew attention to. The savviness and the smart, because the dog did not go straight to those birds, but boy, made some wonderful decisions.
And yeah, when you look back at the second clean run that we had, which one of Rhodey's dogs, score in the 20s, I think that dog scored a 22, 10 points higher. The difference, as you may recall, Rhodey's dog on the right-hand bird went to the right of the trees, ran behind the retired gun, made a big loop, and came back in. Now, I felt like that dog knew where the bird was the entire time, but it still hunted it and it still looped the gun. Georgia didn't do that.
Yeah.
Hunted, but hunted in
Really
the area on the correct side of the gun.
Efficient moves, exactly.
Got another one of my favorites here, Legend, Abby's Blaze of Glory. Ran by Bobby Wills for Greenfield, Tennessee. Legend, call name, and Legend has been a very consistent dog. I think this may be his, at only 7, I think this is his 4th, maybe even 5th, but definitely 4th Crown Championship to qualify for. Bobby, of course, won this event with Colt in 2010, and he's won a bunch of club events, been on a pretty hot streak this year. Hadn't had the last couple of years great luck here at the Crown. Hopefully this will be his year. You know, this dog Legend is uber talented. It's shown great talent even as a young dog. Just seems to be one bird shy at a lot of events. He'll be killing it and just have that one bird that catches him. And here, you know, this isn't a terrible hunt by any means. He went behind the flower station for a second, but it's definitely not a 0, probably a 4 or 6. Yesterday, Legend had a good run. I think score in the 70s.
And sometimes I've had some of those hard luck dogs, they call them. You know, they just can't quite seal the deal.
Yeah. Enormous talent. Heck of a blind running dog yesterday. Messed up a little bit on the blind.
Well, this dog seems like he's got a little bit of a, he wants to stool here, and that's kind of unnerving them a little bit. But
yes, it definitely
settled them down. I guess it's not only the handlers get nervous.
No, and that is,
and that's probably, you're right, and anxiety,
I know this dog
level.
is. The excitement, nervousness of it. Looking pretty good here. Come on.
A little bit of a right break, I think. Hasn't really broken hard right again. This is about the edge of where, now, if this dog starts to hunt the trees, it's got an idea of the depth, but if it lines through them, I'm worried that that's what's happening.
Now, Legend is a dog that can recover. I think Bobby's going to wait him out here.
Next time we see him, we'll know more. Yeah, I think he's coming back.
Again, I think Legend has an idea. Hey, you know, the mark's right over here somewhere.
Oh boy, that's a good move right there. Again, I get to a point where I'm really rooting for him, and there you go. Boy, he was. I'm not sure who was happier to see the bird, the dog, or the handler, or me. But you see him kind of all of a sudden, there it is, and race right in and grab it. Well,
but again, and I play these things fairly conservative, particularly if I'm trying to stop the bleeding. I totally agree with Bobby on letting the dog. We haven't seen a lot of dogs go through those trees, get over there to the right and recover, but Legend felt like he saw that bird and this dog.
Yeah, there's a good marker. Certain point. Like, I don't know, I want to kind of look at it again. How many trees to the right of the bird? If they're way on the right side, nobody's done it. But that dog, just as he approached it, he gave me the instinct. He knew there was a bird at about that depth.
He went in 4 tree shy of it. And pretty much if you go in any further back toward us than that, you're not going to make it. We've seen several dogs go at that.
And again, I like a lot of times to see them go on not a breakneck pace, a measured pace that tells me they're serious. Now, let's see what happens here, because any dog that's broken to the right of the cluster of trees in the background has had trouble. Now, he's broken left. Let's see if he stays there.
I tell you, he's holding that line.
Oh boy, this
is running straight.
Right.
I've been looking at that tree.
You're going to look for a bird. See if he cracks his tail right in here somewhere. Oh, he didn't, did he? Boy, he's never really shown an indication.
Oh, don't go there.
Yeah, you're. See, that was different than the other one. That time, he, as he got in that zone, never really changed his stride, gait, didn't look around, didn't crack his tail. Kind of told me that this dog's not. He was obedient to take the line, but he wasn't. But let's see, maybe he's.
If he recovers from this, he will be the first.
He's still got a ways to go, but I think, boy, he is really trying to figure this out. And wow, he just did it.
Man, he did. That is the first recovery we've seen from beside the
from
trees.
That spot.
Yep, from that
spot.
So,
here's what what went on in my head. What I think that dog did. He responded to the handler telling him where to go. He didn't break down. He got up. He found the holding block. He found the gunner. Checked to the right of the gunner. wasn't getting the kind of information. It wasn't because the
His
gunner had
brain's
not been walking
processing.
that way.
Yeah.
So he came, swirled back around, found the trail that the gunner walked from the holding blind to where he threw, and started to say, I think there's something happening over here, and started to make,
using that scent,
using that information that was available to him, which was just the human scent probably, and a memory that something happened, and traced that and got in the spot, and all of a sudden got rewarded. I mean, that's just great intelligence and savviness.
You know, I say in the seminars Melanie and I do, we're teaching people, I firmly believe that these dogs, the great ones, are problem solvers. And you basically said the same thing. They're processing information. They're taking the information that's available to them, maybe the human scent, whatever, and they're using those tools to process it and solve the problem, figure out where the bird is.
I think the most challenging thing as an advanced trainer is interpreting that kind of stuff when you're training. Because if the dogs get to the point where they're afraid to think, because that was thinking right there.
That definitely was thinking.
If they're afraid to make a decision and think out of fear of being wrong and being corrected, that's a slippery slope. And that's the balance between trained behavior and natural behavior. But there was a dog that really used his head.
Yep.
And
of course,
what that tells me is that dog is being trained properly. He's really got the right balance.
Well, and Bobby's been training that dog for a long time. That is...
Dogs can't be afraid of being wrong.
Yep.
Because and neither should we.
No.
Because they're gonna make mistakes. They can't be
Well, you
afraid
learn
of
from your mistakes.
And they need to process it and try to figure out how to get themselves out of trouble. And boy, was that a perfect example. I mentioned earlier about the guy that I saw dogs recover better than any were Danny's. That's the kind of decisions they would make when other dogs didn't.
Well, take a look at that. Legend and Bobby got a 34. I believe that's going to be good enough. That's going to put them at about a 110. Coming back tomorrow to play, I think.
Gotta like that.
I feel certain that under 100 guarantees you in. I think that under 130 you've got a good shot.
Ooh, see, that's a little harder.
He's going in a little bit earlier. Checked up and Tombs started to work his way back.
Yeah. There were a few dogs early that did that. Checked up and came way in. Hadn't seen that in a while, but that's what.
Taking a look at our scores.
But he didn't wait very long, right?
No, I think that Clark saw something in that dog that made him think, hey, I got to jump on this. I got to jump on this fast. And I think that was a good move on his part as well. So basically, I can go back and tell Bobby that you compliment him. So you think he's doing some decent training, teaching that dog.
Well, that's what I see. You know, and the dogs don't lie. They tell you what you're doing right and wrong. and there's a prime example. It may have taken me 35 years to figure that out, but sooner or later you do. And I guess if there's anything that I do different now, is I don't jump to conclusions as quick as I used to, and I give dogs more room to think.
I think that's the sagacity that just comes with age and experience too. Definitely. Interesting fact here about Tombs. Casey Parker and Bailey, one of our amateur teams here, love watching Casey. Of course, he loves that dog Bailey. They hunt together, run together, but see a lot of common sires out here where their offspring are running. But in this case, we've got one of the females that's been a solid SRS competitor. I think this is Bailey's 3rd or 4th crown championship, maybe 5th. And she whelped Tombs. So,
well,
and I believe the sire was another dog that Clark had tremendous success with, Stroker. Of course, anybody that's walked.
He handled exactly when he had to.
Yes, sir. 2 very smart handles. Again, man, Clark's always been a good handler. Right now, he is on top of his game. I've watched Clark make some really, really good decisions here over these 2 days.
So this dog, tell me again what you just said. This particular dog right here has got offspring in the
No, this dog is the offspring of Stroker, who was a crown champion.
Yes.
Won this event a couple of years ago with Clark. I believe that was his second crown champion.
Okay.
And Bailey is the dam.
Okay.
So Toombs is out of Stroker and Bailey. And what I was saying, seeing a Stroker puppy here, lots of dude puppies here, big black dude, but you don't see a lot of dams who run this event and then their offspring come back to make it to the crown too.
The reason I asked you to repeat that is because that's what we always look for, the great bitch line.
You can't see it, folks. I'm giving Pat a fist bump because I've told people forever. I'm sorry, Bella, who's a crown champion. Rip's dog, also Ron Anderson's dog, Rip, who is a crown champion, amateur, his mother was Bella. So we've got, that's another example of the dam, but now I'm giving him the fist bump here because so many people get caught up in the sire and having a great sire. I've always said, I've always believed, I'm looking at a puppy, I'm gonna look at a sire, but what I'm really gonna look at is that bitch dog. I want a great
You can look
dam.
over history and see some of those litters where 7 or 8 dogs in the litter were field champions, and oftentimes it's that strong bitch line that pays off. One of the first ones was an amateur field, I think he was an AFC named Nikayani. Super Powder Nikayani was a breeding that produced some great dogs. Here's an odd hunt on this go-bird. This dog kind of just hunted and left. Hard to figure.
Tell you, there have been a bunch of great bitches out of Candlewood. Mary Halley has produced some. I think Candlewood's Homely Hannah, who produced several nice dogs. Candlewood's Takes Love, of course, everybody knows Lottie. And Lottie not only was a great competitor, 3-time Open champion, but Lottie was a strong producer as well. She was no slouch. Candlewood's Rita Reynolds.
Yep. Candlewood's Nellie Be Good was one. And I just actually, I saw a Facebook post that showed some of the, and I'm going to try to drag it up because I want to show it to you, and it's really interesting, but they were drawing attention to that exact same thing. Some of those strong bitch lines and what they did, and some of the dogs from past. And Candlewood's Nellie Be Good was one of them that just have a lot to offer. We talked about the Hattie McBunn line. That was another one that just produced time after time.
Now, did Hattie produce Tiger McBunn?
Yep.
And Tiger was offspring of, who was the sire? Was that wasn't Out of the Woods? That wasn't Tiger?
No. I didn't. Look at this mark. Boy. Yeah. Now, how does that dog have that great a mark on that bird and absolutely just go brain dead on the go-bird? That's just a peculiar thing.
It is.
But you know, I've had some dogs over the years that their first bird retrieved, they just haven't gathered itself. And a lot of times you thought they had a flyer problem because most of the time that was the first bird retrieved. But they'd settle in after getting a bird and concentrate more. And maybe that's what happened there. Well,
gotta do a little research right quick. We might be looking at the same thing. Hattie McBunn was the dam that threw Tiger. Lean Mac was the sire.
Okay, right. Boy, was he a cool dog. I watched him win his first national for Sherwin in Sun Valley, Idaho. Now look at this mark. God, now look at that. Went out there and clobbered that. Look at Rhodey's going like, can you believe I screwed up the go-bird and I hammered the 2 other ones?
Yeah, Hattie was a nice dog. I got to see Lean Mac run as a 9 or 10-year-old.
Let me see what I got here. Read that. Talks a little. That dog sure gathered itself after a tough go bird.
That was amazing.
As good at 2 other birds as we've seen all day.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. And, you know, that score's still going to be a decent score. It wasn't a terrible handle. Did something here, give me back. We're quiet because we're doing a little bit of research here, folks. Got Mike Gibson here at the line. Another guy who's had tremendous, tremendous success here at the Crown Championship. Tell you what, I've got quite a comment, quite an education from Pat over the last couple of days here.
He's working this dog pretty hard here. And another yellow Labrador. There's certainly a lot of yellows this week.
I like this dog. Like we're saying, Mike's dogs all run with style, and he is a dangerous amateur to be competing against too. I'll tell you, never count Mike Gibson out.
This dog's looking a little bit uncertain, but he's certainly took his time, settled this dog in. Well, again, he's done his job. He can't get him any closer to the bird than that. Dog's got to make a decision. Needs to happen right about here. Oh. Yeah.
That is some interesting stuff. So I'm sitting here reading about Nellie, who I did not realize was a litter mate to Rocky. It was an NFC.
Yep. Euroclydon.
Yeah. Euroclydon. The name is deceiving. Everybody, most people who just see that assume Rocky was a male.
No, Don Straight.
Yep, that's right.
I didn't know the dog, but Delma Hazard, a good friend, would talk about Euroclydon and said
How do you pronounce that?
It's always been pronounced Euroclydon. At least that's whatever. And it's a hard name to pronounce when you look at it. And they said that Don, the harshest he ever got on that dog was swat her with his felt cap. And she was just, well, a sensitive dog that wanted to do the right thing, that was obviously incredibly talented. And she produced an NFC. I think she produced Orient Sky. Jack Martin's dog won.
What's really interesting about Nellie is the fact that she was sired by Super Chief.
Well, the record book.
Who sired San Joaquin Honcho?
Honcho was out of True Mark's Raider.
Yeah, True Mark's Raider. Interesting fact, a lot of people don't know, Honcho didn't start out in field trial training as a puppy.
Oh, yeah, isn't that a great story?
It is. Unbelievable. He was, 7 months old before his training even began? And
well,
he'd been running around?
I've got a little bit more history.
All right, I want to hear about this.
And I'll tell you, well, let's watch this dog
show
here.
Mike his due, because he's got a good run going here, guys.
Well, and that move, ooh, it's not breaking down. The wind will help them here. They still got to show some indication right in that zone there.
Well, we just saw Legend recover from in there.
Come on,
no one else had done it.
Deep.
And a very similar hunt here too.
Oh, it's. guy chooses to handle quick, and that may not be the worst move in the world.
I don't think you lose really either way. Here's my strategy if I'm running this test on that mark. I'm either going to handle really, really fast or not at all, probably.
Yeah.
Because
you're right.
He probably clocked 6, 8, 10 points with that big hunt, and then still has the 20 in the handle to the area.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's why I think if you're going to do it there, if that dog's going right and you say, okay, you talked about picking a point. I'm sure you do this. I know I did. A lot of times when I'm coming to the line looking at a bird like that, particularly in an event like the SRS where we can handle and you're not out.
Mm-hmm.
In most opens, if you handle on any mark, you're done. Best you can hope for is probably a jam. National, different story. You've got a handle or two in your pocket. But here, I'm picking that point out there in space, and I'm like, okay, that's my line. And if the dog gets, to the right of that or to the left of that, that's where I'm gonna blow the whistle. And that point might change too based on how far that dog is out there. And
interesting, because we had that other dog recover. Now, did he know something more about that dog, or did he just think that was a better strategy?
No, I 100% knew something about that dog. Legend is one of those dogs, like I said, that he'll go out and he'll put on a big hunt, but he will recover. He has a good sense of the area.
That's a great quality.
He just doesn't always have the good sense to stay there. Got 2 drays here, of course, Steve Guzman and Dre, and this is our other dray with Clark Kennington.
So while he's doing this go bird, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Honcho. So Honcho, let me get this right, was on a duck hunting club in California. John Folsom, who was an assistant for Rex at one point. John knew Judy, and this dog was a young dog on this hunt club and was kind of a delinquent. Actually, Judy said this dog was so prey driven, he'd take off, and he actually was able to run down, and she said he'd been known to kill whitetail, able to catch a deer.
Wow.
And
now that part
he
I didn't
was
know.
Just so much prey drive, and actually was, problem. And
well, I knew the dog was famous there on the duck club for actually finding cripples, 2 or 3 days later, going out and just running over the whole place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Judy gets a call from John. Says, I got a dog you need to look at. I'm either going to kill him or I'm going to get him to you. And he said that but he was really, and Judy and Rex looked at him. Judy told me a little bit of the story, because I did a deal with Judy last year, and I asked her to tell me more about Honcho. And well, she gets him somewhere in the tail end of his Derby career. They re-put him back through basics. He actually had a tendency, they said he couldn't mark at that point. Judy didn't say that, but John, he had a tendency to overrun everything. Well, Honcho goes into training. Now let's look at the time clock here. 19 months old, somewhere underneath his 2-year Derby career. Gets in training, and then goes and starts to obviously shine. Ends up being the youngest dog in the history of field trials to win a national. 3 years old, wins a national open.
Wow. And it had virtually no training up until 7 or 8.
Went from being a delinquent to being great,
NFC.
And then became the most bred Labrador for a number of years.
Yeah.
And
still second only to Lean Mac.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Honcho acquires blastomycosis at somewhere between 5 and 6, which ends his career. But he lived.
One of the few survivors. I did know that he was a survivor
He lived
of blasto.
into his teens and bred naturally forever. And I saw Honcho, but he was long past, and he was just a truck dog. But I trained a lot of his offspring, and he left a big imprint on the game.
This is
but
interesting.
There's a dog that really, some of his problem qualities were really great qualities in the long run when they were channeled into good behavior.
And he was still competing very, very strongly when he contracted Blasto, was he not?
Oh, he was. Judy gave me some of the statistics. I mean, his place record was just phenomenal.
Yeah, she told me that she felt like that he could have maybe been high point all age, all time.
And she ended up, and who was Honcho's son, Trumark Zipko, who ended up is one of in the top 3, isn't he, of all time? I think he's somewhere right around
top 5. I'm 100%.
He's behind
sure.
Corky, who's the top dog, Reverse Corky, but.
T. Clark has had a couple really, really great runs here, and this dog did really well yesterday, but kind of struggling here. He was in trouble when he sent for that second bird, though, because that dog was going straight down the middle of the fairway.
Yes.
You know, Clark made he could have just as easily went left as he went right, and I'm not sure that dog saw any of the other birds. Clark's a little disappointed in this run.
Yeah,
he's had a couple of really, really good ones.
So there was a bitch that Ray Bly owned, a littermate of Honcho named Raiders Torrid Lady. Ended up being a line that produced a lot of good stuff too. So not only did Honcho produce a lot of great dogs, Honcho's sister did as well.
I mean, of course, Max is that way now, but you know, you look at, he's in everybody's pedigree just about. Honcho, literally, I mean, back in the 90s, into the 2000s, maybe even into today. If you go back enough generations, you're probably going to find San Joaquin Honcho.
Well, and he produced Candlewood Supertanker, who won a National Open and a National Amateur.
And who produced Lottie.
Right. So look at that. Well, he's left his imprint on all these dogs we're looking at here at some point. There's
a little limp there.
There's going to be some influence of some and most all these good bloodlines. There's our Statesboro, Georgia.
And John Lamar and Katie. John had 2 great runs yesterday. I believe in the amateurs he was in possibly first and second place. Now Katie is not John's. I believe this dog is owned by Carl Blackwell. John's running Katie for him. Oh my, Mr. Burns is showing me the radar. It ain't looking good about 4:30 this afternoon. Looks like we're about 2.5 hours out from potentially.
We've been lucky so far.
Yes, we have.
There's some pretty severe stuff directly north of us, but I don't think that's what's getting us. Well, everybody here would love to see this, that Dodger so we can finish this test.
Well, the good news is it's developing below us and moving northeast, so some of the severe stuff that's above us right now is not moving toward us as fast as to the north. But this moisture coming up from the Gulf, we are going to see it, I feel like. Yeah, Dre and Clark posted a 109 we see there. Would take down white-tailed deer.
Pardon me?
Honcho took down white-tailed deer. That's amazing.
Oh yeah. When I heard the history of that. Who was the other? There was a couple of other famous dogs that had
a lot of prey drive like that.
Yeah, and just had, you know, it's, and you think of some of the great athletes. You know what? If some of their intense desire to do what they do, when pointed in the wrong direction, could be trouble. But thanks to Judy and Rex, they turned Honcho into a great dog. Not only winning the national, but being the youngest retriever to win a national. It's truly amazing. This dog is in a bad spot here.
Was Honcho yellow factored?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't either.
He had a real distinct, he had a real long, kind of sharp-featured head that he left his imprint in. They weren't always, they wouldn't be dual champions, most of them. But I'll tell you what, they did have some incredible traits. And I think Judy was the first female handler to win an Open National.
Really?
And then
with Honcho?
There's been 3 more since.
Did Lauren win a national or an amateur?
Lauren Hayes was.
Lauren Hayes, yeah.
Laura Parrott. And just recently, Amy Henninger from Oregon. John and Amy. I think Amy is and she would be the first female professional to win an Open National. With the dog Floyd, the big yellow male.
Yeah.
I've not seen him, but he certainly looks impressive. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, he may have just won the Canadian National this fall.
So she's having a lot of success.
But yesterday we brought up the discussion. Oh, what's going on here? This dog's a little bit uncertain. She was on the other one. For a minute there, I thought she was going to be in a good spot. But, well, making a little bit of a left move. Not running terribly hard. The way that she bobs her head tells me that she's kind of looking for some scent to help her out. She may get it here in just a minute. Ooh, that turn to the right, though, didn't help. Yeah. Oh. That was pretty much, she acknowledged some of the trail of the gunner walking back to retire and went back to the holding blind. And now I was having to be reeled in here. Okay, so we talked about the change in the breed and the change in training style. They talked about Trumark's Raider being one of the physically toughest dogs. And Judy talked about that, about him just being a big bull of a dog and really difficult to manage.
Honcho Sire.
Honcho Sire. And I think Honcho is, when I think of the classic Honcho dog, they had some similar qualities to that.
I'll tell you, back in the day, there were a lot of them that were unbelievably tough.
But I had a bunch of Honcho dogs and a bunch of them titled, and the one that I said almost won a national in Statesboro, her name was Chick, who was a Honcho daughter. She was as sensitive a dog as you could ever imagine. Almost to the point that you didn't know if she was ever going to make it, and she was a dog that actually kind of got washed out of basis because they didn't think she had enough desire, and ends up being one of the best dogs I ever stood next to. One of the most magnificent, talented markers, and one of the most courageous water dogs. And she was 40 pounds dripping wet. You wouldn't have ever thought it, but she was one of the best water markers I ever stood next to. In natural water, stump ponds, she was really spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
Honcho daughter.
I tell you another dog that I think was kind of a game changer along the way. A lot of the offspring, Lottie was a thinking dog.
Oh, yes.
And produced some very, very, very smart pups. Not necessarily the toughest in the world, but thinkers. That in a different generation might not have been successful.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And then Max, of course, that dog, I've, like just about any retriever trainer out there, I've had, several lean Mac puppies. And you talk about dogs that could be very, very sensitive.
Okay.
But All right, so think about this. I'd like your take, because you know way more, you're a better field trial historian than I am. This dog went in there and is hunting really, really tight. Come back to the dog there for a second, but name a pup out of Max that was super successful, that was 100% professionally trained, that didn't live with an amateur and have some training by their amateur owner.
Who was Patton out of?
I think Patton was out of Max.
5-star General Patton?
Uh-huh.
He would have been a pretty much fully professional trained dog.
There's one.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I mean, what is it, 60, 70 something FCAFCs he sired?
Yeah, a lot of them were.
But yeah, we talked the night at dinner
really
about.
Thrived on that bond with one person.
Yeah, talked about Millie, and Millie, I think, was second in the Derby and AFC before she derbied out. And if you looked at her percentages, if she'd ran a couple more derbies, she would have been the High Point Derby dog that year. Lived in the house with almost all the training done by John and Cindy Cavanaugh. We just talked about Tiger McBunn.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, the DeBoses. I mean,
boy, this is a good spot here now.
A really good spot.
Jeez. Dog made that little check down about 10 feet short of the bird.
This dog's sitting on single digits right now.
I mean, that dog knew within 10 feet of where that bird was.
Well, Carter's had unbelievable success. Carter's a new face to a lot of people watching this. This is his rookie year, but in his rookie season, if you don't know this already and you're watching out there, Carter Turner, who's part of Mossy Pond Retrievers, teammate of Lee Howard, not only Team of the Year winner, first, second, and third, did amazing handling shooter here in this event, who averaged 3.9 points per event.
Yeah.
Qualified, I believe, 9 dogs that Carter's handling here. Nike Award winner this year. So he may be a new face, but...
Well, I've been very impressed with his style, his patience, his composure.
He's going to be around for a while, guys. This kid can do it. And Lee Howard says that he's smart and that he has a tremendous work ethic.
Comes in the hand. Nice firm send.
I'd like the dog to be a little bit further left if I were running him.
But there's been a few that have started there and broken to the bird, and this dog has that feel, and that's what's happening.
Yep. Oh, look at this.
Without a doubt.
Man. Oh, don't check up.
She broke stride there.
All
What's
right,
going to happen here now? This is going to be interesting. Oh, that little nervous turn there.
That scares me to death.
I don't see this dog recovering.
Nope, and he didn't either. That's why he blew that whistle.
God, she made that left move, and I thought she was just going to go out and hammer that bird, but the left move happened with a breakdown, and then she kind of lost her.
Yep. And she just didn't get far enough. Look at her now. She's using the clues. Yeah. But bailed out.
Tell you, it's not the easiest thing to reel them in from there without them going right and fading with the wind. Okay.
Didn't Lee Jolly have a great Max FC? I cannot remember the dog's name.
Is that Ronflo?
Pardon?
Was it Ronflo? Was that Lee Mack? R-O-N-F?
Yeah, I know Ronflo. But,
I'm not sure that's the dog.
Yeah, R-O-N-F-L-E-A-U-X. Yeah. I'm not sure, but he had. But when I look at, most of the great dogs came out of Max all had something in common. They were owned by a serious amateur who they were also a pet.
Yep. Well, there's a tremendous amount to be said about the bond that develops there. So you started to talk about Lottie and her sensitivity. I watched Lottie. I was not involved with her training, and I watched her closely. But they would say that she would go a month, 6 weeks without ever getting corrected. Wow. She would just get on a roll. Another dog that just got inducted in the Hall of Fame, Bill Woodson's baby, same way. She was, not that she did everything right, but she would go long stretches and would just stay disciplined. And one of the easiest, sweetest dogs you'll ever be around. And I think Lottie had that trait. And
Yeah, we got score for Katie and Lamar. Now Carter just left the line, so this is the previous handler. John, Lamar, and Katie. 83, respectable for sure. I think this is Larry Howell coming up to the line now. Yeah, I'd heard that Lottie was just incredibly consistent in training all the time. Rarely a correction.
Not that she did everything right. She just didn't show flagrant errors that required a dog getting corrected very much. And Lottie was honestly a better national dog than she was a weekend dog.
Really?
I mean, in comparison to what...
Well, you win 3 of them, you had to be pretty dang good on the national, that's for sure.
Now, she also, what else is amazing is that she did that and also was bred multiple times.
And I think she still holds the record for the highest sell of a Labrador Retriever in history.
Yeah, and you hear rumors of what that was, but I don't know exactly myself. But she certainly was something special. And
you really don't know the number?
I've heard. No, I don't know the number. I do not know what she sold for, but it was.
I heard 275, and I heard that with confidence. So.
And I've heard similar things, but I couldn't verify it.
Tell you what, Fly just.
I mean, she not only won nationals, she produced great puppies, and produced high. She had large litters too. She almost had 10 puppies all the time.
Oh, yeah,
and they sold for a lot of money. So
she
not
had
only
5
maybe
or 6
sold for
litters.
a lot, she generated a lot of income as well.
A lot of income. Yeah, she had 5 or 6 litters, I believe.
Yeah.
Produced with multiple sires.
I think she was bred the first time to a young phenom dog that Judy had named Candlewood Zipperoo. Or no, True Mark Zipperoo, excuse me.
Yep, yeah.
Who was out of Cody. Who went 8 series in a national open a month out of the Derby. FCAFC while still under 2.
FCAFC.
And went 8 series in an open national.
Golly.
Now that is, Judy did have a knack of bringing incredible talent out really early. So Mary Howley decided to breed to this young great dog, and I had a nice FCAFC was out of that breeding, and True Mark's Candlewood's Lot of Zip was his name. Carol Lilienfeld owned him. He was a wonderful dog.
Yeah. Who was the owner?
Carol Lilienfeld. And remember I mentioned that Carol had a golden female that finished a national in '85. Carol was an active field trialer, very successful, good judge.
I'll tell you, this is interesting. That dog was running like he knew exactly where it was. First dog that we've seen running so deliberately at the mark of the pine trees, get that far. We've had several go left, but we haven't had one that got that far and then went so far back to broke so far back to the left.
He had a pace that made me wonder, was a little bit careful, like, I don't know about this, but I guess that's in hindsight. But when he broke left, and I have to believe that that gun up on that hill, once he broke left, really drew his attention. And again, this mark holds up is just, you got to know where the bird is.
Just great place.
Isn't that what we do in these marks? This isn't about training. This isn't about fighting factors. This is about knowing where the bird is.
The bird went a little bit farther. So the 4th tree is where it normally goes. We have seen it go beside the little tree. That was actually
bounced a little bit.
Yeah, it took a bounce. Of course, it's shaped like a football, so it's going to take a football bounce sometimes. How many years did you work with Lardy?
It was 3 the first time and 7 the second. I took a sabbatical. I took a year break, 2006, and moved to Alaska and worked with Dr. Arlie Reynolds and worked for Desley Purina at a nutritional research facility.
I know all about Dr. Reynolds and his work, Dr. Jill Klein.
And he became a great friend of mine. And,
Sprint sled dogs.
Arlie, and Arlie, I became friends with Arlie while I was competing. And I went to the group there, and I said, hook me up with your best nutritionist, because I'm embarrassed how little I know about 2 things, conditioning, and nutrition. So Arlie kind of
He was an expert on both.
Yeah, and he set up a program. I used to go up and spend some time going to some of his sled dog events in February and be his gopher. And he told me, he said, you know, if you ever want a break, come on up and I got a job for you. And I needed a break at one point in time, and I moved to Fairbanks and spent a year up there.
What did you do for him?
I was kennel help. I'd groom training trails. I mean, we trained sled dogs.
Yeah,
and I was
sled dogs.
helping and holding dogs for, drawing blood, things for research, nutritional research projects. But a big part of what I did was just assist in the day-to-day goings-on, like any of us have in training competitive dogs. We had 100 sled dogs there, so it was a full-time deal.
For those of you guys that don't know about Dr. Reynolds and worked with Dr. Jill Klein, who is one of our nutritionists at Eukanuba. I get to talk to Jill from time to time. Wonderful, wonderful lady, wealth of knowledge. She worked with Dr. Reynolds as well. They did a ton of research on recovery in these sled dogs. So Dr. Reynolds didn't run Iditarod type long distance dogs. These were sprint
which
sled
is
dogs.
The older of the two events.
Yeah. He was truly a pioneer, in the research and how dogs recover, glycogen replacement in these dogs.
You bet.
Learned from Dr. Reynolds and Dr. Klein that you got a dog that comes out here. One of the best things you can do after that dog cools off a little bit within 10 or 15 minutes of the run, go to the Eukanuba bag, grab a handful of feed. Feeding them within 10-15 minutes of the run helps with that glycogen replacement.
Back in their system. In humans,
recovery.
We talk about preloading with carbs.
Sure.
Not with dogs.
Not with dogs.
Dogs were, and there's a 30-minute window typically after they exercise where their body's receptive to that. So you're trying to build up those muscle glycogen stores back to.
So you can confirm I know a tiny bit of what I'm talking about there.
No, it was. Arlie was very specific about it.
Yes, sir.
The two things that he used a lot was post-exercise recovery products and pre-exercise hydration, and hyperhydration, and it's something Tour de France bike racers use, and it's something that it's a procedure so that the cells store a little more water so the dog can stay hydrated, and Arlie felt that the dogs would run 1 to 2 degrees cooler body temperature, which is huge, huge. So that's some of the things that I learned and gathered when I was there.
Yeah, and there were some that can't get the dog to drink, do anything else, would actually give in the morning a small subcutaneous IV to force fluids to that dog.
To get hydration.
Yeah, not do it venously, but sub-Q.
Yep.
And dog's going to absorb that hydration throughout their body.
And you wouldn't think of sled dogs overheating, but when they get to 35, 30 degrees, it's like what these dogs are doing here. I mean, in 80 degrees.
Here we got Clark Kennington with Reno. I tell you, I think one of the keys to longevity, particularly with the older dogs, I've done it for years and years. If I'm running an event like this, big field trial event like this, I'm going to go back to the truck.
Well, this dog doesn't move a muscle.
Reno has, I love watching me so stoic.
He liked that second shot. His ears perked up a little bit.
Yeah, one cue, if you want your dog to stay running strong all week, keep them hydrated, and hit them with
look at that.
A little bit of food. Yeah, nailed it. Well, that dog was clearly watching it.
So I had gone 28 days in a row, and the temperatures never got above 30 below zero. That's when I said, maybe I ought to go back and train retrievers. Yeah, it was a great experience. But interior Alaska in the dead of winter is a tough place to be.
A lot of daylight, right?
Oh. Yeah, from November through January, you get about 2 hours of daylight where I was.
Yeah, and then in June and July, you can't get any dark. I tell you, this dog is breaking to the left. Man, we've seen Clark have a couple of really good runs here. I think we're about to have another.
Got to get the bird from there.
You got to get it. Bam! Good job.
Oh, that was pretty.
Maybe 2 points. Now that is a dog on the go bird. I can see having a 0. I'm not saying it does. Hadn't
You
seen
see
the
how
judges'
settled
score.
he was watching the birds?
Mhm. Really enjoy watching Reno with the line, though. This dog does have great line manners.
All right.
All right, let's see what Clark does here.
Sure. So far, so good here. There's a little bit of a move right. Boy, there's some thinking going on in that dog's head, and there's the breakdown.
Now, when a dog breaks down there, we haven't seen him drive back and recover. Good. I totally, I'm all about that whistle.
Yeah. Yeah, when you see their face on a long retired gun and they're coming towards you, probably time to do something.
Great whistle right there.
Yeah. This is
Come on. Clark's he's trying to get that subtle angle. He's giving him silent. Tell me, he's wearing white up there with this overcast, white or black? What's your thoughts?
I'm sorry, what was it?
He's wearing white. He's trying to walk out that angle and he's just getting direct backs, racking up some cast refusal points. In this overcast condition, do you prefer white or black on your handler's jacket?
That's a good question. I'll lean more on black when I'm on a hill with a treeless background, where the sky is my background. But you do gotta wonder, don't you?
See, this is another one of those instances where I would almost like, something straw colored. By the way, thank you to Kevin Bearden again. Killer Weed. That's the name of the Avery camo pattern that they had. Don't even know if they make any more. That it's very, very visible on a green background from the line. Trust me. I don't know how dogs see it, being that they're colorblind, but the Killer Weed. But I always thought it was a really good color today. And look out there. I guess that's pampas grass. Look at the straw color of the heads. How today in the overcast, it pops.
Yes. Yep.
In the sunshine yesterday, it didn't show up that much.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
It pops. I think this is a situation where even in field trial, I might not wear white. I might wear the old Killer Weed.
There you go.
Yeah. You thought Killer Weed was something that came out of California.
Yeah, I was going to say, wait a minute.
Yeah, folks, it is not something you smoke, okay? Thank you so very much, Stacy West. Anybody who's been watching this back in the day knows Stacy West is Brian Broussard comes to line with Huck. Stacy just sent me a really nice text, says, love the coverage, guys. It might be the best SRS crown coverage ever. J. Paul, you suck, but Pat brings, no, he didn't say that, he didn't say it. Might be the best SRS crown coverage ever. Pat brings so much history, passion, and knowledge to the game. I really love the breeding/pedigree discussions. Well, thank you.
Well, make sure you text him back and tell him I said hello, because I remember Stacy, I spent some time around him, and
I'm sure he's listening right now, but I'm going to text it. Tell you what, talk about another serious competitor.
Yes.
Man, Stacy was serious.
Well, there's your 68 on that.
Yeah, and so that at 68, right on target. He had a 20 for the handle of the area. He had at least 6 cast refusals. And then you've got the whistles.
Just tells you how good his outside birds were.
Yep. Oh, he probably had a 2. And I can see 66. You got 20 on the handle to the area. This is looking really, really good right now for Brian also.
It's another good spot to be.
Oh, we've seen several go in right there.
Should win the bird right there.
Yep.
Yep.
repeat performance. So probably 2 going into that. 20 on the handle to the air for sure. Couple for the checkup. Probably 30 in cast refusals. Get you that 50 mark. And then 8 or 9 whistles. Get you to 68.
Well, now you're getting into the dogs that were on their game yesterday more.
For sure.
Some of them look on their game again today. I'm not always convinced that being last is an advantage or being really late. You know, and so the lowest scores from yesterday are going to run at the end, and that'll continue.
I never really liked being last.
Oh boy, this is interesting. Boy, if they go right at these trees and they keep going, they got a chance. If they've
I like that line. That is a good place to be. If this dog doesn't break down, this dog's going to nail this.
It's going to happen right in
I'm
here.
going to predict if the dog doesn't break down, it may get a little rocky, it's going to come back.
And he's fading a little more, but he's gone through
Come on
it.
back.
Interesting. Well,
I don't blame Brian.
certainly a strategy here. Yeah, I think that dog had, gosh.
And I'll tell you
He was
what.
so close. But he was in and bent out.
Look at this, look at this, look at this. Very smart handle.
I was going to say that was strategy there. It'd have been very tempting to sit there and let that play out, and you could have ended up, well, he probably watched the dog ahead of him that had so much trouble coming up with the bird once he got.
And he's going to be under 40 here. This particular score is going to be under 40. I mean, that was a smart handle, I'll tell you. Boy, look at Blaze and Mike Gibson, 73 2-day total. I'm telling you, Mike Gibson is tough. And it looks like he's got another great one in Blaze. To me, the affirmation for that was a smart handle was when he gave the leftover and the dog didn't go there. If the dog had known where the bird was, I feel like the dog would have taken that first cast correctly. So.
Well, once again, this guy knows his dog.
What are your thoughts on that? I mean, there are some people that would say, no, if the dog thinks if you're handling, you're not going to handle to the mark, but I disagree.
No, I think that was a good observation. Well, they're talking about dropping the hammer there.
Oh, yes, they are. Thank you so much. Showing Thor Boats a little love. And you see our banner there in the background. Congratulations, Dakota Best, Rhodey, who's about to come to line, his son. We got a couple first here. I believe we got the first father-son team here, and Rhodey and Dakota, and I'm pretty sure that we've got the first husband-wife in Ray and Carol Cato.
And another first with the size of the entry.
At 94, and another first with 118 qualified. Largest number of qualifiers ever. So yeah, lots of firsts going on here. Wow. You think he saw it? Oh yeah.
See him lick his lips.
I think that dog saw all three of them, definitely the last two, but it looked to me like he dropped his head a little bit on the long bird as well. Well, he's sure running like he saw it. Boom.
Yeah.
Good thing he slowed down or he'd have tripped on it. Stubbed a toe.
There's 38.
Figured it'd be close to that 40, right underneath it. Can't they let us try to score one of these? Now, I tell you what, that was one of the things, when I did run, I don't know why, but I would always constantly be tabulating that score in my head, and I would usually be pretty dang close.
Good move to the right there.
It's a really good line.
Well, this ought to get you the bird.
Every dog that we've seen that goes in right there is recovered. It'd be shocking to me. Yeah, great place to be. Great place to be.
All right, look at him. He's rolling on his hands. Got a big.
I'm thinking I should have bet on the over. I don't know how many we've had do it, but we've had at least half a dozen now or more.
Rhodey hit it hard with one, and then pushed one in real hard with 2 good birds and had to handle. Let's see what happens here. This is.
I got to talk to Rhodey after that run with Scoop, and he said that he saw it from the line. He was actually waiting, hoping for a no bird on that long middle bird.
So he went for, pushed out a little harder.
Yeah. Well, and he indeed he did push
right
Scoop.
In there, boy, that little move to the right. This is going to be interesting.
This dog's finna kill this, buddy. Ears pinned back.
Here's the moment of truth right in here in the next 15, 20 feet. Ooh, there's a crack of the tail.
Ain't happening. Dog's going.
This is going to be a...
Dog, nothing bad can happen from right there, brother.
Holy smokes.
Boom!
Good Lord. Got another fist pump.
Yeah.
You got to love that.
Hell yeah, you got to be happy about that.
If that doesn't make... Look at him.
Yeah.
And Rhodey, he was a little frustrated yesterday, but he's got a couple dandies in here. Look, he's got his fist clenched. He's ready to chest bump somebody.
He really is, man. He is.
I feel like
he is absolutely pumped.
That was going for it there.
Man, that was a beautiful run. That was we might see a 4.
Is this going to be the lowest score of the weekend or the last 2 days right here?
Well, we got a 6.
Yeah, we had a 6.
Man, I don't know. It's single digits. I can see a 4.
That's what you're guessing for?
That's what I'm guessing.
I mean, how could that be any better?
Right-hand bird?
No, that middle bird.
Oh, the middle bird couldn't be. 0 on the middle bird. Goose egg.
Couldn't have snapped a chalk line any sharp.
Couldn't have popped a chalk line, shot a laser beam. But there were 2 other marks, Pat.
Didn't he go up and step on the left one?
The right one, he went in about 3 trees shy. Winded it and came back in.
No, I remember that. But the go bird.
The go bird, he would have stubbed his toe on it if he hadn't slowed down. Yeah, that's what I said at the time.
So any score is pretty much going to be on the right bird, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, I'm starting to figure this out. Here's Charter again.
That was a heck of a run. Any way you look at it, any way you slice it.
I tell you. You could feel the intensity in these handlers and the dogs. I guess mostly in the teams.
I've got chill bumps right now, man. That was a killer run. It's there we go, 7. So that tells me that there's a spot on that right bird where you're getting a 5-point penalty if you go. There's a goal post that they've seen.
Gotcha.
And I'm thinking he probably got a 2 on the go bird because he did go a little wide of the tree and corrected back in.
All right.
It wasn't
the perfect line.
It wasn't the chalk line that middle bird was.
Yep, you're right.
Carter back again?
Yeah. Interesting to see which handlers hold the bird before they send the dog versus get rid of the bird before they send the dog. I never encourage my handlers to turn around and get rid of the bird while the dog was at their side. But a lot of these guys are they're not taking their focus off the dog, they're just getting rid of it. He just took his hat off here.
Yeah. This young man, he's just, to be his first year, he's got tremendous handling skills. Yeah,
Don't waste any time handling. Hit that tree line too far right, and I think started to come in and hunt short. He just put the whistle on him. And
probably.
Now, here's a difference here. Let me ask you this: a lot of these dogs had good scores yesterday. They may not feel like they need to make up ground here. Are they going to handle quicker to go? And they're starting to see that there's pretty good scores with good handles.
My opinion, today ain't moving day. I'm not looking to make up a lot of ground here. I'm looking to not lose any. If I'm coming in the last third of the pack, I don't know how far we are through this now, but your strategy changes. I mean, I can tell you, Bobby with Legend coming in here, sitting on a 75 or so from yesterday. Didn't need to give up any ground whatsoever. Lets him roll, comes out 34, I think he got, puts him in there.
Well, here's a critical point. They don't break left right in here.
No.
It's almost a guarantee.
Ain't happening.
Right there, boom. Big part of this is getting these dogs comfortable going tight behind another gun. So there's a degree of discipline to keep going, but a degree of comfort to go close to that left-hand station.
Yep.
And Rhodey showed almost the perfect.
Well, Rhodey's done some masterful.
Shaved the backside of that gun and knew exactly what needed to do.
Yeah, Rhodey's another one that's done some great handling here. He pointed that dog right where he needed to go. And I think he was trying to do that with Scoop as well. Scoop just went a little bit left and then had a hard time recovering. So back to what I was saying, you look at like Bobby and Legend coming in here. Bobby couldn't afford to give up a whole lot, so he's going for broke. He's going to try to let the dog roll and work it out, and he did, and it worked out in his favor. He's back there, middle of the pack a little further, has a chance. Scored under that 85 that I felt like needed to be where you need to be yesterday, and did it. Now you're getting down here, you're in the top 30. That's right in all the dogs, top 18 open, top 18 AMS advance. You're in really good position to be there, hold your ground. I'm playing. Not everybody's going to have that attitude, me personally, and I think a lot of the guys are going to be that way. Today's not moving day. This is a test that you can control. That's why I've said from early going, and particularly now, getting down later in the field, I'm not going to take a chance of losing a dog on a mark, or even letting them rack up a lot of points for wandering. If I don't feel really good when that dog's headed toward that bird, he's going to get there, I'm going to make sure that it's a minor cut and not a major gash. Control the bleeding, put him on the bird.
Makes perfect sense.
What are your thoughts? I mean, how would you play it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think about it in the course of, you got to be there at the end to get a chance to win this.
That's right.
And when the end is 6 dogs, I mean, anything can happen with 6 dogs, right?
I've seen it.
I mean, anything can happen with 18 or 20 dogs sometimes, but when it's down to 6, so yeah, being smart and making sure you're there with a chance to do something spectacular at the end. I mean, everybody's here to win this thing.
Hey, I've come from 6, just barely scratching the files, and then walked away with my name on that trophy. So, you know, worst to first happens in that final series. But you got to get there.
You got to get there, and that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm thinking.
So has Lee Howard run a dog yet?
Lee's only got 2, and he had great scores with both of them. No, Lee will be the last dog to run today.
Well, I know
and
it
his
was
other
one.
dog,
I just couldn't remember if he had something else because he
yeah,
had a good
2.
day yesterday.
Had a
But
really good day.
You know, sitting here watching all this, sometimes that
Can be
this is
really
a head
unnerving.
game like a lot of games, like tennis, like golf. Keeping your cool, and it goes over so many days that, well, like I said, it's like golf, keeping your mojo. Well, this is a good spot to be. The dogs get the bird from right. It should be right there. Yep. Start to get some spitting rain here.
Starting to, yep. Old friend Keith Allison just sent me a text said that he was tremendously enjoying having you up here in our commentary. Keep up the good work. Thank you very, very much. Keith Allison, I appreciate that a lot.
Well, it's fun to just be able to share this with everybody, but I'd be having fun with you and I sitting here, just us talking about this.
I had a great time at dinner with
and
you
in
and
all
Robin the other
honesty,
night. Yeah.
we wouldn't be saying anything different than we are right now.
Not at all.
Oh, he's trying to bump him over, isn't he? Nice big firm send.
Man, he was really working that. Rip just did not want to look to the left there. You got to credit Ron. He was working it.
It's the next 20, 30 yards. He's got to make a move left or he's going to have to handle it.
And I tell you, this is another.
A little bit of a bump.
I would stop him right there.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
This dog won this event last year. He has been hot. He can throw up a magnificent score. Probably wasn't going to happen right there again. Man, let's put a big old bandage on the bleeding and on the cut and stop it before it starts. That's still not a bad place to be. I can see the bird. Yep, there we go. He saw it too. I think Ron just did exactly what you and I were talking about. It's like, this ain't gonna happen. Let's don't give up.
Right.
You know, 40 points when we can only give up 20 points and come up with a bird.
Sometimes you kick a field goal, sometimes you go for the touchdown.
That's it. And sometimes you just punt.
Well, that's right.
You know, right now, if I'm coming to this in the red zone, you know, which right there toward the top of the leaderboard, I'm totally happy with 3 points.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. So what would you expect to see next? I don't have a clue.
Shoot 'em up. So I have no idea. I'm guessing.
What would history tell you?
Shoot 'em up. Here's what I mean by that. HRC or some HRC influence probably, handling a gun at the line, shooting primer poppers, may even be a hybrid with a white coat mixed into the field out there. But something with some razzle dazzle, particularly knowing these judges. Believe it or not, these two tests, we see Jiminy coming to the line here. These two tests, first two series, they've been rather tame. They really and truly have. I mean, this is a big test, a great test, don't get me wrong. Test that will allow dogs to move. That's what I really like about it. But we ain't seen crazy. By the way, Jiminy, his owner, Creed Samsel, is like 5 months old. So, yeah,
that's the owner.
Definitely the youngest owner, yeah.
Is he in the gallery?
I don't know. I think it's Lyle Steinman's grandson. So, hey, all of my dogs were owned by my daughters.
Yep. Creed is not happy right at the moment here with that hunt on the go bird. Darn it. What a peculiar move here.
This is a strange one here. I'm not expecting that
come back
at
and
all.
get the bird, but he sure didn't do himself any favors, or is he going to get the bird? I think he is.
If we could get Ron's score possibly back up there. I believe I saw Ron and Rip had a 45. Was that correct?
What's that?
Yeah. Again, man, super smart handle right there. I mean, that could have easily been a 65. We've seen it.
Yeah.
You know, several times, Dave, we've sat there and score pops up. Okay, well, they eventually had to handle anyway. Could have saved 20 points by doing it faster.
Did you notice when that dog hunted, he dropped his head?
Whoa.
What did you just see?
That bird was way, way, way short of where it's been.
Gotcha, so he had a little bit shorter
Terrible
fall.
break, and this is Scott Greer and Zeppelin at the line, and this is Scott's only bullet, and that was a really, really bad break.
So he got in the full area of the other.
Oh, he got in there and stayed
and
stayed.
And really was hunting aggressively.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, no, and I thought it was so weird that he didn't dig the bird out. I just couldn't figure out what was going on there. And man, that ate up some memories.
Okay, maybe not. For a minute, I thought he was trying to send for the middle bird, but that certainly wasn't the case.
No, I think Zeppelin was kind of looking, and Scott did a really good job of slowing him down. This dog has a lot of talent. I like this dog a lot.
He's going to hit right about where the gun stood. They need to make a check down right there, but he didn't do that.
And see,
well, there's a dog that came back. Is he going to come up with this bird?
Oh, he's going to come up with the bird. Zeppelin's a good marker. I think the dog had an idea. I think that it protracted.
Not many dogs have gone there and recovered.
No, Scott got a terrible break. That protracted hunt and then handle on the go bird, I think, eroded a lot of that dog's memory.
Well, he's got to bear down and get this bird.
Yeah.
What I was starting to comment on when that dog started to hunt to the right of the gun, he dropped his head a little bit. I think he kind of lost awareness of where he was.
I think he did too.
Looked up and got back over there and dug it out.
But initially, he started his hunt really good, and where they'd all, been falling. Now I couldn't figure out. Then he comes over, drops his head there, and then gets confused. I think you're right.
All right. Now, whether the dog, that hunt behind the gun, had any effect here, because sometimes it does.
We don't use road maps anymore now that we've all got smartphones. But remember back in the day, you've been looking at the map, and then you look back and you kind of lose your place on it.
Well, that's kind of what
you thought you were going to Albuquerque, and then you find you made the turn to go to Santa Fe.
He stood dead at it. Will he keep going? He feels like he will. Well.
Oh yeah, nice. I'm telling you, this dog is talent.
There's a chalk line. Pretty much, he ought to get the bird right.
Don't take the yellow brick road.
Don't get by it. Oh my goodness. That's a heartbreaker right there.
Well, you've already handled them too. Yeah. I mean, you got
How in the world did he get by that?
The wind is virtually.
You might have had a little squirrel there, but he never threw his head up like he got any scent off of anything in there.
Well, I'm looking at the fountain over there. The wind is blowing directly in, so he didn't have a prayer of winning it on that side.
Well, directly in your face can be equally, if not harder, than directly downwind, because once they get by the bird, they don't get any scent.
Yeah, well, earlier it was coming from left to right on your screen there, but now it's coming more in. Now there, I would have thought he would have winded it.
Oh. Well.
Tough break for Scott and Zeppelin.
You can't put the bird in their mouth. He did everything he could as a handler to put him in the perfect positions. First dog to get that close to the bird on the right side to not get it without handling. Well. I mean, I root for them all, but when a dog is that close and is trying that hard, I'm rooting a little extra hard for him.
Amen. All right, I think we're getting ready to rebird here. And yeah, stay with us during this rebird, guys, because we're going to stick around for a second and let you take a look My colleague here, Pat Burns, earlier today got some drone footage of the pitch here, the venue, and yeah, so we're going to take a look at some of Pat's footage and give you some aerial views of what it looks like. Right now we're giving you a great view of that Eukanuba bag. Of course, Eukanuba is the presenting sponsor of the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship. Along with our Lucky Duck kill
so
there.
Here's a drone. What I like to do is get a real picture of the fall area. Okay, there's your long bird. You're going to get a look at your right-hand bird here, so a little bit better perspective.
Oh yeah, I like that.
And then here's your go bird. Now you're going to see this is our test dog, yellow test dog. You should see him come in from the bottom of the screen here in a second. It goes left of this tree.
Got really good looking with
the drone. Didn't have the perfect view of a few of these because of the trees. Okay. All right, here we go.
I'll tell you what's interesting. See the cover changes there?
Yes. You get a perspective from here. All right. Well, now you got these are all the handlers. There goes our dog on the right-hand bird here.
Again, that cover change isn't nearly as evident.
I'm going to zoom in here in just a second. You'll get a better perspective.
Yeah, Pat, why don't you zoom in here for us?
What's that? Yeah.
Why don't you zoom in and let's take a closer look?
All right, here you go. Here's the zoom. Here's a dog. He's almost right at the gun. You can see the holding blind. The gunner stood somewhere about there and threw to the right. But if you kept going there, well, we saw a lot of this. We've seen plenty of this here. It's kind of the area that you don't come back from. The dog goes out of sight here. The handler ends up handling from quite
And you can actually see the bird laying on the ground there.
Yeah, you can.
I would call the second cut of rough because they do mow down these
you can see the bird right.
side.
4 trees.
Your dog makes the area, gets in tight, he's probably going to see that bird. As you can
But
see.
there's just a little bump, a little berm there that I think keeps him from seeing it on the left side of the trees. And so this dog, and you're not seeing him now, but there's quite a bit of handling going on in this test dog. And I think this is when the gallery and all the handlers got quite quiet. We brought him in down on the right side and ended up coming up with the bird there, okay. All right, so the dog's getting ready to send for the long middle bird. Gives you a perspective here.
Good shot of the umbrella there.
Okay. Now I think I zoom in again here. I was trying to. All right, dog's going to show up here in just a second here, and I think he's to the right a little bit. There he goes. That was the breakdown point. Either just slightly angle back and deep of the go bird.
And I really can't see anything to influence him in the geography there. It's more the...
Whether it's a scent off of those gunners, the simulated flyer, or they start to hunt objects, those trees there. We call them break points. But there, you can see the bird again there, just across the road. I guess maybe we should show the dogs the drone footage. It might help them, huh? But the handler's handling dogs there. You can see him in. The handler's having a little trouble seeing him. Brings him on this side of the road.
It's very interesting.
Puts a horn on him here.
Yeah, there's a little dip there. You know, dog's running over a little swell, a little high spot, and then it dips back down. Even from our vantage point, and definitely from the line.
See, that's where you see how that dog acknowledged it. That's a zone that they're winding that bird on. So it gives you a little insight.
But you can see how the cart path is really throwing those dogs to the right.
Yeah, that's just a perspective that you don't have. Anyway, so I thought that might be helpful. I didn't spend a lot of time editing it, but that's always a little different perspective that helps you understand what the dogs are doing and maybe why they're doing it.
I just watched you edit that on your laptop here at the desk. That was pretty impressive for such a short period of time.
Yeah, I got, covering some of the Retriever Nationals, I would hustle back after doing that and try to put something together for them to get up because they don't have this great coverage that you guys are providing. This is truly spectacular.
TC 116 there with Zeppelin and Greer. Feel bad for Scott, the only dog he had qualified here. And I have a feeling he'll be headed back to my hometown, our hometown of Dyersburg tonight, man. I hate that.
I started using the drone a little bit more actually while dogs are running, not necessarily to film them, but they're at certain points where you would lose sight of dogs, or like on a re-entry on a pond where you didn't see them. We'd hover it and watch and make decisions on what to do based on what we were seeing on the drone.
Gotcha.
So using technology to get a better look at what the dogs are doing and hopefully communicate in a timely manner what to do next. You know, if a dog starts to make a mistake, you're trying to communicate it close to when he makes a mistake, but if you can't see him, it's hard to do that. We use that a little bit. Plus, any excuse I can have to buy something new and fun, I take advantage of it.
Boy, that gust of wind really picked up, almost blew the table
over. We definitely have some weather in the
yeah,
not too far vicinity.
Coming in the
But I'll tell
vicinity
you,
for sure.
it looks a little bit, I don't know, I'm looking at our radar again.
Well, it's changed a couple times. Let's hope it changes again.
When I'm looking at the projected forecast, there's not as much red in there. Boy, if we were 40 miles, maybe I don't know, we're probably 100 miles from the border, but straight north of us, we wouldn't be running dogs here, because it's red and staying red. We're in a pretty fortunate spot.
Well, I'll tell you, the forecast has changed for the better again. It was looking like about 4:30 we were going to be in heavy rain. Now it's saying that it's just a slight chance out until about 7 p.m. So
there's little small cells here, and if we got centered with one.
Yeah, they're definitely popping up, but you know.
Let's see if there's any lightning in those. Doesn't show much.
No.
The storms north of us have some, but none of it
just
doesn't show any of those little cells having any lightning. So we can get wet a little bit, but if lightning becomes an issue, it doesn't look like it.
I heard an interesting statistic. I actually heard this on a Meat Eater podcast.
I'm sorry?
I heard an interesting statistic on, actually heard it on the Meat Eater podcast on the way up here day before yesterday. Do you know men are more likely to be struck by lightning than women? Makes sense. Do you know what the percentage is every year of women versus men struck by lightning?
I don't have a clue.
Take a guess.
Percentage
now, of people
does it have something to do that are more men in the outdoors and vulnerable to it? Is that
maybe?
I mean, maybe more men golfers. You think of
fishermen?
Yeah, fishermen.
I mean,
I would say 10 to 1.
Not quite. 80%, 4 to 1.
4 to 1. Okay.
All right, we got some good graphics. Rhodey with that 7 is leader in the clubhouse. 78. Right. Looking good. And then a 103 right there with JJ. So 2 of the top 3. I'm sure he's hoping that holds up. Legend in there at a 113. Looking good. You know, and then you see that break there.
Do we know how many dogs we've run? I'm sure somebody does.
I'm about to go and find out. Tell you what, we're waiting. Can we go back to that first graphic? There we go. So we're looking, we've got 9 teams at 140 or better right now. I'm thinking that 130 is the place to be below that right now. And we're looking at our open division, folks. This does not include our amateurs. This is strictly our open dogs. Tell you, Rhodey's looking good with Reese there at that 122 as well. Clark having a great day also. Got 4 of the top 9 dogs. Coming to the second sheet.
Steven's right at that 141
Yeah, Steven
mark.
said Onyx, Thor, and Jordan, I think they're going to need some help to get in. And I really do believe that. That right there, you're looking, that's our top 18. So right now, Ducky and Cruz would be the bubble dogs, and Ducky would actually be the bubble dog because in this series, Ducky had the higher score. So in the tiebreaker. So those are our top 18 as they stand now. So Ducky is our bubble dog with
It'll be interesting when we hear how many dogs are left, because obviously the lowest yesterday's scores are coming up.
Yep. Well, we've got several more dogs to go right now. We've got another dog coming to the line. We'll probably come back here in just a minute with our amateur scores Gonna let Clark come line and run first, for sure. I do not believe this is Jiminy. I think we saw Jiminy run it earlier.
It's fun to watch the side view of the dog when the birds are going down. It's hard to tell what they're looking at. A few times I've seen it's directly behind the dog's head view, which gives you a little bit more information. But that it is awfully fun to watch. Now there's another dog making a hunt.
Man, it just doesn't make sense
of that gun. Now that's a wind factor a lot of times. Though, you know, wind will blow you on that side. Dogs will tend to hunt on the downwind side of a gun. He's going to not waste any time.
Yeah, Clark didn't waste any time. I think that was smart. I'm sure Clark's probably hoping they give him the area, but I don't think they will. I don't think that dog really acknowledged.
You know, it's easy to take that bird for granted, but it certainly hasn't.
All right, look at the tree there. Look at where the dog picked up.
A little longer bird.
Yeah. Think about Zeppelin, though.
Yeah.
Not even halfway out.
Yeah.
Totally different throw there. Bad break. But that probably gives you the very best perspective of all, though, of just how short that throw was.
Does that fall under the bounce of the ball?
The way the ball bounces, brother.
Right.
And let me tell you, it's happened to me. There's nothing you can do about it. Just, you know, it is what it is. And a lot of times the judges don't know exactly where that bounce is. So I'm not 100% not faulting the judges for not calling a no bird there.
I'd have a hard time calling a no bird on a bird like that, you know.
Man, and
First
it's
of all,
so tough.
sometimes you throw a no bird and the dog, you know, pays more attention to the first one and it affects them now. Well.
Tell you, one of my very first SRS events, 20 years ago, 2003, when we were still on ESPN every Saturday, that was a very nice mark. Yeah, I mean, this dog came in here with a score, I think, in the 60s. This dog could still pull something out good here. But Northfield, Minnesota, we were at Tom Dawkins' place, and we were in the final series, and I'd led wire to wire. Last dog to run, last bird thrown, and the bird took a really bad bounce. I think I was the only one that saw it from my perspective from the line, and we had a scaffolding.
That's a good move there.
A tower set up in the field for the high shot from the camera. Just broke down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, Clark's just got to finish now.
Yeah.
Finish and hope he's on the bubble.
I can
remember
imagine.
The bubble dog's 177, so he still had, this dog came in here with a lot of ground that he could give up. Anyway, the bird bounced right up against the steel pole corner of the scaffolding. I mean, literally leaned up against it. And dog saw where it fell and hit the ground. He went into the fall area, put on a hunt. I could not get that dog to take a cast and go right up against that steel pole and pick it up. Yeah. Went from first to worst like that.
Oh my goodness.
It just happens, man. It's, you know, it's
Yeah,
part of the game.
Well, if it hasn't happened to you, just wait, because it's going to. You're gonna. That's how you. What do they say? That's how you take failure for the jaws of victory or something to that effect. I know there's a term there when I butchered that up, but I know what you mean. Well, I can see
defeat
defeat from the jaws of victory. That's what I meant to say. Thank you. Appreciate that help there. But I'll tell you, I gotta believe the mental pressure that these handlers are going to feel being last dog, knowing they're in the lead. It's, well, again,
I always like putting the pressure on them. I never, every time I ran last, just about it bit me in the butt. Yeah, I mean, and that's pretty much been the case all along. You very rarely, and I cannot remember, we haven't had many wire-to-wire winners in SRS history, period. I mean, in any events, but of any size, maybe in some of the smaller club events, but you just don't see a lot of wire. It's very hard to lead the entire time and win wire to wire. And I'm sure I'm probably going to get a text of some exceptions to that, and hope I do.
You're
and
right,
talking about John and Laura Perry, here's a Louisiana dog.
Yep.
Louisiana's Bewitched Bullet.
And I work with Laura every year.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, and she just wants a different set of eyes on what she's doing, a little advice. And both Bully and Gus were dogs that I worked with.
Wow.
You know, for a week. Not that I had anything to do with them, but I did watch them. I do remember a little bit about them.
So tell everyone, what's your primary role these days? Are you still actively training dogs? Do you have dogs in the kennel, or are you?
My primary role today is to coach people, well, to do things like this. No, I do not have a kennel. I do not. I run a day school program, which is similar, roughly a 12-dog, 12-person program that goes from October through April in South Georgia. And when I'm not doing that, I'm doing 3 to 4 day workshops. Oh, this dog's gonna blow up, darn it.
Man, he picked up the lead.
This go-bird has all of a sudden turned out to be a big deal. So we'll run a day school program from October through April in South Georgia. And some people spend the whole winter there. Some people spend a week here and there. And I'll do around 15 workshops a year. And then most of those I do from April to October. And then I've got a digital learning format on EliteRetrievers.com.
Subscription service?
I've got a prescription. I just started a membership prescription service that with a smaller group of people then it's going to open up again in December to the general public, and it's going to, well, it really picks a monthly subject matter, and you get weekly material and videos, and it's, well, these 2 months it's about marking. It's about this kind of stuff we're looking at right now: how to design tests, how to theme, how to manage them. I've got I'll have guest speakers. I had Dave Roram come in as one of our first expert guest speakers in September, and we were talking about stopping mechanics, about sharpening up sits. So we'll take everything to real isolated behavior to some bigger subject matter, and that's going to change each month.
Now, can anyone subscribe?
That'll be available. We'll make that available.
Come on, I'm trying to show you some love, help you make a little money.
You're doing it at EliteRetrievers.com. Yes, we are going to reopen the.
What's the website?
EliteRetrievers.com.
EliteRetrievers.com.
And we've got some. Well, we had a bomb-proof basics course, which is was really almost a 2-year project in the making, where I followed 3 main dogs entirely through basics, filmed for over a year, and spent many hours editing that and put together what I think is a really quality educational basics program, showing the good, the bad, and the ugly. And and then we've got a course on line mechanics. Oh, geez, how do you just miss that on the inside?
This dog was headed to the next parish, buddy. That was a good stop.
So there's a line mechanics for success, which was the original course, and that is available. So, and there's a lot of free stuff. EliteRetrievers.com. There's a lot of free material, a lot of master classes with some great experts. We had an expert insight forum series.
Classes on how to run and train.
Absolutely, everything from day one to more sophisticated handling techniques, breaking down, like you do in any sport, breaking down isolated behaviors. What goes on the line, what goes on in preparation, troubleshooting older dogs, a lot of different things. So,
do you have a dog right now?
I do not have it. Well, we have 2 fat tennis ball chasing golden retrievers that my wife has always had. Robin's always had bench goldens, and they're just fun mascots. And it's probably a good thing, because I don't know if we'd still be married if I was trying to coach Robin to do this. But had a lot of dogs over the years, but most of them have gone on to be competitive dogs for other people. But we'd be looking at this kind of material. I bring up a lot of past nationals and things like this to try to identify how to be better handlers. Because Rex said something a long time ago that I believe. They're only going to be as good as we are. So the first part is to take our handling errors out of the equation. So,
amen. I agree with that totally. Have you ran any hunt tests yourself in the past?
I have not. I have not. I've coached a lot of people to do it. I've spent, and I haven't, well, when I went back to work for Mike, I ran a number of field trials from 2006 through 2012, but I was mostly active at a spree. I ran every national from 1990 through 2003. And I think we had 28 finalists in that time frame.
Did you ever win a national?
Never won the National Open. We had
wow.
Cherokee Rose won the National Amateur in 2003.
Well, that was
had finalists almost
nice
every year.
John Russell's.
I was the bridesmaid more often than I liked, but I'll tell you what, it was. This is the type of stuff. This atmosphere is what really turned me on. Not just running it, but coaching people, just like we're doing. And the strategy, how to analyze some of these dogs' behavior and make adjustments during the week and in the next 6 months. It's really coaching at its best.
Tell you, Rhodey is really struggling here.
Yeah, he had a couple really solid jobs, but he's really struggling.
I hate it for him too, but you know, he's sitting in first and third, so I don't feel too sorry for him right now. But I just.
But some of his better scores from yesterday struggled here. This one, you know, obviously had a lower score.
Yep. But struggling on this go round on this bird.
You can see the bird over there, but obviously the dog can't. I think that's the bird. Over there you see the
No,
left.
I see the bird. I clearly see it. Dog's a long way away from it.
Yeah, he is. Further than...
This dog does not want to cross that cart path, I don't think. There,
well,
saw it.
Actually, he was all about the right depth. He just couldn't get that left hand over.
I thought it was a lot deeper than that.
Well, we got a couple fist pumps from Rhodey, but not on that one, darn it. I know he was looking for something better than that.
No, for Rhodey at the line, it's went from sugar to Shinola.
Yeah,
$2.
exactly.
But
And I'll tell you, that one just didn't get off on the right foot right from the start.
All right, well,
we got a
looks
rebird.
like we're about to take a rebird. So with that, Pat and I know you probably need a little break. You've been up here pretty much non-stop. I took one earlier. We're going to take a break and leave you guys, but don't go away because we'll be right back here in about 5 minutes at the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba.
Growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Yes.
Easy.
All right, I just showed back up here on the set, and I don't see J. Paul, but looks like the guns are up. Ready to roll here. Raised his head like he saw the bird. Oh, looks like maybe he had a no bird. I'll tell you what, I'd never minded having a no bird on a long retired bird, to be able to come right back, to really kind of emphasize this bird again. I think sometimes the dog actually takes it more serious when you come back. I get that no bird there. I'm not in a hurry to take him offline. Really make him stay out there. Looks like a good throw there. Dog wants to move ahead. Sometimes that keeps him from being able to communicate. He saw the left bird though. Good idea what the bird is. Well, he wasn't far off on his first pass. They sent this dog with no hands, standing up. Dog's not too far, not too bad. Is he winded in here? No, no. He didn't waste any time handling, did he? Certainly strategy to keep those scores low with those quick handles there. Must have had the instinct this dog was going to keep going. A little light rain shower here. Uses a hand on this one. He's trying to emphasize this a little stronger. Big send. It's what they do in this first dip just tells you so much. Some of these paths leading right are hard to... Ooh, there's a good... Now, does that move mean he's breaking down? Yeah, sure does, doesn't it? First, I thought it was a good move in the direction of the bird. Handles on both the right retired and the middle retired. Rain's starting to act like it wants to be a little more serious.
We'll get all this back over, get you out.
Yeah. Combination of the wind and the rain starting to come up on our stage, isn't it?
Yep.
Get our electronics over too.
Oh, definitely need to move the electronics for sure. Pat's been taking care of double view while I've been gone. Come back. Doggone it, started to rain on us after all.
Hey, I did.
Pat, you're just about full service there, you know it. I'm telling you. Man doesn't mind a little physical labor also.
Blowing a little bit further yet, isn't it? Has it affected the visibility? Well, it can help.
All right, yes, sir, I've seen it. I definitely don't think it hurts the scenting conditions.
Right.
I like a little bit moisture on the ground for a scent. Talk about pheasants and lack of scent. Nothing's harder on a dog than trying to find a cock pheasant in South Dakota in October when it hadn't rained in over a month and there's zero humidity.
Yeah, that's right.
Got Dakota best handling here with the guys. Dakota had a really good run yesterday. I'm sure his daddy was very proud of him. Dakota's good luck streak continues as he won the Thor boats 1754 Lake Hammer earlier today that he'll be getting next spring at the Peppers Pond event. Will be delivered to him there. So congratulations to Dakota. You know, I may have misspoken. I mean, this dog was all over the area and hasn't found it. So that rain maybe. Oh, Dakota's spitting his whistle out. Finally, yeah. He stuck with him though.
Well, there aren't many sports that the word gets better when it starts raining. Football, the ball gets slippery. After the rain, you might have just the right deal.
Yeah, but after the rain, as long as the sun doesn't come out and make it humid.
Right. It did say brief shower, but I think it's becoming a little more than brief, isn't it?
Satchmo and Baggett just got a 110 on that last run.
My radar is accurate at all. It looks like once this shower passes, we'll be a little good for a while.
I'm gonna have to run to the truck and get my charger when this breaks.
I'm just blown away by the film footage that these guys are providing us.
The crew does an excellent job here. I've always been very, very proud to be associated with the Super Retriever Series. Honored to be able to be a commentator here. Hopefully we're bringing you guys some good insight to these dogs, this field, and these tests. Man,
He's got the right line.
Looking
he
good.
doesn't
Just
break
don't
down in the
break-
next 15 yards. He ought to be. But with the conditions change, it's hard to tell. Made a right-hand move. Is that? Oh, rats. He's up by that.
I've only seen one dog get back there and recover that I recall. Dakota not taking any chances here after that handle. Oh, the way that dog took off in that direction, I thought he was going to pick it up. Rain's let up, and you see it's brightening back there to the south a little bit. I think we're about to see some blue sky. You see a little blue peeking through the clouds over there. Got it.
Looks like the front moving from southeast or southwest to northeast. So if that's the case, that blue sky is headed our way. At least the break in the cloud pattern.
Dripping inside.
Well, if that's the case, The patch of open sky is to our southwest, so if it's all moving to the northeast, we may see some sunshine in there. What did we do before we had these things? These iPhones, smartphones?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Compasses,
Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking at. I thought that was our south-southwest. I was making sure.
Right.
Sure enough, it is.
I use it all the time. I use the wind compass when I want to orient myself on a new piece of property. I
love the little ruler, the measuring tool.
Yeah.
I had to have one of the engineers at the factory, I'm not gonna lie to you, teach me how to use the dang thing correctly, but William taught me and I use it a lot. We just had a rebird, so I'm not sure what's...
I got something going on. Maybe
some technical difficulties out there in the field.
With
We are trying to make sure the camera gear is all ready for rain.
They're taking out rain gear for the cameras. Pretty important stuff there.
Well, they've got a lot of money in these cameras, and I've been watching them. They're dealing with this rain better than I expected.
Let me tell you, I mean, the camera, it's the tool of the cameraman, the videographer's trade. I can tell you from lots of experience, these guys are very, very particular. They don't mind being out in the rain, but they're gonna make dang sure they're not gonna ruin a $10,000, $20,000 camera.
Checking their guns, making sure they're...
Yeah, making sure the guns are still
But
firing.
that rain shower has stopped. It's...
I learned early on during the filming of Migration Nation, if you want your camera guy to be your buddy, you dang sure help him take care of his equipment and you don't ever put it at risk.
Right.
You let him make that decision.
If we were 30 miles north of here, we'd have been shut down a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
Right on the Arkansas line. It's been steady, red, heavy rain. Okay, I got a text. This is interesting. Lauren Marms from Wisconsin, a very good active amateur, sent a text saying, are there two-sided dogs there?
Yes.
Seems like everyone runs only on the left.
There are definitely two-sided dogs here. Stephen Durrance, I know, teaches two-sided healing and runs two-sided dogs. Lyle has had some two-sided dogs in the past. Bobby and I, we both tried two-sided healing for a little while and gave it up. You know, and right after we gave it up was when I first met and got to start training a few times with Danny Farmer. And I asked Danny, do you do it? And he said, I'm not smart enough to figure this crap out.
Yeah. It's so, not the magic bullet. There are some advantages, but it's not a magic bullet.
Yep.
Now, okay,
there are guys that do it here and that actively teach it. You know, you will see.
So let's make sure everybody knows what we're talking about. We're talking about a dog healing on the right side as well as the left side and using that position to an advantage.
Yes.
The biggest advantage most of the time are watching the bird. So I bet you what Lauren's talking about, he's surprised more people aren't watching this test off the right because the tendency from a dog to head swing from the long middle bird to the simulated flyer would be pretty strong.
Yes.
If the dog is on the right, you have a better opportunity to communicate with your body, not to head swing to the left. I guess if I was watching, I probably would watch this test off the right. Two reasons. If they swing from the middle bird to the flyer and miss seeing the right-hand bird, Now, here's the difference. You can talk to your dogs here.
Big difference.
So a left-sided dog looks head swings. You can pull them over with
here. Yep. Yep. And we all use the heel drill. I don't know of a handler here that doesn't. Particularly a professional handler here. Another point that I'll make too, in watching these dogs here. Yesterday, both of the marks were thrown right to left. Today, 2 of the 3 are thrown right to left. I mean, I learned. By the way, I was just informed that the delay is that the judges are discussing a bird possibly thrown in the wrong sequence, trying to work that out. So while they're working on that problem, I mean, I picked up 2-sided healing from total retriever training.
Right.
And, Lardy said, hey, don't use it as a crutch. If the bird's thrown right to left, run the bird on the left, thrown left to right, run the bird on the right. Well, 4 out of 5 of these birds have been right to left.
Typically, I'd run them on the side I want to influence the most strongly towards. I mean, so that would be 2 advantages. Sometimes on the mat, if you have to be on the mat, sometimes there's an advantage where you can put the dog. Biggest advantage most of the time is if you have a left-sided only dog and you've got a really short attractive flyer on the left and you need to see a bird on the right, that's the biggest advantage, without a doubt. Now,
so if you
one of the best advantages then is teach a dog not to head swing, but that's not the easiest thing in the world.
Sure. So if you got a designated go bird like this, and I know this is a new concept, kind of a little bit foreign, having judges stipulate you got to pick that bird up first. You see the marks from the right. That bird is thrown from right to left. Before you release that dog, are you going to spin them back around and heel them back to the left?
No. On the go bird?
On the go bird?
I'm just going to pull them over. I'm going to step back and say here. I guess there's not a lot I can do as a handler to get them to that go bird. I mean, I just got to get, if they see it, I've got to believe that they're going to find that bird. Now, the question is, would I send for the right bird from the right? I guess once again, it depends on what side I think I need to influence the dog.
And see, again, that's a case where, you're sending from the right, you're wanting the dog to go right. It's been the kiss of death to get too far right. If you cut into that tree line early. So I think, yes, there are definitely 2-sided dogs here. Are you going to see it here, the numbers that you see in a field trial? No, definitely not. And I think that there are multiple reasons for that. I think a lot of these dogs are hunting dogs. We typically run our dogs because we shoot right-handed. Even though I shoot left-handed now because I don't have I can't see on my right eye, I still shoot a right-handed gun and it ejects to the right. So you're used to having your dog in the left. Second thing, it can get a little bit complicated. 2-sided. I kind of agree with Danny. Hell, I'm not sure I'm smart enough to use it right either.
But I don't use it as that. I think you run off the side that just feels best for you. And I tell my guys, I don't want you to dwell on it. If you failed the test because you ran off the wrong side, you're not looking at it the right way.
But yeah, if you watch, you will definitely 100% see it. And I'll tell you the place that you see it more than anything here. Guys using 2-sided healing to influence the dog when setting up to run a blind retrieve. See a lot more there than anywhere else.
Switching sides, you mean?
Yeah. Yep. All right, here we go. Let's do this again. Stephen Guzman, I believe this is Dre.
But I went back and forth. I did one side, did 2 sides at Lardy, made that same decision. I didn't like the way that it was going, mostly communicating with clients, so I went back to one side. And then when I went back to work for Mike, I had to learn 2 sides. It was a challenge for me.
Which do you prefer?
I'm more accurate off the left because that's what I'm. So when in doubt, I run off the side I'm most comfortable. One of the classic tools for it is trying to get a diagonal or an angle entry into a piece of water with a dog that wants to get in early. If you're trying to communicate to take less water, and the water's on the left, running off the right can be very helpful.
Yep.
So it's just another one of those little tools in your toolbox. Lots of great dogs have been run off one side. Well, here's a handler that's going to run a right-hand bird off the right.
Yeah, bingo.
I watched him stick his right arm out. I said, okay.
There we go. We got Solar ask, boom, right there, immediate gratification.
Boy, he must have liked his look because he just pulled the trigger in a hurry. But he's cutting in.
I don't like how far right this dog is, though. And let me tell you, Drake can get, yeah. Steven's playing it safe. Wow.
What a cast. Wow.
Boom. What a cast. That was a cast.
These are balls. All right.
All right.
Well, there may have been an influence where you pushed a little too far right.
All right. All right. Thank you, Jeff.
Dog made a little check down, almost a little
Our producer,
reverse
Jeff
pivot,
Woodward.
almost a spin there, right behind the go bird.
Oh, really?
He made a little funny little move, and then when he came out of the turn, he was going right, and he had to put a whistle on him pretty fast.
Glad you told me that. Yeah, I missed that. We had our producer, Jeff Woodward, up here replacing our batteries. We got her little popping in our mics. That should be gone now. Man, I would have bet money he'd have picked up 2 or 3 out of 3 of these. This dog is a field trial dog. This dog is a strong marking dog, ultra talented. But again, you know, sometimes you just get in where your game is not exactly on. But he has had 2 great finishes here at the Crown. He's been in the top 5 the last 2 years, both years in the amateur division. Stephen Gooseman's just fighting to survive right there. But Dre, that spin out short surprised me. His dog can go, man, got a lot of gas in the tank of that dog.
Yeah, there's something the dog didn't like about that picture.
You know, there's some guys that like have started out one-sided and now they've moved to 2. I know Ron Anderson's young dog, Rip, is a 2-sided dog. Pretty sure that his older dog, Smokey, is one-sided. But I know, you know, Ron's definitely another one of those 2-sided dogs here. I can tell you this. All the pros here, like myself, started out training gun dogs and test dogs. We all started out teaching single-sided handling. You're more likely to see an amateur handling 2-sided here than a pro for that reason.
Okay.
I mean, it's all about your background. Think about it.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, there's some real negatives to 2-sided. And I'll tell you some of the side. If you use it only to push, the dogs don't pull towards you very well. Okay, so and oftentimes you'll see 2-sided dogs lean way away from the handlers on each side because there's so much, they've been pushed so much. So when I see that, I say, all right, I want you to be comfortable running on 2 sides, but I want you to manage it like it's a one-sided dog. In other words, don't always follow the rules. Make sure you're practicing pulling the dog towards you, not always just pushing him away from you.
Makes sense. Are there other pitfalls to it that you see?
I'm sorry?
Other pitfalls to it that you see?
Well, I think those are the biggies, and sometimes people use, you know, maybe, you know, if we're always about watching the birds and not head swinging, instead of just running off that side, teaching them to watch their birds a little harder. So sometimes you use it, I hate to use it as a crutch, but when in some situations, it can be a very valuable thing to take advantage of.
Yep. Here we've got Stuart Williams and Tex at the line. Get a little happy feet.
Definitely saw the birds. Okay, so I have a question for you. So, in your ability to talk to the dogs when the birds are in the air, if I was doing this test and training, and I was running the dog on the left, or either way, when they're throwing the long bird, if the dog started to look away, I would say sit really firmly, which told him to freeze and look straight ahead. If he looked at the left bird, I'd probably pull him over with a here, but if I thought that dog was starting to glance away from that long bird, in training, I would reinforce the act of looking straight ahead with the firm sit. Would that be, you could do that?
Sure, you can do that.
And sometimes sit, even though they're sitting, just makes them a little more serious. So it not only would, in my opinion, draw emphasis to looking straight ahead and not looking away from that long middle bird, it might add more discipline to it. Oh my goodness.
I mean, you talk about going out to no man's land.
He's running straight at that decoy gun.
If Tex was a golf ball, that'd be a beautiful drive right down the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, he's got to pull the trigger really quick. I think maybe.
You know what I think he was waiting on? I think he was waiting to see if the dog was going to break right or left to figure out which bird to handle him on, possibly. Maybe.
I was a little surprised at how rapid the send was, and I think he probably looked up and realized, uh-oh, I needed to maybe bump him over more.
I thought it recovered really, really well. I thought he was going to pick it up then.
So when I saw this gun out in the field here that doesn't do anything, there was a judge from, Kenny Wappler was his name, was from Milwaukee. Here he was a fireman, and that was a little bit of his signature test. And he'd do a double a lot of times and have a gun out there, and it certainly played with the dogs' heads. And so when we talked about kind of scouting reports on judges, if they have certain kinds of tests, certainly something you may want to keep in your memory bank to kind of expose the dogs to when a judge has something they like to do. Now, I don't know if that's the case with these judges, but when Kenny Wappler was judging, you knew you better do something like that in preparation for him, and I immediately thought of that.
Trying to think of his name. There was a judge that used to judge a lot of AKC Master, and a lot of times he would take a holding blind and roll it up, and stick it in the ground like a post out there somewhere in the test. You'd be amazed at the number of dogs that would go right to that for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, I mean, you'll see, properties where the fences have been taken out and the corner posts are still there, and the dogs get used to running to those vertical objects. Well, this is a good move. God, does he wind it? Yep. It's been a while. There's been dogs get by that bird in spots, but that dog,
he did great after
hammered that bird.
Yeah.
I'll get a shake in his head. He's a little mad at himself. I would guess that he didn't push a little harder at that right-hand bird.
Yeah.
But man, he sure drilled that one.
God, he was actually a trainer himself from Wisconsin. Ran trials and then later hunt tests, and he judged some too. He and his wife or life partner, she trained as well. His deal, he would judge masters, and he thought it was really, really stupid that you couldn't talk to your dog. So in AKC Master, you can talk to your dog on the walk-up. Every series would be a walk-up. Every single series.
So he
could say
you can talk to your dog.
I mean,
you know what? There are some things that we have in these sports and that have become, whether they're the rules or they just become the norm or the convention that everybody accepts as you do or you don't do that. And blowing a come-in whistle en route to a blind to get a better view of the dog to handle him has turned into the death sentence in field trials, but never was at one time. I finished the 2003 National with Cherokee Rose. That's the one Patton won.
Yep.
And I had to catch a corner of water at a long distance, and Rose decided that she was going to skirt around it, and I had to reel her in with a come-in whistle and cast her in. And there was a lot of talk in the gallery. Well, they called me back, and I finished that National. But many judges just no frown on that.
I've always thought
and
that
and it never made
really
a
silly.
lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, 49. So that right-hand handle was
tough on him, and it wasn't ugly. Nice job.
But
there.
49 yesterday, you'd love that score.
I don't think anybody's hating it today.
No, I don't either.
I don't think anybody's hating on it today for sure.
Yeah, these low-pointed yesterday dogs getting 40s and 50s are going to keep them under 100.
I know you know this judge too. Gosh, I cannot think of his name. I wish I could.
Oh, you had some signature ones. There was a guy named Fred Nez. Fred was a good dog guy from Kansas, and before we started to use decoys, he'd put 200 snow goose decoys in the field. And and you knew Fred was going to do that. So of course you had to practice it. So Fred was signature for that. So he's judging a trial somewhere.
And there was a few pros that hated him for that. I mean, just like drove him crazy.
But he's at a field trial judging, and somebody sneaks in his truck and steals his and holds his decoys hostage, takes them out so he can't. Huh?
Was it Bill?
I don't know. I don't know the story behind it, but I do. And I wasn't there, but I did hear about that. And Fred was not. I mean, he threw a fit and was refusing to start that trial. Hey, while we're yakking there and reminiscing, excellent right hand mark.
Hey, man, Clark's killing it right here.
Just went boom, a little bit under the arc, little right hand turn, just grabbed it.
Yeah, he's got to be loving this right now. Yeah, I'd heard that story, and I'm pretty sure I'd heard just rumor about who.
And you had to know, the mystery was on your landline, you knew you were going to go through the decoys, and you just had to know what decoy you needed to be right of or left of, because Fred would throw you out if you were not online at the right point. I won a lot of field trials under Fred. I guess I learned which decoy he wanted.
I don't know if they do it much anymore, but for a while, you know, those no-see-em blinds were all the rage, where you had a little rise or something, and you couldn't see, and you kick the dog off, and the dog disappears, and then you run up to the top.
Up to the top of the hill.
All right, let's see what happens here. This dog is having a wonderful, wonderful run, but man,
It's a moment of truth.
Yeah. Good whistle.
Yeah,
knowing
that
your dog
excellent
there.
right-hand bird.
Yeah, Oz runs hard. So, you asked earlier. Totally, I agree with you. Oz came in here with a pretty good score. He feels pretty confident with those two first birds that he's going to make it to the 18. He wants to put himself in a position where he can still make it to the 12 and maybe even the 6. I think that this was a smart handle. It's not working out exactly the way that he wanted him to. This dog is really
he's fighting him on the cast.
Yeah, fighting him. Which it also tells me, if the dog's fighting him this hard trying to handle him to it, what the heck was the dog going to do if he'd let him keep on rolling?
I think he'd have been somewhere between the holding blind and that decoy gun up on the hill, just the way he was headed.
Well, again, you're going to see in that, I expect that you're going to see something in that 40 to 50 point range here.
So there you go. Coming into focus is that cluster of trees where the
the dog.
No dog that's went to the right of that on their initial deals gotten that bird. They may have gone left and hunted over there without handling. So, like you said, if you know you're going to handle, the sooner you do it, the better.
Maybe just get it over with. And also, I don't know how bad we're going to see here. I just said that's going to be a 40-point bird or so. It may be as much as 60 because we don't know what they're doing. We know they give a 5-point penalty on this right-hand bird because we saw a dog get a 7. The only way you get it is if you get a 5. Only way they could get a 5 on that particular mark, because he picked it up clean, was if he got too far to the right. So we know that they've got a mind, you know, there's a 5-point possibility for a penalty there. Wouldn't surprise me to see this be 40. Wouldn't surprise me to see this be 60. I can tell you this, if it's 60, these guys are letting their dog get way right before they blow the whistle. They better learn from it.
Some of these handlers hadn't been up here yet.
Yeah. Lee Howard, we hadn't seen yet.
No, I saw him back chilling in his car. He's probably said, I've seen enough of this. I just got to...
Got Chief coming up here. Chief's Rumble on the Delta. Another field champion. Devlin, Georgia. And this dog has a string of titles. No bird.
I wonder if he's out of Ali. Wasn't he ready to rumble? Wasn't that Ali's name?
Yep, that is.
Who was
We'll look
really
in
a
and see.
cool
Let's
dog.
see if I can find Chief in them while we're waiting for him to come back to the line. Speaking of Powell, we have a dog here I just realized, ran by Randy Murdahl, that's out of Hard Scrabbles Powder My Buns.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, that's one of those great bitch lines.
Yes.
There's a signal. I'm going to show my ignorance here. Do you get a number to send your dog, or are you free to send them when the bird hits the ground?
The judges do not release the dog typically here. You're free to send the dog when the bird hits the ground.
Very good.
That's carryover from HRC events. Every once in a while, and they can, it is at their discretion, every once in a while, you will have a test where the judges tell you that they're going to call for dog before you're released. And then, just like in the hunt test for the field trial world, if the judge says dog and the dog takes off on dog, you're cool.
Well, it's not a break at
It's
that
not a
point.
break
He's
at that
released
point.
you.
So Lane's Get Ready to Rumble is the sire of Chief's Rumble on the Delta. FCAFC Lane's Get Ready to Rumble.
I think isn't that Ali?
I think that's Ali, yep.
Big, good-looking dog and a really cool dog. One of those dogs you kept thinking was going to win a national, but never did. All right, Justin, you're in a good spot here, buddy. Real good spot.
This dog's having a good series.
That ought to get you the bird right there, huh? Yep.
Yep. Did we see a score, or did I miss it for?
No, I don't think. I did not notice a score because we were wondering what that was going to be.
Yeah.
We may see it at the ticker here. Get two looks at that long bird.
Yep.
Let's see if it pays off.
I think we're going to have the score coming up after the ticker here.
He's trying to get a pre-delivery look. Do you see him put his hand down for just a second? But you're going to see the hand come in a nice firm sink.
You know, we haven't seen the dog pick it up clean in a while now.
Well, let's see what we got here.
Did Justin kick the dog off hard, or did I hear a bark there?
No, that was a big send on the handler's part.
I like that line.
Well, if you go for that brave line, you better punch him. Okay, let's see what happens here.
Yep.
The breakdown point is right in there. Not happening yet. He took a little glance to the left there, but he's still going.
Yeah, but this dog getting in a bad position here.
What's going to happen right here?
Wow.
Yeah. I think that glance to the left was he knew the bird was left. Hey, that was a nice job.
Another nice job.
Good for him. I'll tell you, the way he came to line it is exactly the routine I would do in this situation. We would typically, if identifying the guns, we would identify them in the reverse order that they were being thrown. There you go. There's that 51.
It's got a 51.
So what he did here, because of the time thing, when you come out of the holding blind and the dog already acknowledges the left gun, you don't need to show it to him again. He identified the right gun fairly quickly, but put his focus on the long bird, cued it with his hand, and signaled. So he essentially identified him, left bird, right bird, middle bird, stayed on the middle bird to signal.
And I like the line he kicked that dog off on. I think that is a very, very good initial line to put that dog.
Oh, he stepped up strong, and that's why you heard that big, loud send.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't hurt that the dog knew where the bird was. Because when he was on that line, he got, and I thought, oh, did he break down? But he glanced to the left, and that told me the dog thinks the bird's to the left.
Yeah.
He just picked the wrong tree for a second and then kept going.
Yeah, knowing where the bird is, for the dog to mark and know where the bird is, it's always helpful when you're running these. Stephen Durrance and Jack coming in here. 3 grand passes as a 4-year-old is pretty impressive.
And sometimes you step back and they look too far right. For a minute, I thought that was going to happen that way.
There we go, Chief. Justin had a 13. And again, whew, he got that 5-point penalty because Justin's dog went in exactly in the same spot on that right-hand bird as the dog that got the 7 earlier.
Nobody's going to complain about a 13.
No. I mean, the dog ran that bird exactly the way Rhodey's dog did. They scored it the same.
Here's the right side. We just talked about that again.
Yeah. As I said earlier, Stephen's got some dogs to do it. And Lyle has.
This will be interesting.
Wow.
He's got a good, knew the bird was in the depth of the
really
trees.
good
He set
indication.
up a little bit right initially, but he's going to come up with it right here.
Yeah.
Nice.
You know, and the difference between the 7 that Rhodey got and the 13 that Justin just got was that long bird. As you may recall, Rhodey's dog took a straight route. I mean, he popped the chalk line to it.
Yep.
Justin's dog was offline 85–90% of the way, and then boom at the end, made the hook. So he's picking up, maybe a 2 or 4. And he didn't go just step on the left-hand bird like Rhodey's dog did. So maybe a 2 there. So, that's the thing that's impressive is the consistency that these judges have shown.
Look at all those paths. Now this is going to be tricky here.
Yeah, that ain't the path you want to be on either.
Tail crack. Look at that move. Tell you what, this is going to be an impressive recovery if he.
Well, I thought the dog winded it for a second.
I think he. Once again, I think he wins the gun station, and he's had to be looking for it. Some dogs are looking for that information. Now he's still got a little work to do to get from there to the bird, but I think he's going to get it.
Oh, he's got it now. It's all over with.
Hey,
that bird fell short a little bit.
He had some, hunts on both birds, but I sure like the dog's.
Well, I think you're looking at
response.
A 7 or a 9 on the right-hand bird, 2 on the left-hand bird, 11.
Over under 20?
I think 20. 20.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bet on the 19, 20, 21. right in there.
We're going to have to start putting some money on this. Oh, it's fun. Well,
I always like scoring it. I've judged a couple of amateur events, never judged.
Either that or we ought to put, like, you got to buy me a beer, I'll buy you a beer.
I don't need a six-pack, so we don't need
That's
to start.
right. No. All right, what do we got?
I think
here?
I've got a stink advantage there. So here comes Bailey, as we spoke about earlier. Bailey has a pup, Toombs here. He's running here. And now Bailey and Casey Parker. I love this dog. And let me tell you, you're liable to hear her break out barking at any time, too, particularly on she hates being pulled off of a bird.
Well, here's a handler that's using his hand during the whole process.
Well, like I said, this is kind of the MMA of dog events. You know,
yeah.
It's not for sure anything goes, but there's, yeah.
But that's not offensive to me. I mean, I don't know why when you watch it happen, I don't think it gives you such a distinct advantage. It's certainly not any sort of a attempt to intimidate or do anything other than just keep their focus.
Actually, I think there's a lot of common sense. You know, it goes back in the day, and there are probably some people that have been doing this for a while that are not gonna like this comment that I'm about to make. I hope nobody's offended by it. Fact of the matter is, it's just a fact. This thing started out as a made-for-TV event.
Yep.
I mean, that's what it was.
All right.
It was made for television. And, you know, 2003, Northville, Minnesota, bad break because we had a tower out there. But they weren't going to stop it because it's TV. It has evolved. 17. So, on the under there. I missed it by a couple. I figured 19-21.
Okay.
But that's still a damn good score. And I understand, I would definitely say 11, 2, and a 4 on the middle bird. One of the things I really love about this, this has evolved. And I'm not saying that it wasn't legitimate to begin with, because there was, the people that didn't grant it legitimacy in the early days, I think were just dead ass wrong.
Nice bird.
And, but it has evolved. And over the last 20 years, this is the real deal. This is a legitimate sport. It is our rule book now is much more detailed than it was in the beginning. There have been corrections made to the rule book over time. We have a committee now, a couple of the guys that are on that. Come to mind, you know, Mike Gibson, formerly Bobby Wills, formerly was on it, my partner. Rhodey Best, real good dog guys that give input. Executive producer of this, Shannon Nardi, listens to that input and takes it. So, I mean, there's nothing fake about this. It may have in the beginning started out as kind of a made-for-TV event, but
there's nothing fake about what these dogs are being asked to do here.
Looked like Casey was pointing Bailey off far left, but dang good line.
Well, he must have known something. Well, you can't be afraid of that go bird.
No.
Sometimes you point them too far left, they actually boomerang and go too far right. There's kind of a sweet spot between getting just tight enough and versus too tight. Now, nobody has recovered from that.
My opinion.
When I say recovered, not recovered to the fact where they didn't have to handle.
Yeah, my opinion, Casey waited way too late.
Yeah. You got a pretty darn good cast there. Holy smokes.
Well, here's the thing.
This next one you ought to bet. Oh, don't wait though, Beck.
Bailey is Casey's baby. They train all the time together. Great training group, trains a ton with Ron Anderson, who has been dominating in the amateur over the last couple of years. This is one of those dogs that when they start working together, when she's on, it scares the fire out of me because they have that bond. Mm-hmm. Now, he'll tell you real quick, Casey will take advantage of him in a heartbeat. But, you know, she loves to go. But she also will work with him, and we saw it there. And then, of course, now this is sanctioned by the United Kennel Club. You know, real titles, real pedigrees. I think that's given more legitimacy to it as well. But really proud of the evolution that has occurred.
What did you say that you thought people might take offense to?
Just that, you know, it started that in the beginning it was made for TV.
Is that a bad thing?
No, I don't think so. at all. I do think that there were things that went on in early SRS trials that wouldn't have gone on anywhere else and don't go on today because of that fact. I mean, you know, we were on ESPN, but the allure to it was we were on ESPN every Saturday. I mean, if you could be successful here, and man, for a lot of us, I'm not gonna lie to you, built my house. You know, the exposure that I got through this event and through the success that we had here carried over, and Melanie, my wife, will tell you in a heartbeat, had I not started running the SRS in the early 2000s and had that opportunity, I would not be doing what I'm doing today. And there are several guys that will tell you the same thing here.
Listen, I mean, anything that gets people out wanting to work and train dogs and learn and exposure to this is a good thing.
Oh, and it challenged me to train. I'd have never gotten to field trials. Bobby wouldn't have probably either. It challenged us to up our game. It made us better trainers. You know, several years ago, NASCAR was Super Bowl winning coach of the Redskins.
Joe
Gibbs Racing. Let's watch an interview with Joe Gibbs, and he had just won his second Super Bowl, and of course at that time they were very competitive also. You know, his racing team was becoming super competitive, and he was being interviewed, and they asked him what he was going to do tomorrow. He said, I'll be back here, I'll be back in my office. The season's over, you just won the Super Bowl. He said, yeah, Monday morning, tomorrow's Monday, I'm going to be back in my office. Interviewer couldn't believe it. He said, let me tell you something. And boy, this has stuck with me, and I think it's words to live by this and other parts of life. He said, in a competitive environment, if you're not constantly working to improve, you're going to fall behind. Yeah, big smile.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, listen, it's that kind of successful minds that have, you know, certainly been a huge influence on me from all sports.
Sure. So, you know, it was great for us, man, and you know, Scott started running it. I don't know if he was at Lake Placid in 01. I'm pretty sure he was there in 02. Helped Scott make a name for himself early on, and now unbelievably successful kennel. Lyle Steinman was already very successful when he started running the Super Retriever Series, but it definitely has been a catapult to Lyle.
Well, here's Lee's first time to line.
Yeah, Emmy. And that's not pronounced me, that's pronounced Emmy.
Cool looking dog.
Good look at that bird.
She said, I like that second shot.
I feel pretty confident. What do you think? She saw all three?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Lee's been planning the strategy for how long? About 6 hours?
Yeah, he went out, caught a few fish at sunrise, played 18 holes of golf.
Yeah, no, I watched him back in the truck just visualizing. Sometimes you watch too much, but you want to watch. I want to see test dog, and I want to see a pattern, and then I want to see the 8 to 10 dogs before I run, because I want to see what's changed. All right. And the no hands send. I wonder if the dog can see that gunner from right there.
I don't know, but man,
There's a little dip there, but you know they can see him right in here. I'm talking about the gunner on the left now, the one you don't want to go to.
Standout. I have it out there in the field.
You know right there they can see him.
I'm not so sure that Lee didn't give Emmy that line.
Well, boy, he double checked it and he felt good about it, but I couldn't tell from the angle we were looking.
It looked to me like she went right where she was looking. Cleaned it up.
Look at, he didn't like, oh, look at him. He said, you see him say that way? I pushed her a little too more. Yeah, I think he gave you the answer to that.
Yeah. look that way from here and think we've got confirmation to that there.
So do we expect to move from here tomorrow?
Yes, we will.
So
We'll
that'll be a big job, huh? They'll take this stage and everything? And
nope, we will not have. The stage will stay here probably. You and I will probably be talking from a tent tomorrow.
Okay, all right.
But they'll set us up really nice. They'll have us a nice little table.
There's a lot of equipment here to move.
They'll have us a tent. They'll have us a monitor.
Okay,
Yeah,
makes perfect
they'll bring
sense.
us tea and cookies in the morning.
Okay.
You a coffee guy?
Mm-hmm. I'm one good killer cup of coffee.
Yeah, I'm not either.
This morning I had a black coffee with 2 shots of espresso in it. Drank it, and I'm good for the day. Well, good start here.
I'm a 12-ounce can of Mountain Dew in the morning.
There you go. Breakfast of champions.
Try to make
Move
that.
to the right. God, look at him. He's not.
My one soda.
Get over there, girl.
Come on. Now, he lined her up correctly on this one. This is
He's
all
right in
in
that.
me.
Boy, she slowed down a little bit, like
Man,
she's
and
looking for.
look, I thought-
If she could win where the
Give me a
gun stood,
glance.
but she didn't do it, did she?
Come on, give me a glance.
If she did, she didn't acknowledge it.
Tell you what, I really
That's
like
not
Lee
what he
Howard.
was looking for.
Lee Howard is about as nice a guy as there is in this game, a real sportsman and a real gentleman.
Yeah, I really truly enjoyed having him in the tent yesterday, talking. Boy, that's what you see sometimes. You blow that coming whistle and they drift with the wind, and you feel like you're further away than you were when you started. I can see why some people give that big firm here. And if it doesn't mean any different than just a straight come in, then I can see the real value in it.
You know,
right
and
there. Boy, you know what? It's just a. How far do you think it is from where they acknowledge where the gun is to where you have to handle? Is it more or less than 10 yards?
More.
Okay. Almost want to go there and stand at that spot and walk. You know what I'll do? What I used to do a lot? I'd watch a test like this, and there would be something, and I'd stay around long enough because I want to go walk where that dog went. I want to see what they saw. I may go walk that path through that dip and just try to understand a little bit better why they made the decisions they did.
I used to do that almost every single day in training. Every day, I'd go out there and not just checking for obstacles, place a dog get injured, and if I had dogs that were doing something that I found really unexpected, stop the training. Hey, we're gonna walk it. I'm gonna try to figure this out.
Right.
You know.
You know, I interviewed Randy Spangler after the National Amateur, did a nice 30-minute interview about how they put that National together. And I said, what advice would you give somebody judging? And he said, just what you said. Walk, put yourself in the dog's shoes. Get out there. Don't look at your test from the line, but make sure you get yourself in the zone of the key decision points so you have a feel for what, and for the safety factor.
Yeah. You definitely need to do it for the safety factor, but I would always do it to try to learn, you know.
What I was talking about was like at the end of a day at a trial, when I watched something go on, it helped me understand what happened, not what was necessarily
But
going
the same
on.
thing as doing it in training. You're looking,
Oh, yeah,
let's go back and
absolutely.
learn from it. You're obviously a student as well as a teacher, Pat.
You bet. And in my day school camps, I'll sometimes say, we take a field trip. I said, everybody, we're going to walk out here. Come on. We're going to go stand at this entry point. You need to feel this. You need to feel what these dogs are going to experience to be able to make good decisions. It's always been a passion of mine of teaching people. And I'll tell you, it started with me being at Rex's when I was a 22-year-old kid, and I ran every dog on the truck for about 4 months. Rex sat behind me, and I ran 16 dogs, bam, one after another. Sometimes it was pretty painful. Rex was a tough coach. He was old school.
Judy told me once that he was brutal.
He could be, but I tell you what, Rex would say the lessons learned under pressure are the ones most deeply seated. So he put some heat on you so you could deal with the stress of these events. He was really a genius in that regard.
Did you ever train with DL?
I never got to train
Same
with
way, buddy.
Yeah, well,
Same
those guys
way.
are, that's an era, and you know what? I
talk to you like a dog.
And I think of coaches, you know, how the world of coaching young adults has changed. Most for the better, but I tell you, there's a, you know, you think of the Vince Lombardis, the Bill Parcells, some of the tough-nosed guys. There was some value in some of those tough lessons. And I'll tell you, I have a good friend I grew up with, coached with, and played for Bobby Knight, and he had some stories.
Oh, I bet he did. I bet he did.
I know, he was a controversial guy, but I'll tell you, he did produce some
But you know, his
incredible
players
teams.
loved him, though.
They
His
did.
players loved him.
They did.
Let me tell you, my mother, and she doesn't watch this, she's not listening, but one of the things that her students would tell me time and time again, I'm glad I never had her in class, was, man, your mother is tough.
Yeah.
And I knew from home. But you know what? They also were all, man, I learned more with her as my teacher, or man, I loved her. You know, what a blessing it was to have her. Yeah, I mean, that's 79. That's.
You know, it's those, and again, you say tough. They're probably high clear standards. Those were the coaches you liked.
Dang right.
And that's the dog trainer I've always wanted to be. I never resented that. You knew what the rules were, and they were non-negotiable. Well, he's worked hard at this. He actually
really
backed off the line again to go for the look. He's going to do it a second time. It's going to be really interesting.
You know, in earlier day, you remarked about the casual handle, just kicking the dog off when he came back. Let's think about Steven, man. He knows his dogs. He reads them.
Well, he's pulled pretty.
I
love that camera angle there.
Jib Joe. We can thank Jib Joe for that. Joe over on the Jib.
Love that camera angle. I mean, that's the moment of truth. And boy, I'll tell you what, whatever he did, he got him this far, didn't he? These 2.5 trees to the right of the bird. That should get you the bird in here.
Yeah, with this wind, I think that.
Let's see what happens. Oh, this is right on the edge.
He did everything that he could do. He did everything that he could do. Now, you see, that was where the blind was yesterday.
Oh, Lord. I tell you, such a game of inches.
Come recover, Abby.
I tell you, wants to. Keeps making the move to the right instead of the left.
She keeps zigging when she needs to zag.
Boy, I tell you, this is, I mean, right now you don't know. She's just behind the hill. Well, there she shows up on the right. Well, she's checking out everything. She knows it's in the tree line. Here she's going to get it here. Oh, darn. Yeah, he finally handled it. Boy, I thought she was just about to go over.
I did too. I really did. Now, smell that. Oh, did you see where that fell?
A little bit shorter, a little bit more left.
Yeah. I think she probably would have had a better chance at winning it if she hadn't had the short throw there.
You always wonder, you know, at some point if you fiddle so much, do you take, I don't know. You know, and the one thing Danny said, I talked to you about, I did a game, and again, it was all about game day strategies. Danny said, you got to know when to get out of their way and when to help them. He said, I've lost as many trials by trying to over-manage a dog. Oh, it's a...
Know when to help them, know when to get out of their way. Let them do the thing, I agree.
And again, without a doubt, probably the greatest game day competitor, successful field trial the game will ever see is Danny Foreman.
Oh, he's Mr. Intensity.
Just a
There's
master.
no doubt about it.
And when we had that class and he talked about his game day deal, that was spectacular. Well, here we go. That's going to be a handle. This dog doesn't show me any.
I've had the opportunity to go to train with him.
Boy, Steven, you're going to.
3 different occasions.
This hole's getting deeper and deeper.
I've watched him come out of some huge pits, but I don't see coming out of this one.
All right, tell me your thoughts. I mean,
brutally honest, man, I guess. So look, I have tremendous respect for Stephen Durrance. He's one of the best handlers and most successful.
You think he thought the dog could recover from
I
it?
don't know what he was thinking. I really don't.
I mean,
I know that he won this event last year on the final mark with that dog.
Yeah.
That dog, it looked like was leaving the country. I mean, gonna leave it, and came right back in on one whistle and picked up that bird. So,
well,
but this one I don't see. I'm not.
No, I know. And again, it's the hindsight's 2020 thing. Now, Stephen hasn't sat up here and watched every dog and marked it like we have on the. But yeah, she just didn't tell me that there was anything was going to happen.
Well, Stephen Durrance.
Yeah, you could tell he's.
No. Stephen Durrance is one of the smartest trainers that I've ever met. I mean, this is a very, very smart guy. His mother was a teacher.
Well,
every once in a while, Stephen will do something that I know it totally made sense to him, and in his brilliant mind, it was there, but I'll just go, what the heck? And this is one of those.
Listen, I've said that to myself many times, so. And that's about as tough as handle as you're going to get.
As I sit here and I ponder this, Pat, letting the dog get to where it's at right now before the handle. Let the dog get over here to Ivan. I'm going to go ask Stephen after this what his rationale was.
Well, you could tell by looking at him that he says, what?
Man, maybe he just didn't expect it. I mean, this dog is so good. That is nothing I would have ever expected.
Well, you believe in some of these really special dogs, and
if she's special as they come, and he's done a heck of a job.
I tell you, I've been fortunate enough to train some great dogs. I've been fortunate enough to be around some of the great dogs, and I'll tell you, Ace's High was one of them. 300 and some odd points, but I'll tell you what, he was just a dog.
That's the dog I was trying to make. Ace's High's got to be up in the top 5 all age point dogs.
And I watched him pre-national, and I tell you what, he made the same mistakes other dogs did. Now, obviously, he didn't make them all the time, but they're just dogs, and they're sometimes just not going to be right. Even the best of the best.
Remind me when this is over with to tell you my favorite saying when it comes to dogs.
I'm sorry?
Remind me when this is over with to tell you my favorites.
All right.
Tommy Sanders loves to quote me on this one.
Okay. Well, there's the birds.
That's a great shot from Jib Joe. I'm going to step over here and see if I can get a quick word with Stephen. I really am curious about that. I don't want to speculate either because Stephen usually has a plan.
You don't have the 5-minute rule? That you got to give him 5 minutes to decompress? No, I think Steve.
It'll take me that long to get over there. Stephen's pretty level-headed, though. That is a great jib shot. I'll be right back with you, Pat. Gonna turn it over to Pat Burns for a moment.
There we go. Tell you, the view's been consistent. We had that one bout of rain. We had some wind kick up, but it's been pretty consistent conditions. This cloud cover's kept that light pretty neutral. It hadn't really changed much from early this morning to right now. Alrighty. Big old beast, big old head, big neck on this guy. Like an old school dog. I guess the word that comes to mind when I look at him is the word regal, because he just feels that way. Boy, that's a pretty picture there, isn't it? spent a lot of time maneuvering him on that go-bird. I wonder what he saw. Well, whatever he did the right thing. It worked. What's he gonna do, check the wind? You'll see a lot of handlers reach down, grab some grass, kind of check the wind. It's pretty obvious, but that sometimes it's just your routine. My dog's got that stare like he knows where he's going. A little bit right. Let's see what move this dog makes right at this point. Ooh, yep. There you go. Yep. He's definitely got that routine of checking the wind before a send. Look at him talking to himself. It's his way of visualizing, kind of, all right, how am I going to do this? So what do I need to do? Fun to watch. From the side view, it looked like the dog wanted to look right. And he kept kind of pushing him back in there. Let's see if... Oh, this is such a key decision point right here. The dog didn't take either of those paths. He kind of made his own, but he's got it. Yeah. I think the fact you could see he kind of wanted to set up and look right, and he never really got his mind changed as much as he wanted to. But he didn't waste any time handling. Too good. A fairly efficient handle. Been a while since we've had a really bang-up job. I think it was Justin a while back. Do a little radar check and see where we are. Unless something pops up, it looks pretty promising. Radar looks pretty promising there. It'd be great to get this finished. I think they got a move planned tomorrow. Seeing a little more cueing on that long bird with a hand than you did earlier. Now maybe just different styles of handlers. Looked like maybe the dog almost didn't see that right-hand bird. He did. He saw the tail end of the throw. There you go, 43.
Tell you what, Pat, it's starting to rain. I'm getting back underneath here on the stage just in time.
I think it's my fault. I said I looked at the radar and I said I think we're good.
But you shouldn't have said that at all.
Good job up there. Hang out with us?
Had a quick fixing to introduce our new guest, but I had a quick conversation with Steven. You ever just totally miss the obvious? Kind of right there in front of your face. He said it was simple. She had to pick that bird up clean, period. It was all about a numbers game. We're playing to win, not to place. And, you know, if she recovered, and we're in. If I had to handle, we're out no matter what, whether it's a quick handle or not. So just let her roll and hope for the best. Now, I totally understand that reasoning.
Total conscious decision, right?
Yep, total conscious decision on his part. He's there, hey, playing to win.
And certainly can't blame him for that.
No, not at all. So, like I said, Steve was probably a lot smarter than I am. I knew he had something in mind, and that was simply it. He was just letting it go.
Well, that's the first dog in quite a while that's broken up really short on that bird.
Really checked up on that bird.
There were some early that did that. There were some early that got almost to the trees and came back there, but it's been quite a while since.
And speaking of playing to win, I'm going to use that as a good segue. We've got a winner here up on the stage with us. Joining us here is done for the day. We've got my good friend Mike Gibson, and you don't know this about him probably, Pat, but Mike, I think he's the only amateur to have won this event with 3 different dogs. Won his first Crown Championship Amateur at Pepper's Pond with Shady, which is probably the first dog I ever saw him run. Loved Shady. Special animal. Of course, everybody that ever came around the game knew his 2 male dogs. And yeah, he's had quite the success. And now with Blaze, dog number 4. And buddy, you're in the hunt.
Well, in the hunt, would have liked to have had a little better runs. Both runs we've been that close, but a lot of people here can say that. You know, we've been that close and you run away from here kicking yourself in the tail. But hopefully we can stay in touch with the pack and maybe get a knockout run coming up, which, you know, he's very capable of. I've seen him do it. We won one event earlier this year, and, you know, not only did we win the amateur side, but we had the best overall score, including some really top-notch pros. And so he's extremely capable, but he's 4 years old, and you know, my experience has been.
He ain't even prime yet.
No, most of the dogs here that really do well are 6 to 10 years old, and you know, he accomplished his SRS amateur champion title this year, and so the only thing we get here is a bonus and experience for what I hope is coming ahead of us. So.
Yeah. So you going first?
You took the words out of my mouth. I wanted to know more about this dog. What's his name?
His name's Blaze.
Okay, that's right.
He's out of Croc, and on the top side and on the bottom side, he's out of a Master Hunter female. It's out of Grady. So he's got 5 national champions in his 3-generation pedigree, and I've never had the luxury of getting a dog that was already started and well on its way. Every dog I've ever had, I got as a 6 or 7 week old puppy and go to work. So I've thoroughly enjoyed training.
You're obviously good at it, but
well,
it's hard enough to get one good dog, but to get as many as what you have, that's you're doing a lot of the right things.
God has really smiled on us. We've won the crown 4 times, and to this point, Rip may get us, but we're the only amateur to have ever. Trig was the only dog to ever win it twice. And,
fantastic.
Also one with Jeter.
Yeah, one with Jeter, and had multiple top 3 finishes with Jeter. So he was a special chocolate dog.
Jeter was.
Why don't you tell me about this test for you?
Sitting here watching it all day and watching some really top-notch guys go out there and attack it. That I said early on that we really need to get that right-hand bird clean, and even if you have a quick handle on the long bird, score-wise, you're gonna be in there really good score, even compared to somebody that goes out there and picks up that long bird. But so to me, this right-hand bird is the real key. You really need to get that in good shape, and then you battle whatever you got to battle to get that long bird, and you're going to come out here okay. And there's a lot of factors coming into play on this right-hand bird with that standout gunner staying back there, and if that dog doesn't really know where that bird is, and he's looking for a place to go, he looks up there and sees that white coat, thinks that must be it, And of course, on the left-hand bird, there's all the factors out there is pushing that dog to the right, and the dog really needs to know where that bird is and have the courage to stay that line no matter what those factors are doing. And we've seen a handful of them do it like it's supposed to be done, but for the most part, people has fought it pretty good.
So, did your dog want to look at that what do we call that? Kind of the decoy gun.
Kind of the decoy. I didn't think so. He took off on a perfect line, and I even pointed to that gun when he wanted to look back. When I was lining him up for the right-hand bird, he wanted to look out there at that, and I pulled him, and I told him no. I dropped my hand in and told him no.
No, that's not where you're going.
And then I pulled him back to the right, and I thought at first I pulled him back too far right, and he was, that bird is between the 3rd and 4th tree down there, and he was running at about the 5th tree, and then he started correcting himself and was going right at the bird, and he couldn't have been too far from it, and he started turning to go up the tree line. And I gave him a chance to see if he was going to bend in there and get it, but I believe when he got deep of the retired gun station, just barely deep of it, I stopped it right there and said, let's come back here and get it.
I thought that was a really smart whistle.
I gave him a chance, but it didn't indicate that he was going to do it, and so I was going to try to stop it right away.
And tell me about your middle bird.
Middle bird took off on a great line, as many of them have. I thought we were in good shape. He indicated to me, lining him up on the line and looking out there, looking at it, that he was locked on right where I wanted him to lock on at. And the further he went, when he didn't miss from the line over there. You can see a bit of that cart path, and we can. I don't know that the dogs can see that.
I was looking at the same thing.
I don't really believe the dog can see it, but we can. And he was headed for right at that cart path,
which is under the arc of the bird.
Which is under the arc of the bird.
Right.
And then as he started climbing that hill, possibly maybe squaring that hill a little bit, started climbing it a little bit, and once they get going that direction, now we have seen indication today when this wind changes some from straight south to southeast, but he
could handle there.
The wind is giving that bird away sometimes, but not all the time.
You got to be close enough to take advantage of it, right?
So once again, I saw some guys getting kind of between those 2 trees out there and getting a nose full. So again, I gave him a chance to see if he was going to do that. And when he didn't indicate that was going to happen, had no choice at that point.
Personally, I thought it was really, really smart handling. I think, I don't know if you guys were watching this while we're listening to Mike, but I thought Justin had a brilliant, super quick handle there.
Justin had a great run here a few dogs ago.
He sure did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he went
13,
up there.
17, something like that.
Boy, from that angle, it looks 13. Like he's too far left, but he must.
Hard to tell there. Boy, it sure looks like, yeah.
Well, wait a minute.
Looks pretty good right there.
Not so bad there.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
He obviously saw something in his eyes, but I'll tell you what.
Decision time.
Right here is making a good one. He's thinking.
He's got to not break
down.
No,
that right there, the Valley of Death. We had the Pit of Despair yesterday. Got Death Valley here.
Now his first dog took a very similar line and then corrected right in there.
Yep. Good time
It
for a
is
whistle
so
right there.
hard to tell if the dog's looking right at that bird or at the left-hand gun. I mean, it's just a couple clicks.
Yeah, and you know, for a lot of people that's watching this, you know, is one of the things, J. Paul, you talked about, shady, and I could do this with Jeter. The clicks, you know, I tell people all the time, you know, having that ability to work on just moving those dogs a click at a time is so huge. And, you know, if you don't get that, if you get too much, you know, it's hard to get them settled in there just right. But it sure is nice to have that communication with a dog where you can just change their thoughts by a click at a time and get it. And you know, that doesn't come easily.
Not all dogs have a fine-tuning knob. That's
No,
what
and it's a lot of time with handler and dog to really fine-tune that skill. And it's, you know, again, I would tell there's so many people out there that you talk to that watches this that really, quite frankly, might be intimidated by doing it. But you know, the amount of communication that goes on that most people never see, you know, it goes on between handler and dog at that line is so important.
Right on that black mat right there.
Yeah, so important. There's so many little things that go on right there at that line is so important. And you know, I've heard you guys talk the entire week so far about relating this to sports and different things. And you know, I was too long ago to mention an athlete and played Division I baseball, and you know, just the amount of communication that goes on between players out there that 99% of the people in the stands have no idea is going on, but it's going on constantly, you know, and I don't care what sport you're playing.
Well, quarterbacks and wide receivers and things like that, where they just read each other's minds.
Yeah, it's constantly, you know, it's in every sport, you know. And here, so just it is really going on, and just most of the people, unless you've been there and doing that at a successful level, you know, you just don't know what's going on, and it's going on.
Hey, you bet it is.
Well, Mike, man, we really appreciate you coming up here, man. And stick around if you'd like. We've got a rebird going on right now, so we're about to throw it to break, but we'll be coming right back. Take about 3 or 4 minutes here, and coming back after this rebird to run another dog. Thank you guys for tuning in to the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba. We'll be right back.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. And by the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, teaming up with our community to bring sporting events to Shreveport-Bossier City, Caddo, and Bossier parishes. Margaritaville Resort Casino. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. Thor's Boats, drop the hammer.
Splash Super Pools.
And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
Welcome back to the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba. If you just joined us, we're here in Bossier City, Shreveport, Louisiana. Bossier City, I know I'm getting corrected there. Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana. We've only been here for 3 years. You know, I ought to have the pronunciation right every time by now. WK Palmetto Event Center. Great grounds here. Second series, field trial. Fortunate to have with me for the last 2 days and hopefully for the rest of the week. Mr. Pat Burns from the field trial world, wealth of knowledge here. Been really great. I'm sure
Great to be here.
A lot of people commenting on how much they're enjoying your commentary as well. And also right before the break, we had Mike Gibson come and join us here. Of course, if you know anything about the SRS, the amateur division, you know Mike's the only guy to win it 4 times. 3 different dogs, once with Shady, once with Jeter, and twice with Trigg, and looking pretty good with Blaze here. Gonna make the cut for sure.
Gonna make the cut, but we got some work to do.
Kind of wanted to get Mike up here and get.
So Mike, we've been talking at the break a little bit about your sports background. How helpful has that mentality helped you in this game?
Tremendously. Pat, one of the things that we did in my college days is we broke down the game and created lots of drills to get better, where you could have repetition and getting better at something. And I live in an area where there's no pro clubs around me. There's no pro trainers. I mean, I'm 2 to 3 hours from anybody, and so I've had to do a lot of things on my own. And I have gotten the use from pros over the years too. A couple months over the winter when it's dark when I go to the office. It's dark when I come home. We have cold water. So. But I'm out training before I go to the office. If the temperature is usually 92 or less, I've got the dogs with me, and I'm going to a local park. I'm going to a couple local landowners that are fairly close to my office, and I'm doing drills on my lunch hour to take advantage of what time I do have, and then get home of an evening and try to take care of it. So I really believe in doing a lot of drills and breaking down things that maybe we've had trouble with, and say, okay, how can I get better at this and come up with something that allows me to get some repetitions at it. And summertime, I try to break down what I think is our worst pieces of the game, and we work the hardest on those to try to get stronger at those, And then as we approach back into competition season, try to start bringing it all back together. But I love training, and luckily I have dogs that love to train. So, and there's a lot of things that I don't know that I'm doing it correctly or not, and that's why when I'm around these events, people like yourself, some of these quality pros that are entering, top-notch amateurs, I bug them to death. I'm asking, how do you do this? How do you do that? How do you get that cast? How do you... and they've been great. They've been, throughout my entire career at this, they've been great at helping me with any question that I ask, and I can call them at any time and say, I'm having this problem. What's some things I can do to help that? And so I'm a sponge at trying to pick their brains and watch and learn from them. And even when they're handling at this event, hey, why did you do this, or why did you do that, or how are you going to attack this, and why? I always want to know why, So, yeah. I mean, if anything that I can pick up to help me become better, I'm listening for it. So.
Well, I love that, and I'll tell you, you're preaching to the choir here, because everything you said, I believed, and isolating some of those small things that are so critical, and getting those repetitions. And nobody in sports just spends their whole time just trying to pretend like they're playing a game.
No.
They isolate certain skill sets, and you focus on them, and that's what you described. That's awesome.
I mean, I've been fortunate. I've had some close friends that were big league ball players, big league coaches, and we talk all the time. And you know, it's funny. I've got a 7-year-old grandson, and you know, he's getting into sports and things like that. And of course, when you're young, all they see is the big, and they want to work on the big stuff. And all I want to do is work on the fundamentals. And these professional athletes, behind the scenes, that's all they're doing is working on the fundamentals. You know, what the public sees is not that, but behind the scenes, they're working on fundamentals and working on all the little things to make their game better. And so are all of these people that are successful in this game and in your sport, the field trial world, same thing. You know,
A friend of mine from high school, Dan Plezak. Did you know Dan?
I remember the name, yes.
Yeah, pitched for the Cubs, I think, and he's actually on Major League Baseball Network now.
Yeah.
But I mean, just enjoyed my time with the guys like that. And
yeah, well, you know, what you find is it translates over to this sport as well.
Absolutely.
You know, you talk to all the top guys, and they are spending all their time working on the little things and the fundamentals. And you talk to a lot of the guys that want to play here someday, and all they want to do is work on all the advanced stuff and the big stuff. And listen, you don't get to do the big stuff if you can't take care of all the little things. And
one of the early great pros, Jim Kappas, said, take care of the little things, the big things will take care of themselves.
Couldn't agree more. I could not agree more, Pat.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, 5 minutes into our conversation, it became obvious to me why you're as successful as you are.
Well,
I can just listen to your thought process. Fabulous.
Constantly thinking of how can we get better. Constantly analyzing, like I heard you talking earlier, why is a dog doing that? You know, and understanding, trying to understand why they're doing that.
Well, this is good stuff. And I tell you, this is just a great game, and coaching these canine athletes, not much different than coaching human athletes. My brother's a high school basketball coach and has been for years, and we talk about it all the time.
Hey, my kids probably got sick of it. You know, they're in their early 30s now, my 2 daughters, and many days I had them out before school, you know, helping me throw marks, you know, but you know, the funny thing is, even you know, I was on our local school board for 26 years and was the president of the board for, I don't know, 15, 20 years. And there's so many things about dealing with kids, too, the same thing. If it's too difficult, let's simplify. If we get into something here with the dogs that's too tough, let's scoot up and simplify and teach them something, and then we'll try to get back to that point at some point. You know, it's the same thing, you know.
I asked my brother what has changed in your coaching style, because he coached us in high school, so that was a long time ago, and he's still doing it. And he said, I've gotten simpler. I don't go to the complex zone packages. I get down back to fundamental stuff. And
you know, that's what I do. People ask me, well, have I had so much success? I must be doing something different. No, I'm not. I work so hard on the fundamentals that I hope it's good enough to handle whatever they throw at us here, because a lot of things in the SRS, marks are still marks, but they do a lot of things to distract you from that. And I don't practice a whole lot of that. I just practice trying to be as fundamentally sound as we can and hope that we can handle whatever's thrown at us.
Well, I hope people are listening to you, because what you're saying has been the common denominator in the successful people I've been around, what you just described. Tell me again where it's home for you.
Galena, Kansas.
Okay.
Very small town in the southeast corner of Kansas.
So is that where you grew up?
That's where I grew up.
Okay. Well, you said you grew up in a small town.
Yes, sir. We are 2 miles from the Missouri line. We're 10 miles from the Oklahoma line, and maybe 50 miles from the Arkansas line. So we're about as far in the southeast corner of Kansas as you can get.
So do you have a club that you belong to or anything? No,
there's nobody. You know, I'm 2 or 3 hours from all the clubs, or the closest clubs.
So what got you into this?
You know, it goes back a ways, Pat. I was always an outdoorsman and a hunter. My dad always got us into hunting. Always wanted a lab growing up. Never could really afford a lab. And my sophomore year of college, unfortunately, my father passed away suddenly with a heart attack. I was 20 years old, and I got $1,200 from Social Security and I said, I want to buy a started lab. Well, I wasn't even smart enough to really, now that I know what I know now, I couldn't even have described to you what a started lab is back then. But, you know, internet didn't exist, the computers didn't exist. I got in an old Field and Stream magazine and found a couple of kennels advertising in there up north, and wound up finding a pro field trial trainer up there who had a couple litter mates of dogs named Dan Sales.
Yep,
and
I know Dan.
I bought a started dog from him, and I came home and tried to get my hands on all the literature I could, which really wasn't much at the time, to figure out what do I do now to make this happen, and tried my best. And I thought I had a good dog, and I went and watched my first hunt test and a master hunt test, and I said, my dog can't do that, but I want a dog that can do that. And so I really went to town studying, and started learning, and just as times went on, I just kept progressing and learning more, and finally starting to achieve some stuff, and starting to, but it's a constant learning thing. I learn something every day, and when I'm at these events, I learn so much. I can't wait to get home and start training again.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well,
we were living parallel lives then. We were both graduated from high school in 1980. Just about the time you talked about getting your first lab was when I was digging into this as well.
Yeah.
And my dad said to me, he said, my family was in the insurance business, and when he turned to me and said, son, don't spend your life behind a desk, I couldn't get out of that office quick enough.
Yeah.
And I spent the rest of my life professionally dog training.
You've done well. I'm still stuck in the office. I'm
but you know what's enabled you to do this?
I'm spending all my best time as soon as I get out of there.
Yeah, exactly.
Jason here had a pretty good mark on that first run.
Yeah, he did.
Jason here
went in there a little bit further right, but obviously, well, he acts like he knows where this one is, or he acts, or is he looking back into that left bird? Ooh, this is scary. Sometimes when they're that animated on that long retired gun, it's like, wait a minute, we got to change your mind here a little bit.
Yeah, and Jason did a good job there backing off and trying to refocus.
Says, I got to come take another better look at this. Sometimes you get that look that's a little, this is, what do you think?
He looked like he was looking a little left.
It did, but I tell you, obviously, he's not going left. But let's see what he does here.
At the
does
moment,
he know it's long, or does he break down?
He looks like he's bending to the right some. We'll see if he corrects when he comes up over this hill.
You're going to know something here in the next. Make it a little. This is doable. Oh, well. That single tree that you see left of the cluster, dogs that have gotten left of that, if they have an idea of the birds there, have been able to come up with it. But if they get in line with the holding blind, where that big cluster is, almost nobody has recovered. But obviously he went for...
he's been the first one I've seen in a while that really came around it from the left side. Like he's going to come back and get it now.
Well, obviously he went for the I don't want to wait and see approach. Either he knew something about his dog, or he was just
he had
with good marks.
He had a really good score in the first series, so he knew that as long as he just didn't let him get in a lot of trouble right there, he's still going to be in a really good position.
And I've seen enough, two good birds and a quick handle here produced a pretty solid score.
Yeah, that's going to keep him in a good position.
Yeah, we're getting down to the look at him taking that deep breath. So the excitement of doing this versus the excitement competing do you have the same feel? You competed in college baseball.
I have the same feel. Was fortunate enough to win a state championship in high school in baseball, and pitched in that game, and
oh my goodness, well that's
what is the same is two things. One is, and I don't want to come across the wrong way, but it's the accepting that spot, that leadership spot, and being in the main role, and looking forward to it in a manner that we're going to knock this thing out. I'm not walking up here with the idea that I hope we can do this, we're going to go up here and we're going to kill this thing, you know. And the ability, I think, to stand in those big spots and be able to focus all the emotion and push all that stuff aside and just be in a zone with you and your dog and what's the task at hand, and not get outside the moment of what all that means if you do make it happen. You know, you have to have the ability to tune everything out up there for a few minutes or a few seconds to really, really, really be on your A game at the right time. And a lot of moments in sports put you in those moments, and some people are afraid of those moments. Some people are really run from those moments, and other people really embrace them, and that's what they want, you know. And so you see the difference, you know, on people.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a big mental game from a handler standpoint.
It is.
And you talked about being a pitcher. I can't think of a much more mental game than that.
Yeah.
You know, you make a mistake, you gotta come back.
And in this game, not everything's going to go the way you wanted it to go up there. You have to make so many decisions on the fly at the crucial moment and the crucial time, or it's all for naught. You know, and if you're not prepared for that and ready for that, it can get away from you real quick.
Yeah. You know, I can think of the sports. I think of golf, you think of tennis, you think of being a quarterback, throwing an interception, you think of a pitcher giving a home run ball and having to regather yourself and come back. And when I watch that level,
yes,
I think of the ultimate in mental toughness and resiliency and being able to bounce back. Mike Krzyzewski said one time, and I read it, he said, we don't judge you on your first mistake. We judge what you do after your first mistake.
Because we're going to make them. You're going to make them.
Damn right you are.
You're going to make them. And it's how you bounce back from that. You know, our coach always used to preach that you're going to make an error. Just don't let it turn into 2 errors. You know, have the ability to bounce right back and get it behind you.
Well, there's 67 on that.
67 on Jason. And
yes, that's exactly right. When one mistake turns into 3, that's when you get in trouble.
That's a problem. The one mistake's not an issue. They're going to happen. Physical errors are going to happen. What you want to prevent is mental errors.
Right.
And this game is no different.
No, it isn't.
Sometimes, you know, you relate it to a pitcher. Right? You know, a pitcher in our state, you're only allowed 20 games per high school season, and out of 20 games, you're going to go to the mound. You know, you're going to go to the mound once a week. You know, and on my day, twice a week. But you're going to make 10 starts during a season, and truthfully, 2 starts is all you're going to have where you have all your stuff, everything's working right, you can command every pitch you want. It's easy to pitch when that's the case. What's not easy to pitch, you're going to the mound 8 other times, and that stuff's not there, and you still have to compete and battle and find a way through it. You know, you may... he's heading for that.
Yeah,
heading for that dummy gun.
Pretty dedicated, going straight up to that up gun. Yeah, there wasn't much doubt there.
Probably a cast refusal there too. That's probably not the cast he was after.
Yeah.
Luke here is really just a great young man, great handler.
Boy, I've met a lot of really good handlers, and future. Well, not necessarily future good dog men, because they are now, but I think you'll see a lot. Very composed.
Luke's one of those guys that, you know, he's now down at Danny Farmer's place, and he was telling me the story. He and Danny was talking, and, you know, Danny, what's it going to take for me to be successful in the field trial world? And Danny kind of chuckled and said, you know, you're going to have to spend a lot of time, man. It's going to be a while. And Luke goes out in his first open and wins it. First one he ran, wins it.
Well, that's I tell you what, if there's anybody that knows about that, is Danny Farmer.
Yeah, Luke, and believe me, Luke being down there with Danny he will be a sponge, because Luke's that kind of young man. He will be a sponge, and he gets an advantage that a lot of people will never get a chance to, spending an evening on a front porch with Danny talking about dogs.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a great.
I tell you what, he's a
great asset.
Wealth of knowledge, and I've been around Danny forever, and I've always continue to be impressed by his
and this young
success,
man, Luke,
and just his mental toughness.
Yes, yes.
His desire to win. Boy, I'll tell you, I just loved hearing what you said about pitching and having your stuff. It's easy to win when the dog's just right.
Oh, when they go do everything, you don't have to stand there except take the birds out of their mouth. That's easy.
But your most rewarding is when you don't have it and you're able to fight your way into it.
And you're able to still have a great game and win. Give your team a chance when it's, because that's just the way it is. It's the same with basketball. There's not, not every shot goes in, and there's times when you've been out there and boys looking good here. Dog won't break down
until they. That's the
spot.
That's the spot if they're going to check down. Now he checked down and moved on.
He's still on a good line if he'll go finish. He's
I
going
think
right
he realized, hey, I don't belong there.
Going right at it.
Yeah, he's a little
Once again,
upwind
he's
of
left.
it.
The last two dogs
His
have been
stride
left.
is a little uncertain.
He
but
turned and went right to it.
You got to get.
No, he didn't
my
either.
Goodness. I hope. He was on every side but the downwind side of that bird.
Yep.
Right at it, cut on this to the left, and then when he cut deep, he was that. Yeah, that's a.
Yeah, it might be
That's
tough
a
to recover
heartbreaker
from
there.
over there,
That's just-
but
you can't-
being so close.
He's going to end up having to handle it. Gosh, darn it.
I can tell you, Luke's doing the same thing as Steven talked about. He's not playing for placement here. He's rolling the dice a little bit.
Well, he had that handle on that right end bird.
Yep. Put him in a position he had to try to get that thing clean to hang in there.
Oh, and he almost did it. At least the middle bird.
Oh, yeah, so close.
I heard I'm trying to think of how it was described. They talked about the difference between, as an athlete, and this was more on a golfer, but it's still the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between smooth sailing and firing on all cylinders. And they talked about it. I said, okay, let's talk. Smooth sailing is when you can't do anything wrong. Everything you seem to do turns out right. And anybody can win on that day.
Right.
But when you're firing on all cylinders, you deal with some adversity, you make a couple mistakes, they don't compound themselves, you make adjustments, you've got the resiliency and the mental toughness to fight your way back. That's exactly what you described.
I've told a lot of people over time, this game we do with our dogs is a lot like golf, because to be good, you can't be good at it every time you get the clubs out. There is too many things you have to be good at in a round of golf to shoot a great score. I mean, you may be hitting your driver 300 yards down the center of the fairway, and then you can't hit the green to save your tail. You may hit the green perfectly, and you can't putt to save your tail. And you have to be good at so many different things all in one weekend to come away with a win. And those moments aren't there every weekend, but you still have to battle through that to try to give yourself a chance to win. And this is the same thing here in this game, the SRS, where there's so many different things of big white coat stuff, short hunt test stuff. You're going to see some hunt savvy stuff come up that'll probably blow your mind and say, how do we get the dogs to do what we do here? You have to be good at so many things all in one weekend to come away with a win. And it's the big white coat stuff is hitting your driver down the fairway, and center of the fairway, and that's fine. But then you come over here and botch
short
up,
game, huh?
Yeah, you come over here and botch up a bird they skip in front of you 10 feet out in the water, and so it's. You have to be good at so many things at one time to do that, and you can't. No matter how hard we try, we can't have our dogs on our A game every time we get off the truck, and you have to fight your way through that.
Yeah. Well, I could talk to you all night.
Yes. Enjoy it.
I wonder if that's
Got Harley here with Chuck.
Okay.
Chuck had a couple of dogs yesterday with really good scores here. Harley being one of them.
Well, we're getting down to the low score dogs.
We are getting down to the guys who really did well yesterday.
Okay, this is.
Harley's got a pretty big motor, and.
Has he got a cutoff tail?
I don't think so. I didn't notice that. I was watching him at the line.
The minute I could think of two dogs that broke the tip of their tail and had a cutoff. When I saw it from one angle, it looked like it. Yeah, watch him. See it?
He might have. We'll get a close-up view when he comes back to the line.
Was it PB Super Toby that Charlie Hayes won the national in Oklahoma with?
Really?
Yeah, was one. Just
I
like
wonder how that affects their swimming. Probably not much. They, once they learn to adapt to that, they don't know any different.
Usually they break it or something, and I had one dog that. Oh man, well I don't know if it's this is the hunt that I just don't get.
No, and this is the part, people watching that, you know, it's easy to kind of follow the scores when guys are blowing the whistles and things like that. We know what the points are. What's really, you really have to pay attention is how are the judges judging when those dogs are out there hunting and wandering in the area that has nothing to do with the area of the fall. You know, they're usually hitting you pretty darn good because that's just not where you want to be.
I mean, this
especially
is a
on the go bird.
It's a short bird compared to the rest of them. I mean, I've had it happen plenty of times, and you just scratch your head and go like,
yeah, what
were
you like
thinking?
to know, what are they thinking? I'm sure Chuck wasn't happy about that, and he'll really take his time and try to bear down on these next two. And
well, that's right. I mean, there's not a lot you can do as a handler to put that bird in their mouth.
Yeah, there's your tail. You're right.
Yeah. But at some point he broke it or had to have the tip taken off. When I had a crew of black Labradors and I was trying to tell them apart in the dark, I'd love to have a dog like that.
Sure.
It was easy to identify who he was.
I had a dog that wagged his tail so much in the dog box that it would end up bleeding, you know, and I would have to.
Well, look at this. He's in a perfect spot here.
Hang in there, buddy. You're right where you need to be.
Oh.
Check back up right to the left.
Yeah, he's going to get it though, I think.
Climb in there.
Boy, oh boy, once it, just like that last time.
There you go. Now they look up the hill and see that white coat.
Didn't he? It's tough to get deep in that holding blind and come back and get this bird. He's trying to come back. I can't.
See, he made that one
for a
circle,
minute I thought he was coming in, but he's actually going away
back.
from it.
Yeah.
Well, that was just bad luck there. He's going to come back. No, I don't know if he is or not.
Now they're going to do a handle, and after all that, now it's going to be a handle to the area.
Yeah. And another one.
And Pat, you've been up here and watched every dog today, and you know when you get behind this tree line, you're not too far from where the blind was yesterday.
Oh, I saw.
Have you seen it affect dogs today that way? Have you seen anybody really?
I think when they got, there's been dogs over there. I don't necessarily think they recognize it as the same spot, but I think when they get over there, there's scent from yesterday.
That's what I was going to say. Wondering if their nose is saying differently.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I wondered because I walked up here with the judges on the day they were doing setups, and I looked at. They were doing this setup, and we walked over and looked at that one, and I'm looking like, and I'd enjoyed them both, but I said, that right-hand bird is not that far from that land blind.
No, it's not.
And it's definitely been a factor. Like, folks,
That's
I'm back.
what we were wondering.
Yeah, so it is 110% been a factor. I mean, they've been right all in it for sure. Mike, man, we've enjoyed having you here, but we got another guest that we wanted to bring in.
Well, let me tell you,
I
I have a face made for radio. This next one is a face made for TV. So you hand this one off and take it.
Me and you both, baby. I got personality for TV, face
again.
for radio. But we definitely have one coming in who has a face for TV.
Come on up.
Well, Miss Kerrigan, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
We're having a ball. How about you?
Oh, I'm enjoying
Have you had fun?
it. Absolutely. I love watching good dog work.
Is this your first SRS crown?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, I think I was watching. I knew how excited you were, and you always remember. I remember my first national I ran, and you just excited to be there. And I tell you, I never. I mean, you always wanted to do well, but you were just honored to be here with the best of the best, right?
Absolutely. That's absolutely true.
You know, and if it went well, fantastic. I mean, if it didn't, I'll be back. But I could just see in your face your excitement and the positive energy, and you did a great job of handling. You really did. I watched you specifically yesterday when you had a rough one bird, but you really kind of, and you held it together and you finished that deal. And that's a hard thing to gather yourself.
And I believe, Kerrigan, you have the distinction of being the only professional trainer that's a lady in the field.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever feel like you're on an island?
A little bit sometimes, but you know, there's some great AM ladies that are here that, you know, definitely kind of help even it out a little bit for me, but
So do you have a little bit of a girls' clique going on over there?
oh, absolutely.
For sure.
You know, when you say that, though, I can think of maybe the top 10 handlers that I've been around in my lifetime.
For women?
And half or more of the women.
Wow.
Yeah.
That are just insightful, have good instincts. So it's, you know, it's really a, you know, even though you're a female professional, I can tell by watching you, your passion for it, and that's where it starts.
Absolutely. I definitely love this game. I definitely plan on coming back. We may have not got, you know, the results that we wanted when we came in, but we learned a whole lot. And, you know, we're just going to work 10 times harder for next year to come back and hopefully move a little bit farther in this game.
Yep. And now you have the distinction of also working at Best Retrievers, correct?
Yes, sir.
So are you full-time there?
Yes, sir. I'm a full-time field trainer there.
Well, tell us a little bit about your background. Where are you from? How'd you get into this?
So originally, I'm actually from a small town in Texas, not far from Shreveport, Henderson, Texas.
Got a no bird there, by the way, folks that are watching the dog. Go ahead.
So I grew up hunting, duck hunting, deer hunting, all that stuff, pretty much my whole life. I grew up around retrievers, doing it in the dove field, in the duck blind. I always loved them. I always told my parents I was going to be a vet when I was little. Well, I guess I didn't get too far off. Anyway, so I went to college to try to be a nurse, and then joined the National Guard.
What happened there?
Well, I joined the National Guard in Texas, so I was Army National Guard for 6 years. During that time, they deployed me to Cuba, and I was there for a year. Well, I came back. Guantanamo Bay, yes, sir. Came back kind of mid-semester of the spring semester, and I couldn't go back to school because it had already started. So I needed a job. I had a lab that I was going to train myself, but I sent her off while I was deployed, and she came back a train wreck. So I found a local pro, and I worked under him for a while, kind of in trade of that dog getting kind of fixed and to learn.
Is this in the Denison area?
Huh?
Is this in the Denison area?
In the where?
You said you were from the Denison, Texas area, is that correct?
Henderson.
Henderson, gotcha.
Yep, it was in the
Henderson.
East Texas area originally, and then learned a lot under him, and then I actually went to go pick up a puppy for one of his clients, and that's where I met Kristen, and I got to talking to Kristen, and 2 weeks later, she called me, she's like, hey,
Brody's best asset.
We had a job open up, do you want to come interview? And I was like, absolutely, I'll be there tomorrow, what time? So,
the rest is history. How long ago was that?
The rest is history. I've been with them for a little over 2 years now, and
That's awesome.
Training dogs totally over 3 years. So,
oh, that's great.
I don't think I'd change my profession for the world. I love what I do every single day.
Karen, you probably don't know this, but my wife is a full-time professional retriever trainer.
Oh, yeah.
When I got into the boat world, she took over Lone Oak Retrievers, and it's her baby now. So, yeah, I'm married to a full-time pro. And I'm going to tell you, I tell people this all the time. I don't know a man that can do the basics or force fetch a dog as well as any of the best women trainers I know. You know, and that goes up probably the best. Judy Acox.
Yep.
Amazing. But my wife's the same way. Melanie just has an incredible touch. I haven't force fetched a dog in 12, 15 years because she's so good at it. Why would I want to do it when she is so good? Yeah, and
hey, that's not the easiest thing to do either.
So, obviously, you train at a very, very high level. Do you still do the basics?
Absolutely. What's funny, you say women force fetching. That's my favorite thing to do. I love doing our formal fetch program. I do everything from, you know, the obedience, the basic gun dogs, your basic hunting dogs, transition dogs, you know, going in that advanced level, and some higher level training. So, I mean, you're talking about ground up a retriever all the way through. I do all of it, and I would say force fetch or formal fetch is what we do. That's probably my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, condition retrieve, force
condition retrieve.
So
there's lots of different names out there for it.
That's where it all starts.
Yeah,
you really get a true hands-on feel and understanding of motivating good behavior, you know, at that level. And I think it's great and critical for advanced trainers to understand the foundation work like you just described.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, you know, there's a great history of female handlers from the state of Texas.
I think
the first
there's
three,
a bunch of them.
the first 3 national championship winners of female handlers all came from Texas.
Wow.
Really?
First 3. Judy Aycock.
I knew Judy.
Now,
Yeah, I knew that one.
Laura Parrott
Lauren Hayes.
and Lauren Hayes.
Yep. I
First
look up
3.
to those women a lot.
And you're right. And those are the 3. And when I talk about the top 10 best handlers, they're in the top 10. All 3.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely would agree with that.
And all from the state of Texas.
Laura Parrott, I've met her personally, and she's right down the road from us. And she is a wonderful woman to talk to. So knowledgeable. Just a great all-around handler and trainer.
So I was standing in the line, up on line, and it was between Laura and me to win the national. And Laura told me, she said, she was convinced I had won, and she said, I've got to be gracious about this. She was trying to, what was she going to say to me? Of course, I just wanted to win. And then she got the nod, and I was happy for her. There's a picture in our house of us hugging each other after she won that national.
Oh, that's awesome.
That was in Cheraw, South Carolina.
Another famous retriever training site, retriever competition. Multiple master nationals and open and amateur championships there in Cheraw, South Carolina. Rich history. And
but yeah, I call her a great friend, and Laura invites me to come up and coach her every year, and I really truly enjoy that.
Oh yeah.
And when I watch her handle, I'll film her sometimes, and I'll tell my handlers, "This is what you want to look like right here." She's never out of position when she handles. She's always thinking ahead. I mean, she's really one of the most insightful handlers you'll ever watch.
Heard her referred to as a technician when she's on the line.
Right.
Yes.
I think that's.
And you know who
very good
convinced me? Who
compliment.
talked to me this summer to look into this venue? Laura Parrott. She said.
You'd mentioned that earlier.
So.
We held a SRS event on her property this year. I believe it was our Lost Pines Retriever Club, or our Best Retriever. I'm not sure. We had literally back-to-back SRS, but we held one of them on her property, and she came out and watched, and I got to pick her brain a little bit, and she asked me a bunch of questions about the game, and she seemed really interested in the SRS game.
And Judy was, when I first started, was the most generous person about information, and Laura's certainly the same way.
That's one of the things that I found when I started getting to hang out with and train with and run with some field trials was how gracious so many of the people are in the retriever community. And it doesn't matter what level. One thing I can tell you, a lot of people have the kind of under the impression that, yesterday it was Rhodey that asked you, referring to game's white coat game was offensive. And I think there are people that have this misconception that, they're cliques within here, groups that are, think they're better or whatever. I have found that to be totally false. Some of the most generous people to me with their time and with their insight, and you are living proof demonstrating that with us right here today, Pat Burns, have been some of the highest performing field trial trainers, amateurs and pros alike in the game. But I think you see it, that's one thing that is really cool about the retriever games. You see it all the way across the board at every single level.
This has been trouble when you get that far right.
You're going right into that blind. And when the dog gets there, they stick that nose down.
Look at that.
This dog going to recover.
Look, he's starting to
Oh, wow.
I'll tell you what.
That was nice.
That was a recovery I didn't expect. Good job.
So I did an interview with Dave Roram not too long ago. And Dave and I got talking, and he talked about his time at Rex's and Rex Cars. And he talked about Rex really helping him. And Dave said, "Why are you helping me so much?" He said, "What are you doing?" He says, "Here's the deal." He said, "It's your job to pay it forward." And that's what people did for me. Mm-hmm. And I said, they were generous with me when I didn't know anything, told me anything I needed. And I feel the same way. said, the only way to keep this going is just share what the information you have, and hopefully it helps somebody else, and they'll do the same down the road.
Amen. I agree totally. I've seen that at all levels in this sport. I can remember Omar Driscoll at a judges meeting at a started test when I very first started running a hunt test over 25 years ago.
I'm with you, Pat, on.
I got to stop here a minute because I'm dying here, because this dog made an incredible recovery on this bird. Now this dog's making a move.
He's starting.
Can you do it again? Oh, look at that. There's something about this dog.
Wow,
something
look
about this
at
dog.
that. That was.
I tell you,
that's Mr. Ernie.
I want to know more about him because he made some moves that other dogs didn't make.
I believe that is
On two different
Waylon.
marks.
Two different marks.
Ernie.
Raven?
Waylon.
Waylon. That is Waylon.
Yep.
I watched another dog earlier make an incredible recovery and did it on both birds. But this dog just had a presence. Now, all right, here's something I want to say. I've had some great markers, but I've had some great bird finders, and that's a good bird finder. There's a difference. Some dogs seem to make the wrong turn when they get in the fall area. This dog doesn't do that. Did you see those moves he made? He just had a sense of what he needed to do. I don't think you can teach that. I think you can nurture it, but that was cool. And
that was really, really cool. Waylon's going to put up a nice number there.
Obviously,
Mr. Ernie's obviously stoked as well.
He had a presence of mind to make some moves that just other dogs didn't necessarily do.
We got Jib Joe there, got his face in the picture for a second.
I know.
Gave us a little wink there.
Yeah, that was yeah, you know, if you don't enjoy watching that, there's something you don't enjoy the dog game, because that was really cool.
You want to learn more about Joe? Just go to jibjoe.com. Check him out.
I think that was very educated on that dog to go in there and just his presence in the areas were very educated. And like you said, I don't think you can really truly train it. That dog either has it or they don't.
We were talking about some old dogs, and immediately in my head I start thinking, what were the great bird finders? I had a littermate to Creek Robber named Spree's Double Whammy. Code Blue and Debbie Does Ducks was it, and that was the dog who just seemed to almost have a sense that he didn't necessarily have the greatest mark. He would get in the zone just like every other dog, but he always seemed to do what that dog did.
And you just mentioned another very, very strong producing dam, Debbie Does Ducks.
Yeah.
How many different dogs was she bred to?
Pardon me?
How many times was Debbie bred?
I don't know, but remember I talked that Judy Bly, and Debbie, married to Ray Bly at the time. Remember we talked about Honcho? Mm-hmm. The littermate of Honcho was a dog named Raiders Torrid Lady. That's what Debbie goes back to. Ray Bly had a series of great females that started with a littermate of Honcho and went down to Debbie Does. And you're right, that was a great breeding. I watched her go 9 series in the national amateur that Lean Mac won in Sun Valley, Idaho. And that's the first time I saw that Debbie Does Ducks stuff.
I was about to ask which national that Lean Mac won.
First one.
Yep.
You know, I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but I can remember every series. I remember Lean Mac. They ran a 3rd water blind in Silver Creek. Silver Creek was a great trout stream, but it had a current.
This is not a bad place for this dog to be. We've seen several
it's a
go
great
through
spot.
that.
It's a great
go
spot.
through that keyhole right there. The key is you get
right
all
there.
right.
Yep. Did the bird there well.
It's something I want to bring y'all's
you need to
attention to. I'm sorry to cut you off, Pat, but take a look at the fountain out there.
That wind's changed.
We've got it all
that explains
back.
why
It
he winded.
has changed 180 degrees from the start this morning.
Okay.
It's coming out of the northwest now.
Yeah.
Started out this morning coming out of the southwest, so not quite 180 degrees.
But pretty close.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. So you don't have the crosswind factor on that middle bird as much with this wind, do you?
No, you do not. But I think you do have it when they get a little bit deep in this right bird. Now they're picking it up better.
Okay.
I tell you, Winston's having a good run here.
Yeah.
Chuck's got to be happy. I was looking at the leaderboard while we were over the scoreboard over there. Kendra Durrance does a great job. Stephanie helps her, or Stephanie does it also. Lyle's lovely wife. They're keeping the scoreboard over there, and I think that the cut in the hams is going to be a little higher than the 170 number that.
Is that what you're seeing now?
We're seeing now, but I think that 130, definitely 100, spot on. Spot on. And a lot of it depends on what's happening in the.
We're getting some heavy rain here.
That's a tough move there. Yeah, he didn't wait.
That was a smart move.
Yeah.
Honestly, and again, I'm not second guessing him. I know what Stephen was thinking.
Oh, okay. We'll go back to that. Huh?
Well, here's why. Yeah, Stephen said, look at the board. I think he thought the cut was going to be a lot lower than it is. I really think so. I think the cut's going to be a little higher. I think when Stephen sees a cut, he may be a little bit disappointed that he didn't try to do what Chuck's doing here. And of course, if Chuck keeps struggling here, that cut line's just going to keep getting higher. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's out of it yet, but he needs to clean this stuff up.
What's our radar look like here?
Yeah, I was about to look at that a second
Yeah, I
ago.
just took my phone over to the truck. It was about dead to throw it on the charger.
It does seem like if they put a quick handle on those birds, they came out with a lot better scores. Obviously depending on the handle, if it was a good, nice, easy, clean handle to the area. But it seems like the quicker you were on that whistle, the better your score overall was going to be. And some of the dogs that they tried to go for it, and then they end up having handled. Okay, now you're starting to see those huge, huge scores.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, no dog has gone from where that dog handled from to the bird.
No.
With that momentum. So you just.
We've had one. Legend did. Bobby Wells' dog actually got way back over here and came back.
But didn't start there.
No, didn't start there.
It started left.
Right, he did start left.
And then ended up over there. Not a dog that actually bent there at
good observation.
At the 70% mark.
Dead on, exactly.
There was a dog that recovered from being to the right of them. But when they bent down in that valley to the right of that, the line to that where the retired gun is, not a single dog has. And at this point, people have handled quick. Well, we got some rain there, don't we?
Yeah, got some wind, and I'll tell you the temperature.
You look at the radar, you don't see it.
What's the temperature now? It's dropped.
77.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I'm up here freezing. I'm used to our nice 100-degree weather in Texas, Central Texas. So I'm like, oh, this 70 degrees is a little chilly for me. We've just trained, all summer in this Texas heat, and
got another field champion here, Hatch with Lyle Steinman. Okay. I was telling the guys over there too. They're, looking at the dogs to come. The cut line could go down a little. We got some dogs coming up here that can just kill this test. And this is one of them. So this is not.
Oh, yoy. God, you hate to do that, don't you? For two reasons.
And he's getting refusal after refusal right there. Now, I'll
two
tell you.
reasons. I mean, obviously, you don't want to handle on this bird. You're 52 on that handle, right? How's that going to affect your line to going for that middle bird?
Man, I don't know.
You've just now handled him off that line. Is he going to want to go back that way?
Yeah, I think it's going to force him further right on that when you go for that bird, I would guess. But
well, I'll tell you what, he whacked up about 40 to 50.
I wonder what he said.
Pardon?
He turned and talked to either the judges or somebody.
No telling. He could have been saying anything from, I told you that dead dog didn't see that bird. Right. This wind's going to get a whole lot worse. Man, I had a great steak last night. You don't know what he was telling.
Wait a minute, what's going on here?
I don't know. He's not happy. There's something that he didn't like. I don't know if something went on in the field.
All right. We got to know what's going on.
I will get a report. I'll tell you what, if you will please hang out, Miss Kerrigan, here with Pat. I know you hate having a beautiful young lady trainer hang out with you. Miss Kerrigan, I'm going to step away and I'm going to be the reporter on the street right quick and try to figure this out.
I know earlier that there were some issues with boom cannons, so I wonder if that was maybe what happened. I don't know.
Well, whatever's going on, it's pretty intense.
Yeah. Looks like they're having a pretty good discussion about it. So.
Well, he's pleading his case probably. I don't know what his case is, but he's pleading it.
He is.
I assume he's fighting for some sort of a rerun.
I assume so too.
I mean, what else would you be doing there?
Because I doubt he would just straight up pick him up, you know, after
he's handling
getting
one
him
bird.
to that bird. And now
And
they're
sometimes
going
it works. Listen, I mean, you see it in every sport, you know. Football, basketball coaches fighting with the refs, trying to get a call.
Absolutely.
What did they say? They're done for the day?
I'm not sure. Guess we might need to find out.
Huh? I just
All
got
right,
word
folks,
that
we're going to take it to break here.
They're done for the day.
Just a moment.
The Super Retriever Series
Either they
Crown
see something or
Championship is
maybe they think
presented
the
by
lighting conditions are
Yukonuba. Sporting
getting
dogs
worse.
give us everything we ask and then
That's
some. Their nutrition should do the same. And by the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, teaming up with our community to bring sporting events to Shreveport-Bossier City, Caddo, and Bossier parishes. Margaritaville Resort Casino. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. Thor's Boats, drop the hammer.
Splash Super Pools.
And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Yukonuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
All right, guys, we're back. So went out, talked with the judges a little bit, and talked with Lyle. As you can see, they're starting to bring the tents down. Basically, the rain had started, the wind has completely shifted, and the visibility conditions have gotten poor. Lights were coming on in the background at houses there across the way. As a matter of fact, from our viewpoint, you can't see it from the camera angle, but you can actually see street lights and lights in houses starting to pop up in the background. That definitely had a material influence and effect on the test. So in the sake of fairness, 14 dogs left. Judges felt like the best thing they could do would be to call it. Lyle tomorrow morning will be getting a rerun with that dog. Only picked up one bird, probably didn't see any of the three. Has overnight cleared the dog's head, so he will be getting a rerun tomorrow morning. Yeah. So we've got 14 dogs left. Do it, but we're about to wrap it up. That's going to do it here for the day for us. Before we do a little bit of housekeeping, yes,
I want to say one thing, J. Paul.
Go right ahead.
I absolutely respect any judge that makes a decision on the side of the dogs.
Amen.
That's what they did there. And I'll tell you what, when a judge does that and he's trying to be in the dog's corner, I'm their best friend, and that's exactly what they just did.
Amen.
And I applaud him for that.
Yeah, I definitely applaud that decision. I don't think anybody's going to have a problem with it, and if they do, they can't be on the side of the dog, in my opinion. I also want to thank Miss Kerrigan for coming up here and hanging out with us for a few minutes.
Yeah, thank you for having me up here.
You told me you don't think you're going to make the cut, but I'll tell you on behalf of Pat, you're very, very welcome to come out to the plantation in the morning. Join us. We'd love to hear more insight. I guarantee you my wife Melanie, who's at home, she'd like to hear more from a lady's perspective as well, so you're welcome to come back and join us. Not sure if we're going to be live streaming tomorrow morning, but we will definitely be videoing those 14 dogs. Going to check with the truck. Probably will be something up on our social media outlets to check out. I was just told, thank you very much, the plan is to live stream in the morning. So barring a weather delay starting us out, we'll be back probably test dog running between 7:30 and 8 tomorrow morning here. We'll do the 14 dogs that are left here. Then we will break it down, probably take a few hours. We'll move out the plantation. We'll figure out where the cut line is and resume the third series. Also, hopefully have a little bit of insight tomorrow morning for you, Pat, about what that series is going to be. So,
looking
guys,
forward to it.
Starting to get dark here. The rain's starting to come in. We're going to wrap it up. On behalf of my buddy Pat Burns, who's expert commentary, really enjoyed Miss Kerrigan, who's with us right now. I'm J. Paul Jackson. Thank you for watching. Second series of the 2023 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
This is no ordinary puppy. And this is no ordinary story. This is the tale of a hero in the making. He is born, raised, and fed to rise to any challenge. Because he is no ordinary dog. He's a Eukanuba dog.
That's it. Come on, boy.
Eukanuba provides animal proteins and high levels of DHA for a strong body and mind. Feed the extraordinary in your puppy and make your dog a Eukanuba dog.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m. In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration. My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for the opportunity to showcase our retriever teams. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count.
The Splash Super Pool is the original above-ground, soft-sided pool. We've been in business for almost 40 years now. We're still proudly made in the USA, and we've been serving our community in all kinds of ways. They're all testaments as to the strength and the durability of this super pool. And we've been serving the dock diving community for almost 20 years. The pool that they use is the exact same pool that you'll use in your backyard. So just remember, as you're watching these dogs fly through the air, this is the same super pool that you could have in your backyard. Splash Super Pools.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.